Can I help you? Can I help you, baby? You sweet little thing. You sweet little thing. Can I help you? Well, Zukov, can I help you, baby? What is it there, little baby? Oh, who's so cute? Hey, get away from the last little remnants of my burrito. You cannot have the last little remnants of my burrito. You're not allowed to have the last little remnants of my burrito. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Who's a handsome boy, huh? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You sweet thing. Look at you. Look at you. You're ridiculous. Come on. You a sweet thing. Hey, hey. Get away from that. Don't you think about it. That's what I thought, boy. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about going after this damn thing. That's pretty full right now, so finish this a little bit right now. Let's put that right there. Cool. Hey! Stop it! Yo. Do you mind? Do you mind, Zooks? Like, Jesus. Bruh. So that dope homemade pizza? That sounds, well, dope. That indeed sounds pretty dope. My goodness. Zukov must eat all the human food. Well, not onions or garlic or anything like that, like my burrito has. Like, dogs can't eat onions and shit. That can kill them. I mean, at the very minimal, it causes them to have, you know, some gastrointestinal issues, but it legit can actually significantly harm them if they eat too much. So, no onions. No onions for them. A couple stretches in. Just with the little sweet baby boy that Zukov is, we just can't, you know, put anything in, and that's just gonna hurt and harm his ass. That'd just be no bueno. I was hoping there would be a nice little burp, but there wasn't. I knew chocolate's bad, but I didn't know onions were bad. Yeah. Garlic, chives, onions, anything in that, like, branch of vegetables and family is actually really bad for them. So, definitely don't want to, you know, give him anything like that. Actually, I think on Wikipedia there's or a few other websites too as well, there's, like, different things that, you know, a list of things that are actually not good for him. When it comes to chocolate, now obviously you don't want to give it to him anyway, but there is actually two different types of chocolate that are actually somewhat safe. I think it's I know white chocolate for sure, and I think the other one is milk chocolate. It's like dark chocolates and like the rich ass chocolates that are really bad for him. But if you have like a milk Hershey's chocolate bar or something like that, and the dog happens to eat like a little bit of it, like it'll be okay. I mean, it's not good, but, you know, it probably is going to be like, this feels odd. But it won't, like, outright make him sick. White chocolate is more safer because there's a specific toxin that's in the chocolate that in white chocolate is pretty much, for the most part, kind of like processed out a little bit. So it's not like totally, you know, in there being processed into their digestive system when they eat it, which is overall a good thing. The less poisons for Puppo, the better.
Papa, come on.
What the fuck was that?
I'm fucking irritated.
Why? What?
I want to smash this thing with a fucking hammer.
Oh my god. Don't give me that little tail wag. Silly pup. At least it ain't about Zukov. There ain't nothing he's doing. Cut little silly boy. Oh yeah. I don't know. I'm actually a little bummed for today. I was initially going to go out shooting and shit, but my dad last second last night was like, I'm actually going to be gone tomorrow. Like, I'm leaving around like 11 or something Tuesday and fucking, today. And going out, or some shit. I don't even know what, but he is. And it's like, you tell me this, even though we've already, like, kind of plotted this ahead of time and shit, so now I'm having to reschedule that Friday, so that means this whole, like, video I'm editing and shit for, like,
I'm a fucking idiot.
my vlog vids, for at least, for the shooting that we did. Like, I'm gonna have to wait a little bit longer than anticipated, so that's a little annoying, but I mean, honestly, it's not too bad because I get paid Thursday, so honestly, it's like if we're going Friday, that just gives me more, money to buy melons, plus, more targets, some more ammo, stuff like that. So, I mean, it's not like all bad, but it's like I kind of wanted that video to be out at least by, like, Thursday or Friday. Like, by the time today's all said and done, come back home, do a little stream, then, like, Wednesday, edit the video a little bit, and do final touch-ups and shit either that night or Thursday and put it out.
Oh,
But
this is when I missed the chop shop. I had everything I needed in there. Shit! Smoking some more fucking cancer.
oh my god.
Dude,
You get irritated way too easily.
Yeah, you're because my fucking hand's all busted up.
Okay.
Like, I fucking broke open my knuckle with that stupid piece of shit fucking frame.
Well, yeah, that's why I have to be careful with it.
Fuck the piece of shit. I wish I had a long piece of fucking tubing I could shove through it. Oh, man. Oh, I don't think that's long enough.
You should take the,
What?
Wait, you should take the train. Oh, wait, America doesn't have high-speed rail like,
Not me.
China. Oh, a bullet train? I mean, we have trains here, but yeah, they're not high-speed rail. They're Amtrak. Though, there is actually a railroad, not too far away from me. It's actually the one that's closest to me. That is not just a transport line, but it's also a passenger line, too. So sometimes, every now and then, I'll see people, in the Amtrak, shit going south. Usually, the transport lines, they usually are going north, going into the rail lines from there. And then the Amtrak ones are coming from Union Station in Portland, so... Unless there's like another station on like the south end of Portland or some shit, like where those other rail lines are that I'm not aware of. Like just like some passenger, like, commercialized thing over there too or something, but I'm pretty sure it's just Union Station. That's where the main train line is here. Or at least, the station. Give you more room to the blade? Well, yeah. Because in a plane, there's only so much space. In a train, if you need more space, add more cars. There you go. I mean, by proxy, you might have to add a few engines to it, depending on how much you're carrying. Plane can't do that. You're kind of stuck with what you get when you manufacture your aircraft. So you can only put so many people on there. And of course, privatized commercial airliners and shit are all going to try to, shove as many people as possible to get the most amount of money for each flight. So they're going to be like sardine cans. Unless you're in business class. I've flown that a few times. I actually once flew, it's an Embraer ERJ, I believe. I know you're probably thinking about what? Like, wait, what language did you just say? But it's like this little, it's an ERJ 175. This little thing? Dude, this thing's lit. Like, here, I'll pull up, like, the actual schematics of its interior. Because, I actually flew a business class to Montana once in this thing. And legit, though, it's nice. It's a vibe.
What, first class?
Well, business class in an Embraer. Because, business class, you got this thing going on. So, you got, so you actually have, like, a little chain. There's, like, this little, like, wardrobe change thing going on there. And then they got, like, this is, for the stewardesses and shit. And then you got your bathroom right there. But cool thing is, right here, there's, like, usually they have, like, a little, curtain line, that you can kind of open and close or whatever. And, at least the one I remember having, I don't think they did. But I was, like, when I was flying, I was in this last little seat right there, number 4. And it was just so nice, because it was even more spacious it was about as spacious as the very first one, because, there wasn't anyone behind you necessarily, aside from the wall, so it was just kind of, you could just lean all the way back and not have to worry about anybody being like, hey, what the hell, whatever the fuck, stretch your legs out and shit, and plus you get this whole fat aisle to yourself, and then here's, a regular commercial seating and shit, in the Embraer, and honestly, like, for the plane, it's actually a very spacious aircraft. I mean, it kind of looks small, but, you can tell, though, like, the seats are bigger for the business class ones, and a little bit more spacious, and these ones, it seems like the middle ones are a little bit more smaller, but these back ones are actually a little slightly bigger, so, it just kind of depends. Like, some airliners and some aircraft manufacturers will build them in certain ways, where they're like hella sardine-like, and some sections of the plane will only be like that. So. Travel tip. I learned recently, travel on Friday the 13th for cheaper prices because people are still superstitious. Yep. Yeah, there's certain little things that if you learn, tiny little tricks when it comes to traveling and shit like that, you can actually travel very cheaply. Like, that's the one thing that I learned about. I actually at this point really don't know how true it is now, but when I was in Iceland a few years back, before, like, in 2018, like, the price to go there, especially around, like, fall, like, late summer, early fall and shit, is actually pretty cheap. Now, to actually be there, like, just due to price conversions to Icelandic krona or euros, like, it's, like, they're more, the value of their dollars are worth more than the US one, so, with that virtue, it's going to be a little bit more, expensive being there, but nonetheless, to actually go there isn't really too expensive. Again, that might not be the case now at this point, but at least when I was initially going to Iceland the first time around, it was. I imagine, like, just early springtime, too, like March, April, May, like, I'm sure it is also pretty cheap around that time, too, because it's still kind of, cold and wintry, but starting to get out of that, so some of that nice, spring warm sun is going to start coming out as it starts moving more north. Remember a couple years ago that Iceland was paying foreigners to move there and marry their women? Yeah, I think that's still true. I think it's because from what I understand, it's one of the ways you can get citizenship to the country, because they have a very homogenetic gene pool. They want people from other lands, basically, to come and marry and have lamination with the women. But also, I learned this as a fun little fact, is that when it comes to also, like, genetic backgrounds and shit between Icelandic women versus Icelandic men, Icelandic women actually have more Irish/Celtic background in their ancestry versus like Icelandic men. And the main reason why is because a lot of Viking raiding parties from Iceland and Norway and shit, and, from the Norwegians that went to Iceland, they would, raid Scotland and, the Irish Isles and the Emerald Isle, and just, like, a lot of different parts of Northern England, which were predominantly, like, different people like the Celts, the Picts, etc. And they would usually take, a lot of the women. Sometimes the women would go with them, because they're like, hey, it gets me out of this hellscape. New opportunities, I'll join you. So, I mean, it was a little mixture of both things going on. But all in all, it's because there's, a lot of those different Viking raiding parties would also take, women back with them. But I think about, like, on a general consensus, I think it's about, like, 25% of Icelandic men have about, some form of Celtic background in them. And it's about, like, 40-something% for Icelandic women. So it kind of shows there's a little, some of that background a little bit, because, there were Celtic men that also joined in Viking raiding parties. There, there's probably mercenary bands as well that joined in with them. Different things like that, because you can only, like, there's only so many of the pieces of the puzzle that we have, so you just kind of have to fill the rest, with these different little speculations. I'd do it. Icelandic women are gorgeous. We'd had an Icelandic exchange student where I went to school, could barely speak English, but was drop-dead gorgeous. Yeah, I know what you mean. Go there. I mean, seriously, if you ever get a chance to visit, yeah. Oh, yeah. Not just the women, too, dude. Like, there's, like, some dudes I'm just like, bruh. Yo. Like, perfect, like, gay bear bod material. Like, what the hell? Or, like, gay twink bod. Like, there'll be, like, a little mixture of both sometimes. It's like, what, yo, what the, Jesus, what's being made up here? Like, what are they putting in the water in Iceland? And also, for the most part, people are really, really hospitable there. For the most part. I could definitely tell there were some locals around there that weren't exactly too fond of tourists or people visiting. And, because there was, like, I can remember at least 2 or 3 different times out of the entire trip, out of, like, 99% of very positive interactions. But there was, like, 3 different times where I, like, saw somebody who was obviously, local there and shit, but just kind of giving me this, like, you're not from here, I don't like you. Just that look, It's like, I'm just chilling, bro. It's like, I just kind of look, and I just happen to feel that, and I look at them, they're giving me that look. And it's like, okay. I'm not doing nothing, I'm just chilling, taking pictures of the sights and the nature, and, just the scenery and shit, just vibing. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay. It's just that look, It's like they don't confront you or nothing, because there was one time when I was in Reykjavik and there was a guy fishing in the bay, and there was like this Viking ship sculpture that was there, and he happened to be kind of fishing on the edge of it, and I was just kind of, walking around it, taking a couple pictures and checking it out. And obviously he was noticing that, and he kind of looked back every now and then, and he just had, like, this look, just like, because he knows that's obviously, like, a very touristy thing to do, be like, hey, look at this cool thing, let's take a picture of it. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I mean, he never said anything or nothing like that, he just kind of gave the look, you know what I mean? Xenophobe. Yeah, I mean, it's what it was. I could just tell it was, like, very soft and xenophobic, like, I don't like you because you're not from here. I mean, it's like, if I wasn't doing the obvious touristy thing of, like, hey, there's a cool thing, let's take a picture of it type of thing, which I suppose, if you're being very, like, rambunctious, to be like, oh my god, and all this shit, yeah, like, that's understandable, but, that's not what's going on. I'm just like, oh, this is cool. hey, you want to take a picture of me? Right now? Yeah, cool. You know, I'm just kind of like, you know, just kind of being casual, whatever about it, you know. So it's not like, you know, some obvious, typical, like, bombastic tourist vibe or some shit, at least, you know, stereotypically for Americans, I guess. But, I mean, you know, it's like, at least for me, it was only like, really like 2 or 3 different times. Like, the one other time, it was, this kid, it was a kid from, not Safeway, oh my god, not my work, Subway. They had a Subway up there. By the way, the Subway in Iceland is so much better than the ones here. Just saying. Anyway, but there was a kid there who, it's just like typical bullshit job that, even in Iceland, you could tell that they probably don't want to be doing. But, so if I want, like, at least for him, it probably isn't like a xenophobic thing. He just kind of gave me this look of like, the fuck do you want? Okay, cool, here you go. Bye. It's just that look. I kind of was like, I understand your look. But there's also like this extra tinge of like, you're also not from here, so this is probably going to be even more annoying now. It's just like, it's just like that extra little like, it's like, It's like, okay there, bud. I mean, I don't, at least for that kid, I don't blame him. Like, I mean, I wouldn't want to have to do, like, because honestly, he's probably dealing with, like, so many different random-ass fucking tourists, because they're like, oh, a Subway, I recognize this. And at least it was, like, also right after we got settled in, and we were just, like, fucking hungry and looking for something. And we're just like, alright, yep, I was like, yep, I see a Subway, that's recognizable. Let's just grab, I'm just gonna grab, like, a little 6-inch sub real quick, just, kind of fill me up, for a second. And, I went in there, and the dude was just, he just kind of had this look of like, oh, a person, and it's a tourist. Oh, God. I could just, it's like, sorry, dude. I'm just settled in, just need a sub, that's all. I'm gonna be gone. Well, I will say this, he made a pretty damn good sub. But honestly, it's because the ingredients that they have for that Subway are probably, like, either European imported or grown and, farmed out in Iceland. Like, I mean, so all in all, like, that's probably why. Like, it's actually legit good-ass ingredients. So, like, that Subway sandwich in Iceland was probably legit the best Subway sandwich I've had. Like, dead-ass. And it was a 4-1 in Iceland. So, when, people say Subway sucks, just say, hey, there's a Subway in Reykjavik. Go there, and you'll change your mind. Unfortunately, it's like the only good Subway, but hey, there's one out there. There's one out there. Catch the grease trap. It was extra greasy today. Oh yeah, because Paul was talking. He was talking about. He was talking a little bit about his ideology. I kind of tuned into that before my friend showed up and shit. And it sounded like it was sounded like that type of shit was really getting to his gears a little bit. Speaking of gears, sounds like there's some gearage going on out there. Well, here it is. Whoa, it's loud. I know Zukot's outside, I just want to make sure it's okay real quick. I'll be right back. I never know this little door. He's good. He's good. He's just hanging out if I'm out there. Didn't know Kyle had 90s douchebag tattoos. You didn't know that? Or at least it's confirmed that he's banging Crystal Ball, dude. I didn't know that until I was tuning into Paul's live stream when he went live while I was doing my little 30-minute one, like a day or two ago. It was yesterday because of Valentine's Day, so because I was working and shit. But I was just like, when I first heard it from Paul, I was like, what? So everyone, what they were thinking is true now? TJ nailed it. Everybody did. TJ was the one that got the flack for it. But dude, like, I was calling it, TJ, Paul, Scott, dude, pretty much everybody was calling it, bro. Though, actually, now that I think about it, it is probably very likely true from the get-go anyway, because from what I understand, Crystal and her husband, at this point, aren't necessarily together from the sounds of it. They haven't actually, like, talked to each other that much, and have actually been pretty distant from each other lately, amongst other things, so it's like, maybe they're probably gonna come out eventually say, hey, we've, you know, been divorced and we just, you know, kind of kept it under wraps because we don't want to deal with the drama bullshit.
What I want in the what?
I mean, it's nothing you care about. I'm not even gonna, I don't even want to explain it because you don't give a shit.
Gotta get up a little early.
Wait, who in the what divorce?
Good try. I'm sure
It's politics related.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Dude, I got him to be disinterested. People don't smile.
Excuse me, bro, for not being into politics.
Well, I mean, it's just...
You're a bunch of
it's a
politics
dude that, I mean,
junkies.
it's people that you don't know or give a fuck about, you know, despite maybe the context being interesting. Like, there's two political commentators, Crystal Ball and then Kyle Kulinski, and it's kind of implied for a long time, at least over a year, that they were kind of banging. And now,
Oh, really?
yeah, and on Valentine's Day, yesterday, Kyle posted a picture of him getting all cuddly with Crystal. And it's also implied that Crystal's married, but they have been distant for a while, so they have actually probably been divorced.
Zuka!
So there's actually, like, all the...
Right on, bro.
Yeah, dude. It's like, damn, son. The meme of Kyle banging it is true. I mean, good for him, though. I mean, yeah, hey, Crystal ain't a bad-looking girl, you know, so good on him. Whatever. But it's just kind of funny that it was just kind of like this meme, and now it's just pretty much just been implicitly proven. That's just what I love. That's just what I love about it.
Pretty sad stuff.
I don't really care that he's banging Crystal. Like, whatever. More power to him, brother.
And not just the streamers, but the people that participate in the stream can see what the totality of their time spent is. How many times have I typed something completely inane? How many misspellings do I make routine? How many stupid attempts at attention grabbing do I do on a daily basis?
Never sees lower app. Well, it's mainly because he doesn't have legs. Big Seltzer has like this belt that's like a hologram. So it looks like he's either, you know, he's got legs, but it's actually, you know, his like floating belt device. But sometimes when he's in studio, he has his chair device where he, you know, gets his little belt flotation, and then he just connects it to the chair, and boom. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes he, you know, has like his throne chair he'll like kind of roll around in a little bit, just kind of control telepathically. You know, just like, I wish to go here now. You know, just like, whatever the fuck. And if he wishes to, you know, to get into places that don't require his chair, you know, he just detaches and hologram forms, you know, the legs and shit, and boom. Looks like he's got his legs.
Not really about you can be a fan in any way you want to be.
I mean, that's how I, you know, perceive the lore of the Big Seltzer, you know, corruption that Kyle Kulinski is in. So, I mean, it's him being hung like an elephant. I mean, that's neither here nor there. That don't, you know, like, the whole belt thing doesn't, you know, like, it doesn't have anything to do with, you know, the package going on. You know what I'm saying? That's still there. Like, it's just a thing that has some holograms. Like, it's not like, you know, he's wearing the belt and it's just like, you know, everything below that belt is nothing, you know, so if he's wearing it right here, like, everything below is gone. Like, he's got the belt, you know, it's like, you know, it's got, like, you know, a little extra nano attachments and shit, you know, to the, you know, to the base down here and stuff, and hologram legs, you know what I mean?
I mean, I really don't even...
And those little, like, nano connections and shit, that's what attaches. So when he looks like he's kind of sitting down, like, you know, you normally would, like, you know, kind of like the very base of those legs, you know, they all...
How would you conduct yourself as a public place? I don't know.
It's like, boom.
Do that. That's not rules, that's just like social norms. I don't think that they're unique to this channel. You're a USB powered fan. You can check in again. I have no idea. No idea what that
Sound of a gun going off? The fuck? I know this much. Paul's still in California, but I wonder where he is now at this point, because there's ghetto birds, police sirens way more frequently. It's like, where the fuck did he move to?
Members who have stupid beliefs and aren't content to keep them to themselves. They have to push their beliefs out into the world a million different ways.
I like to tell you about the word of Jesus.
Being in that like position of like, well,
And even though you might not like it, it's actually more offensive for you to try to clap back and be, you know, because then you'd be the rude one. Because I'm being very nice and cordial about it.
And then possibly like be ostracized from my family. But I'm just done, man.
I hate that
I'm
shit.
100%. I've reached an age in my life.
I hate
I'll
that
tell you
shit.
guys what happened. Just so you have a frame of reference. So, I went to my mom's house for the Super Bowl. It was a pretty traditional thing for me when I'm in, you know, close enough proximity to her to make it there. And I got there. Well, first of all, when we made the plans,
What are you doing, boy?
it was pretty explicit that like it was just going to be us. It was just going to be me, Amelia, it was going to be Mom and Steve,
Come up here.
and that, you know, means that we could have a couple beers. I could smoke a J. It's not a big deal. Well, I find out like 2 days before that all my sister's kids are going to be there.
Ew.
I told you guys before. My sister, very religious. All her kids, her husband, obviously very religious.
Gross.
And so I was like, fuck.
Fuck.
Okay. And it's not like
I hate those type of gatherings.
just
It's like, hey, you know, it might be chill, but by the way, religious gathering last second.
So they were coming, but like all of the little toddlers and stuff. And you gotta understand, there's just an insane amount of them.
That's fucking
Gross.
hilarious.
Oh my god, I hate being in that environment.
Anyway, so I was just like,
That
like,
shit was
well,
hilarious,
it was
bro.
gonna be like Chuck E.
The engine I
Cheese
put in there,
Super
just
Bowl.
looks like a little baby. Like it doesn't even fit.
From their church.
I don't give a fuck.
And I ended up sitting down and having a conversation with this guy. And he's talking to me like I'm just a friend of the family as well. He doesn't know that he's sitting in the side yard of the house that I grew up in. And I have to, like, explain to him that, like, who I am at my own, basically my own house, you know what I mean? You think of your mom's pad, especially the one you grew
You
up
think
in,
that that'd be like, hey, who are you?
you know, it's supposed to be other people coming up to you and introducing themselves, and he's...
But it's like, no, it's like, you look like you're just a friend of this
So there
family.
was that,
Who are you, random stranger?
which, you know, maybe that's not...
Who's also a random stranger to this family? It's
I hate
like,
being a
what?
stranger at my own family events.
Seriously.
Like,
When it comes to like,
but anyway, as the
I mean, last time I was out in Texas, shit, I mean, it's not 100% like that, but it does feel like that, at least in the big, like, actual gatherings and shit. Like, cause at least last time I was in Texas for my grandma's birthday and shit, but for that specific gathering, it was just like all the religious, all the fucking, you know, just all that shit, and it's like, I mean, at least, you know, having a guitar and shit, I can at least, you know, kind of fill the void a little bit. At least add a little something like, you know, fucking, you know, a little music for them so they can at least be like, oh, this person has added stuff, you know, to our little, you know, to our thing.
I might have
We can ask them questions about, you know, things like music.
talk
At
about
least-
music, baby.
Not really, but
Huh?
My mom comes in and just
I
starts
gotta roll
talking to
that in the
everybody, starting
street now and
right
take
to me.
pictures of it.
And she was like,
And have the old
oh, I
Priceless
watch these
Wizard
commercials.
help me get rid of it.
I was like, oh, yeah, I thought she was just saying like, oh yeah, the commercials are some people's favorite parts of the Super Bowl. And she was like, no, I just want to make sure that like none of these kids see any of this, you know, gay stuff. And I was like,
that reminds me of another thing about,
is
like,
gay catching? I said,
that reminds me of some shit about, like, fucking,
did I miss
like when I was in Texas too last time.
Gays catching? What are you
I even remember this specific incident. It was like this pilot episode for CSI Hawaii or some fuck. and there was like straight up like a 10-second lesbian kiss scene. And they were freaking out, like, oh my god, the gay stuff. Like, basically, it's like, I don't need to have, like, this depravity on my screen. And honestly, I wasn't even paying attention to the fucking thing whatsoever. I just happened to be in the same room, just kind of jerking off on my phone, basically, not giving a shit. And then, like, they freak out, and I'm like, huh? And I literally immediately, like, looked up, like, wait, what's going on? And it was just, like, you know, two women just, like, you know, just kind of getting at it, you know, just, you know, a little bit maybe of a, you know, spicy kiss, but nonetheless, it's a kiss. Just two women kissing. Oh, no, the depravity. And they freak out, and they were freaking out, like, trying to skip it, and then they, like, skipped too far back, so they tried to go back, but then they got back onto the same scene again, and they were trying to, and I was kind of sitting there, like, internally, like, you fucking freaks, like, you could just literally let the scene play for, like, 10 seconds, or just look down for whatever the hell, and when it's done, after it's, like, a little 10-second little spurt, and, you know, it's, but it's, like, they're so fucking weird about it, and so, like, you know, because they're just so churchy and fucking like, uh-oh, we can't have enough of this homophobia, queer nonsense, fucking, you know, being pushed down our throats because, you know, the agenda is spreading and catching. Trying to destroy family, yeah, it's like they need, it's like this homophobia, lesbian agenda is destroying the family unit. I don't want this in my household. It's like, oh my god. It's like, give me a break.
We need normal girls. And the thing that really bothers me about her is that all those kids love her so much. She's such a great grandma to them. And there's so many of them. There's a really good chance that one or more of them will be gay. Bi.
Queer to some extent, yeah. I mean, hell, I am. And my family in Texas does not know that.
To be honest with you, this sounds kind of fucked up, but I kind of hope none of them are. I hope they're all just straight as an arrow. Because, man, that is going to be a tough family to live in.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I guess cool Uncle Paul will come into play at that point.
Yeah. I got a bunch of cousins and shit that are young and,
the only person in their immediate
you know, definitely very, like, smart and outgoing looking kids and shit like that. I mean, one of them is like 3, and I honestly was legit like fucking shocked how much he was already knowing and learning just, you know, at like 3 going on 4 years old. And it's like, what? Like this, like, you know, because I'm looking at this kid doing his stuff and I'm like, you know, I'm thinking this kid's just like 6 years old but just really short. It hasn't really like grown yet, you know, but no, it was like fucking like almost 4 years old. I'm like, what? It threw me for a loop. I mean, you know, it's just like, but man, if that kid was like, you know, potentially later down the line to be like, you know, bisexual or like, you know, or actually legit even more like politically non-conforming to their ideas, or realizes, you know, the fallibility of religion. It's like, man, that kid's gonna have a hard time growing up. Especially if the kid, you know, figures that shit out at an early age and knowing the internet, very likely.
I feel like I'm being press ganged into, if you want to.
It's like, that poor kids. I mean, I'm glad that, you know, their parents are at least, like, taking, you know, like, recognition and acknowledging, like, damn, this kid's hella smart. Because I was mentioning about, it's like, that kid is, like, ridiculously smart for his age. And they're like, oh, yeah, you know, we're trying to kind of get him into things, you know, to try to, you know, really, you know, like, express a lot of his intelligence, you know, for such a young kid. I'm like, it's cool. So, I mean, I could give him that at least. Theocracy effect. Typically, religious people have tons of kids. Secular people typically don't have kids. 1 or 2 at the most. Yeah.
If I pipe up about it, I'm the jerk.
Yeah, it's on a usual level, yeah. Because, I mean, when it comes to more secular societies and groups, it's not usually based on this tinge of having to, like, spread this indoctrinative idea, while religion is kind of based around something like that. So there isn't like this major incentive or auspices, you know, outside of like, you know, I want, you know, my family to grow or keep going, and some more like personal based type of ideas and shit. They're not, you know, gonna have this incentive to just like pump out as many kids as possible. unless they personally want that choice. Like, yeah, I want to have like 8 kids or something, like 1 every 2 years or some shit like that. Like, if that's your prerogative, I mean, and you're willing to take challenge and you're responsible enough to handle all that shit, then okay. I mean, I would not encourage that, but you know, there's people that can handle that shit and do it. I don't know how, but they can. Not a lot of people can, though. I mean, it takes like a kind of a, you know, unique kind of person to handle like 8 kids and shit growing up, you know, to raise and shit, you know what I mean?
They know I don't agree with it.
I mean, at that point, you can't even really have one person doing it. Like, it does require like a whole, like, you know, kind of like, you know, little unit of community around them. Doesn't necessarily have to be just, you know, the family itself, but at least, you know, some sort of community, you know, at that point. At least when it comes to having, like, that many kids. But at least, like, 1 or 2, you know, not as much.
Sweet. I love him so much. Shout out to the Craigslist Wizard. I know you're probably not on here, but I love you, bro.
You can tell if I'm streaming right now. It'll probably pop out.
Huh?
Let him know I'm doing it. He'll probably pop out and say what's up.
No. I just asked him if he put that fucking motorcycle on fucking Craigslist for 1,000 or best offer, extra parts. It's sitting out in the street right now.
It's okay.
Ask Carly if he likes his Zuzu.
Zuzu.
Automotive brand.
More about me than.
They usually have like commercial trucks and stuff.
I'm getting.
I mean, like,
I'm getting to an age where
Zuzu's alright, I
like
guess.
a sponge.
Like, I don't know.
It's been.
Zuzu's alright, I guess. Harley Circa 2022.
You know what I mean?
It's hard to say. I don't know that much about, like, Suzuki the brand. Like, I think they make a quality, like...
I'm buying it Isuzu Impulse RS Turbo all-wheel drive.
Stupid bullshit.
Well, he doesn't know much about it. I didn't know fuck all, but that actually sounds pretty dope, though.
What is Suzuki?
Impulse RS Turbo.
I'm done.
It's an old Isuzu Sports Coupe from the 80s. Dope.
I don't want the effort of having to explain it because there's no point.
This is pulled out of America in like 2006. Yeah, so a lot of Isuzus nowadays are going to be older cars and shit.
Suzuki.
Just the rank bigotry.
Who are you talking
So I
to?
just don't want to be around that.
Carl Rove, McWorthing.
Oh, Carl Rove, okay.
I don't
You know-
want
you know him.
to sit
Yeah, no, I know him. I was just wondering who the fuck you were talking to.
and listen to hateful shit.
Hardy's up in the motorcycle
Was it gonna
world.
be my thing?
How the fuck I'm gonna manage to get this fucking thing back out is gonna be beyond fucking me. I know, wing and a prayer, guys. Ring and a prayer. I gotta take
Thoughts and potatoes.
Huh?
Thoughts and potatoes.
Tots and potatoes.
Thoughts and prayers.
Oh.
Tots and potatoes.
Yeah.
I don't want
Oh, definitely.
bigotry. So I just don't want
To all the naysayers that engine won't fit in my frame, I'm gonna make it fit.
I don't think there's really many naysayers.
There it is.
It-
Your roommate doesn't think it's gonna fit. Okay, I got the seat off of this.
Meanwhile, I'm here not giving too much shit as long as he's successful with it, I guess.
Huh?
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here not giving a shit as long as, I guess, you have success with your little projects and stuff. I don't know. Like,
Suzuki's like,
I'm just not, I don't know anything about that shit, you know? But, so I'm just like, oh, okay.
It's okay, bro. It's okay, Suzuki.
Swap engines too. Well, yeah. I don't.
The Godfather. The Godfather. He's the Godfather because he lets me store all my crap here.
Plan on putting the Honda Civic Type R engine or Toyota Supra turbo engine in my Isuzu I'm getting.
Fuck Toyota Supras. Fuck those cars to hell.
He said the engine.
The engine, alright.
Was he
Like-
swapping? I don't know. Motorcycle engine? See if it fits on this motorcycle he has over here that he's trying to build up. I could flip it, you know, just... There it is. He's got this, like, coffin gas tank on it and all this other shit, so... He's trying to figure it out.
Huh? Well, I'm tearing it apart right now. fucking move it out of your garage. God damn it. Why do I have to be a smartass when I fucking tie shit?
Fuck if I know.
I'm trying to fucking, I'm playing with daylight because I want to take photos of this.
Well, there's not much daylight going on out there at this rate.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to use what little daylight I have left.
I like when people put one-cylinder weed whacker leaf blower engines on bicycles. Well, making like little,
Oh, dude,
like
yeah,
little
those are
motorized
sick as
bikes.
fuck.
Yeah, I kind of like them honestly. Like, I mean, cause
Like, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
They're fucking sick as fuck.
yeah,
I've seen them. I personally have never ever been successful. Like, I've had one once, and I fucking blew the engine in it.
how'd you blow the engine in it?
I was putting the hammer down, and I was just fucking, and the whole fucking clutch blew up.
Well, that's probably because you just like blasted it off into oblivion right out. Like, you don't go full ham on it, right? You have to like let it build its way up to it.
Nah, bro, full ham, bro.
Well, that's why it blew up, because they're not being safe and responsible with that shit.
Motherfucking buzzkill over here.
Making a homemade moped is hard. Better buy an old used moped.
No, dude, making a homemade moped's not that difficult actually. Like you can use like any like bicycle frame and then put an engine on it. And if you mount it right and get it tuned just right, it's pretty fucking easy. You just gotta know what you're doing. If a fucking homeless person twacked out of his fucking mind can do it, anybody can do it.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
You heard what I said.
Yeah, I heard what it said. Did it make sense?
Yes. If a fucking person on meth...
Problem with the leaf blower engines aren't meant for that kind of torque. It's kind of the point. That's why you have to kind of let it build up to it, and even then, you're risking it. I mean, I think at this point they just like make their like bicycle convertible engines at this point. Like
They do, but they're cheap as fuck and they break really easily. Unless you buy like aftermarket, like super expensive aftermarket parts. How the fuck am I gonna? How did I? You're
If they're going to build one, I want it to last years and years. Well, yeah.
How did I?
Not like blow up if you like use too much torque or whatever the fuck. Just buy an e-bike for China.
E-bikes, I heard. E-bikes are making like.
E-bikes are honestly a lot more reliable, more efficient from what I've noticed, and there are more of them around on,
Hey, Suzuki,
no.
please. All I gotta do is steer the front end of this.
Oh god.
I'm cleaning out your garage. It's what you always wanted.
Oh my fucking god. Zukov, you might need to move to service this. I'm just gonna move the bed because you look comfy. There you go.
Just guide the front end so nothing gets destroyed. I got this.
Zukov, you might want to move your foot.
Wait. I gotta pick the rear tire back up. Wait. Cord.
Well, Zukov moves, so we're okay.
Oh, it's right by my nuts.
Zukov.
Oh, I'm getting old.
No, you're not.
Oh yeah, my back's starting to hurt.
Well, take better care of it.
Turn!
You have turned.
I'm turned!
There you go.
Thank you for the service, sir.
Bada bing, bada boom. How's Thunderbird?
That's how we do it.
How did Thunderbird? Well, I will have to ask him when he comes back from whatever he's doing out there with his concoction, his little demon craft, his sorcery, his blood, lamb sacrificial rituals of his bikes. to make them into like little Satan bikes or some shit. Which honestly, speaking of which, I kind of want a workshop blues and all that. I mean, actually, I cleaned this out since I shot last.
Huh?
I haven't cleaned this yet. I actually mean to do that.
You know what? I should have left this outside. It was a pain in the ass getting this in here. Oh no, he's playing with the firearm again, guys. Everybody run!
No.
I was joking. He's like,
not just cleaning it.
honestly, you two, he's the safest person I've ever like come across with a gun. And I seriously mean that. Like,
wait, okay, so what's that say about the other people that you've been around with when it comes to guns? Hey, so
I mean, everyone who was with us when we did that shit was super like safe and shit. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to fucking down anybody.
How's this look? Wow, the barrel's actually still fairly clean.
I'm gonna kill myself.
That's actually still a pretty clean barrel.
Why did I ever think this was a good idea?
Cool.
Can you answer that, Suzuki? Why did I ever think this was a good idea?
What?
Ah! No! Not my $1,000 motor! No!
Oh god, what's happening now?
I'm moving up. Haven't you heard? Ow! Cut nothing! I'm really gonna break every one of my body.
Let's not do that.
You won't miss me. Just look at all the cool shit you get to inherit when I die. Because nobody will know where it's at. Oh, you should show the power plant on screen. Oh, who am I kidding? These guys aren't... They're not engine guys.
Oh, I know Carl is.
Well, Carl's kind of... I don't know Carl that well, so I can't really say.
I mean, see, that's what it looks like.
So are you supposed to, like, lube, like, that shit with, like, oil and shit?
What, this?
Yeah.
Funnel? Yeah. I'm also going to take a cleaner rod to it as well.
Okay, lift up all this. Zukov, you might want to move. If this falls, bro, it's not going to be good for you. You know what I just realized? I probably have a couple grand worth of fucking motorcycle parts sitting on your property.
Yep.
I didn't. Just in motorcycle parts alone, probably have like a couple grand. Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, whatever that was, gonna grab that.
Yeah, I'll grab it and not run it over. Why is this coming out easier than it was to get it in here? Move, Zukov! Move your foot! Oh my god, dude. Move your foot. Well, that's what you get for not moving your toe. I have no sympathy for you. I kind of want to use these AMF wheels for the chopper. But then again, I already have the wheels on there set up the way I want them. How the hell am I going to get this through the dirt?
See that.
Bonneville, Bonneville. You're gonna break my back, and I'm gonna have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, this is gonna definitely need to be cleaned here. So, I don't know.
The better question is, what do you think of my badges? Like your honest opinion. Do you think I'm wasting my life?
You're just gonna have to give me a second here.
Nah, do what you gotta do.
Because something tells me that part should not have popped out like that did.
Zukov, I wish you were a sled dog. I would not even. You know what? Can I tie a rope to your dog and be like, mush?
No.
Aw. But free labor. Ah. Son of a bitch. I got you on that. Drop.
Let's do this real quick, though. Okay, that was easy.
I need to get a cart with monster truck wheels on it. Smart road wheels. What do you think, Zucop? Don't run away, bro.
Okay, that pin came out really easily. Cool. I got the trigger mechanism out, so now we got ourselves a fully disassembled Weatherby now. Cool. Oh, there's the recoil spring right there. Yeah, this thing can definitely use some cleaning. Ugh. Holy shit.
Sit back.
A little bit. Definitely use some of it in here. Just gonna get some of the major funk out of it first here.
Is that why it was jamming up? It's because it was like...
Yeah, I just need some cleaning here, but now I can get in here and actually clean it out. And get it oiled up and stuff.
God damn, there's so much room back here now.
Yeah, there's a lot of carbon and all sorts of shit in here. Yeah. And also, there's definitely one part that I need to really want to look at before I put this all back together and shit.
Oh, the fucking thing that popped out?
Yeah. That is a little bit of a red flag to me. Gotta get the cleaning rod going. So I can kind of clean the barrel anyway, just that's for the sake of it. Come on, clean route. This goes right there. Really? Do it like this, seriously? Oh my god, this is tedious trying to get it from right there. What the hell? Ay, ay. Okay. Oh, need this part. Need this little part. There we go. Okay. Right over here. Come on, there we go. Woo! Well, it was a little dusty, so I think it definitely deserved to get a little cleaned out there. Okay, put that right there. Oh yeah, it needed a little bit of a cleaning. Get this bad boy on it. Go. Okay. Cool. You know, I'll just keep this on for now. Because I'll put a little bit of gold on that to kind of get the barrel oiled a little bit. But first, I'm going to get this thing cleaned off. Oh my god, yeah, that's, jeez, that's a major difference. Look at this, Jesus. Fucking nasty. Oh my goodness. It's like eating away at this shit, my god. There is a slight nation there that I don't think was there before. Let's get all this crap off. Okay. Not exactly liking that right there. That doesn't make me too comfortable. Oh, to be honest. It's looking. It's not too bad, at least. This is a nice, fun little process, isn't it? My goodness. Okay. This. Ooh, a lot of carbonized nonsense going on in this. Jeez, look at that. My god, that's so gross. Just gotta get this thing on this a little bit. There we go. Then we'll get that oiled in a second. Okay. I'll admit, this is a little difficult without too much of a light. You know, here, I'll set to you. There we go. That works a little bit. Okay. There. Look at that much right now. Okay, let's look at these other parts here. Let's look at the trigger mech. Whoop. No. Y'all can just kind of stay in one spot now. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this definitely can use some cleaning. Oh my god, yeah. This certainly can use it. Good shit, Scarlet. Yeah, he's been kind of chilling. I'm actually doing some gun cleaning, but actually it's a good fucking thing I did because there might be a red flag. Which means that it's actually a good idea we probably didn't go shooting today. So I'm just kind of cleaning the gun at the moment, but this part kind of popped off of it on, which was in this piece here. It's supposed to be like in there, so it's like, I think there's a little bit of a issue going on with that, so I'm gonna try to figure out where it should be. And also, I noticed there's this little that is a fucking red flag. So I need to like kind of make sure I really look into that, because if not, things go boom boom. That'd be no bueno. So in the meantime, I'm just kind of, oh my god. See, while Harley's got automotive workshop hands, I got like gunsmith hands, with gun oil and grease and carbon all over my hands and shit, dude. I'm the gunsmither. Harley's the fucking car smither. Man, there's a lot of carbon on this shit. My god, it really does need cleaning. Okay, take this off safety real quick. Oh wait, it already was. Okay. Oh my goodness. Nasty, nasty. Okay, I'm definitely gonna want to oil that. Just a second. Okay. Okay, dokie. Let's get this. Just get my hands wiped real quick, because my god, there's so much gunk all over it. Can wipe this all down.
I'm done.
You're shirtless. What the hell?
Fuck.
What's up?
It won't fit.
It won't fit?
I can't maneuver it. It will fit. I can't maneuver the fucking engine to where it will drop in place. So I have two options. Give up and get another frame, or cut the fucking existing mount off that exists right there, chop both sides off, and then re-weld them back a little further.
Damn.
I'm giving up. You know what? Fuck it. I've gone this far. I'll chop the son of a bitch up.
So just you're just gonna keep going with it?
I can't. There's no... Dude, I'm either out a couple grand worth of parts that I've been putting together for 2 years, or I make it work. I don't really got options here. Like, failure is not an option in my book.
Failure is not an option.
I don't fucking... If I have to... I'll spend... You know what? If I have to do it, I'll stay up all fucking night working on it. And then I'll fucking go to work in the morning.
So, alright. Spawn's on stream. He says, hey. Same Bike Doc, up, all that shit.
What's up? Bike Doc's not in a good fucking mood right now.
Evidently.
I really, really don't want to cut that fucking frame. That's a heater.
Oh, that's how, okay, that's where that mech works. I'm kind of learning a little bit more about the mechanisms of this as I clean this.
Where the fuck?
Oh, and I actually just opened up a whole new spot to clean. Dude, look at this. Look at my little nylon little brush, dude. It's been getting literally eaten away as I've been cleaning this.
Where? Zukov, did you just eat the extension cord that was over here? Did you just I don't see. I don't know where. I need to calm down.
Yeah, you need to chill, dude. You're good.
I am not good. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. This is it's not even about me. This bike's not even for me. It's a memorial bike for my fucking father.
Yeah.
So, excuse me for being a little temper fucking mental about it. I don't mean to go off on people, but... Extension cord! You know what? You know one thing I've never done? I never cut metal without a shirt on. Why is all your dad's stuff janky as fuck?
I don't know. There.
Somebody somewhere is probably gonna cringe when I do this. Oh, it's cold back here.
So you're not wearing a shirt. What do you think, bro? Alright, this actually doesn't need too much cleaning. It's just gonna need some oiling. So... Harley makes it on OnlyFans based on cutting metal with no shirt. I mean, honestly, not even kidding, that could probably work. I'm not even kidding, dude. Dead ass. Let's see our little fire pan. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. There's a little baby fire pan. Looks like a little baby dick. A little knob. It's a little dumb. Beep. Beep. Beep, 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 beep. It's just a little baby. Little baby fire pan. So cute. Okay, this definitely will need to be oiled up nicely. Alright, is, so that's good. Finally convert your basement into its destiny of being a porn studio. Porn studio / automotive shop / gunsmithing shop. Yep. Just put that right there. Okay. Now I have to get the oil in. Okay, put that. I'll also put that right there. Okay. Oil, yeah. So this is what. All right. Let's see. What have we got? Balboa High Purity Oil. Military grade solvent. Oh, it's a multi-purpose cleaner and degreaser. Oh, so it's like a little spray. Cool. Oh, you know what? I need that for the Mac tube for sure. So hold up. Because I've noticed there's also like a mild indent right here on the Mac tube. So I'm wondering if that's just buildup or if there's an actual like something up with it. So this degrease will actually be perfect. Okay. Ooh, smooth. Yeah, nice. A little more. More like so, just all up and down this. Starting to feel like more and more this is the actual metal being warped, and that is not good. So might need to get a couple part replacements, including a Mac tube, primarily. Yeah, very likely. Very, very fucking likely. Okay, let's put that there for now. Alright, gun oil. Okay, there we go. Alright, okay. I guess we'll just kind of start dropping the aerosol a little bit in here. Let's just kind of take a rag and just kind of wipe it all down with this gun oil. So let's put a little bit in here, a little bit all up in there, some in there, a bit there. Get you all nice and oiled out to beauty. Okay.
On my grinder. Come on, snip off my grinder. It's chop shop mode now, boys.
Nice, that's all going nice and beautifully. You know, fans are about to shit when Harley goes chop shop mode. Oh yeah. Get a little bit more oil going on in here.
Oh, I hate when shit's being janky. Why am I not getting power out here? Does this cord not work?
a little bit more. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. Sounds like got power in there, buddy. Okay, sugar mech is now good. So, before we put it back in, we'll oil this all up. Okay, so we got a nice little spread of the oil like this.
Where's like a rocket light?
Oh, that massive lamp?
Yeah.
I think... I see if Drew might have it, because I know he uses it sometimes. Mm. Okay, put this back in like so. Okay, nice. So, right back in pretty decently.
It's fucking dead. Cool. I can't see what I'm fucking doing.
And just put this pin back in place. So we'll use the top of my grinder. Come on. This part. Come on. Come on now. Okay, does it totally want to get in there correctly? What can I use? Oh, here's a good little mallet-like object. Well, that's smart. Come on. I know you want to fit in there. Yeah, you're going in there correctly. I guess I just gotta have to hold it down a little bit. No? Really? We're really doing this right now? Come on, Brother Bean, don't be like this. Don't be like this to me now. Or maybe I'm putting it in the wrong spot. Maybe it goes in this way. Or does it actually matter which side this pin goes into? Because I don't think it does, but... I don't know, we'll figure it out. Come on. Okay, what's the hoopla? Okay. Oh, there we go. It was just ever so slightly too up. Okay, I think now it should be in. Oh, yeah, now it just slid right in. There we go. Perfect. Alright, cool. Nice. Just to oil a little more. Just to make sure all the mechs inside are good. a little touch of love. Yep. Okay, and before we slide that all in, get this oil out. Because this is going to need a good decent amount of it. Well, actually, it's already pretty oiled at this rate, but a little extra definitely don't hurt. Never hurts to have too much oil, I suppose. Well, maybe for fires it might be a little different story, who knows. But hey, gets it all going. Instead of all nice and stiff, it's nice and slick. Okay, now this is going to be the part I am going to really need to look at. This shit. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be in here somewhere, I believe. Like I think at the top. But it's supposed to actually, like, be in there, not, like, expanded out like this. So, Yeah, is that like a... Oh yeah, that is a break too. Yeah, so there is a little bit of... Yeah, yeah, it is. It's supposed to be in there. Yeah, shit. Yeah, this thing totally... Okay, I'm seeing what the fuck happened here. I think I know what happened with this. Because on the side of this, it says light loads. And where I was shooting was not just using light target loads, but also fucking... just 10 slugs, but that was it. Only 10 of them, but that could have been the case right there. So I'm gonna see that about getting a new part replacement all in all. Because, yeah, that's a little bit of an issue. Well, I guess I'll have to put it back together as it is anyway. In the meantime, until I get that figured out. So, well, just have to kind of oil this out a little bit. Get this oiled out just a little bit more. Put you in there like so for now. Man, it's all hell oil now. Hell yeah. Okay. There we go. Oh my god, it's dripping all over my hands. That's actually good though. I prefer that. There we go. Especially for this piece, for the fire pins and all the mechanisms and shit. Whoa! Don't slide on me, shoddy. Oh, come on. Let's see. Come on. Don't be a little loose. There we go. Oh, shit. And this is the trickiest part about putting this goddamn thing back together, is this fucking bit. Come on. There we go. Got that. Okay, now it's back in there. Get this all going. Alright, slide in. Oh, that's so much more smoother. Okay. Hey, bud. What's up, buddy? Yeah, this is meant to be on here like that. That's not good.
Zuka! Oh, there you are.
He's with me.
Jesus, bro, gives me a heart.
So I kind of found out, so this is meant to be in here. So this kind of, when we were firing those slugs, this is, here, look at it.
What happened?
Read what it says on the side of it. Light loads. So, good thing we didn't go shooting today, so I'm going to need to get it looked at and see about getting a part replacement for this specifically, and mag too probably, because this is now there, so. But, yeah.
Got me worried, dog. Jeez. Modification? I'm gonna have to find somebody who knows how to, like, I'm gonna have to, like, get a specialist or get somebody who's really good at welding to re-weld the bar further back.
Yeah.
Clean the old gun and I'm working on choppers. This is a fucking American house right here.
Amen to that. Old Workshop Blues. It's kind of why I named the stream like that, because I figured this was gonna happen. Because I've been meaning to inspect this and do a full-on clean of it, which now, all things considered, has been achieved. And found out some really important shit. Like, seriously. Finding out that there's a... Oh, you know what? Hold on. It actually might go here. Let me find out about this. Oh, never mind. Okay, so it's supposed to go here. Alright. So that part is supposed to be right here. It goes in here. Okay. Nonetheless, though, that is very important that I did see this, though, because what's going on right there is not good. Like, that little break right there, that's not a good thing. Like, this actually makes it liable that this could be a thing that literally goes boom boom. Because this is where the gas port is, I believe. Yep, it is. Alright, it's going to be kind of hard to see. But there is a gas port right there. Right at the end of this. Yeah. Might be a little difficult to see. But, yeah, there ain't going to be no real way to see it. Unless I can get in the light somehow. Yeah, you won't be able to see it, but it's up in there. Actually, I'm seeing exactly where it is supposed to go in. Because it's supposed to be threaded, and it can no longer be threaded in there. In fact, I'm looking at them, I have slight warped here too. Okay, well, not gonna do that right now. Yeah, well, not much I can do about it right now. What'd I do? What the? Oh. I was about to be like, hold up, where did that go? But, nah, I got it. I got it. Just gotta make sure this all gets oiled at least, regardless. Yeah, might as well. Even with the, realization and, oh god, look at that, gross. Even with that realization, it's, you know, like I said, it's still a good thing to figure all that out. I mean, the barrel itself seems like it's okay. It's just this bearing specifically to look for. So. Come on, babe. There we go. Not on there totally. Come on. There we go. Alright, now we're in there. Okay. Put this back on, then we'll just give her the old wipe down. And she's back to kinda operational conditions. Come on. Go. Give it a whack. Get my hands wiped off. Got all my gun oil and gun grease and bullshit off of me. And now off the gun. Ooh, it's got a nice shine to it now. Oh man, that sounds so much better. That sounds fucking smooth. A little gun oil goes a long way. Nice.
How the fuck do you turn on the front lights?
By the front door, around the corner.
Which one is it?
I think it's the left one, or the right one. One of those two. Alright, cool. Well, I have to still at least make sure I get that, I don't know what it's actually called, to be honest. It's whatever is underneath the gas port of this fucking thing. Whatever that is, I need to make sure that gets solved because, that could be a serious fucking problem waiting to happen. And I don't want that, so.
Huh?
Oh, Well, I figured out that part that popped off. It actually went to the gas port piece on the barrel.
Huh.
Yeah, and it said light loads, and considering we're shooting slugs, the gas blowing out of a slug because of the powder load and shit, and just the sheer, well, power of a slug versus just target/game loads. It's not, it kind of put a little extra stress than it's normally used to. So I'm going to need to get that part replaced, or else this thing is legit a little bit of an explosive hazard. Just, I mean, everything else about it is actually really nice. Like, the mechanism's good and shit, but I mean, I'm sure I could still technically shoot target loads, but I don't want to fucking risk it, you know? I'd rather get that replaced first.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Because it's not supposed to be so loose like it was, and I don't think that little metal ring is supposed to be cracked. So, yeah, I want to make sure I get that shit checked out. Actually, I should take some pictures so next time I go to Sportsman's I can ask them about it and see if I can just buy a part, be like, do you have like hunting / like heavy load pieces so like that instead of light loads so we can handle more stressful shots like slug rounds and shit in case I mess around with those. Oh my god, this is like the most convoluted fucking like cleaning rod I've ever had to deal with. Like, fucking, like, how many people? Like, 4 or 5? It's, like, really more like 7 pieces altogether. Like, jeez, man, what a convoluted piece of cleaning rod. My god. But, yeah. I don't know. That Weatherby isn't cleaned out, been inspected and analyzed, figured out some issues. Somehow ate away some of this. Like, look at this shit. Like, there's a valley in that now. Damn. And then realize, like, carbonized, like, excess shit like that can eat away like that. Like, damn. Learning some stuff. Learning some things as I'm cleaning this bad boy. Oh, gunsmith enigma. Eventually I'm gonna have, like, probably, like, you know, a way to start redoing my shells and shit, because I still have a whole ammo box full of empty shells. Oh, shit. Okay, that was just pleasant. Let's grab that. There we go. Right there. Yeah. Hey, Zooks. Hey, BB boy. Okay, put this back. Even though it's been mostly decimated. We're gonna need to buy another one of those now at this rate. Alright, there. Right there. Put that back. This way. Put all the goodies away, all my fun toys, all my goodness. Put that where it goes. These where they go. Alright, is that everything I needed out of my love the kit? I think so. I think so, that is indeed. Oh my god. There's a lot of gun oil on top of this, holy shit. And carbonized nonsense and stuff. Ugh, gross. There we go. Boom. Put that right there. Well, there we go. Nice little cleaning on that thing. It took like what? Like 40 minutes? Yeah. I still got little bits of that. Still bits of carbon on me. Nice. Gun oil. I'm like Carly, but with guns. Gun oil, like the carbon that comes off, you know, from firing a few rounds out of a firearm or something like that, and then, you know, smelling the residue. It's like, it's a good smell. I'm not kidding. I do kind of find the smell of like that, like carbonized, like gun oil, like scent, kind of pleasing. Just as much as probably Harley finds, you know, the pleasure of the oils, the smells, and the grease of automotives. But I'm at least trying to be safe about it. Honestly, if Harley, looked at that part that I saw and was like, red flag alert, he'd be like, it's still okay. We can still fire a little bit out of it, it's fine. It's like, oof. Yeah, still not liable to blow up. Honestly, knowing that, it actually makes me a little surprised it didn't blow up last time. The worst thing that happened was just a jamming. So, I mean, glad I was able to actually, kind of do a full disassembly and clean it up a little bit. I still want to, replace the, foregrip handle and the stock with wood, overall. Because I just personally like that finish anyway. Do you see the link I'd sent? Even PBB Maps came out against Wheeler Adams, the same proposal. Oh, really? I don't think I actually saw it quite. Here, let me look. I saw about how Kurt Schrader is like one of the most corrupt congressmen in the House right now. So, go figure. Outside of, shit like the Senate and stuff. So, yay! My congressional district is corrupted. Like, the guy who represents us is corrupted than shit. Oh, it failed to send. I tried again. That's why I didn't see it yet. I'll probably see it here in a second. Here, y'all. All that fun stuff. Zukov, that's just Harley outside. Are you really? Zukov, it's just fucking Harley, dude. Also, Schrader is bullshit. Really shows how much r/Portland has been really co-opted. r/Portland just completely turned on Maps because he isn't dumb as they were hoping. You call that Wheeler cross-stretch camp proposal for what it is. Even the shills for the PPI thinks the idea is insane. Wow. Well, something happened out there. Of course, I mean, like, r/Portland's just basically been, like, utterly fucking co-opted entirely. It's just, ugh. I still, just kind of quietly lurk, because I know if I started saying stuff, I'd probably get banned. To the left of Schrader while supporting Adams, the same proposal. Because honestly, I don't even necessarily think it matters that much to him when it comes to that type of shit. I mean, also, like, Kurt Schrader isn't necessarily, like, I don't know. He's not, like, directly related to, like, Portland, politics and shit. So it's like, we can, fuck on him or whatever, because, it has no direct correlation. People full out calling for a GOP takeover. Wow. That's probably why they, are a little, quote, to the left of Schrader, because they're like, oh, he's not, right enough. He needs to make that county below them, and, like, a little bit more aligned, and all that shit. Schrader last in Portland. Well, yeah, little. Man, doing a little piss dance here real quick. Hold on. Just pull up one little thing. Go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. All that shit. Harley. No, not Harley. Zukov. Here. I'll just be right back in a second. Momentarily. Too goofy. Okay.
Well,
Okay, a moderate Republican. I mean, is that what Kurt Schrader is? That's kind of a funny thing about these stupid shits. Though I think that's why, you know, people like Kurt Schrader play the role that they do, because it's so perfect for them to play the moderate Republican while having a D next to their name, so they can play along with the Republican agenda, but pretend that they're not.
what are you barking at? It's just me. We fucking did some serious chopping, boys. Some serious fucking chopping. That fucking thing, oh my god. There's not 1 inch of fucking room left on that fucking thing now. It fucking... I see a lot more problems in my fucking future. I see a lot more issues with this.
Burritos call my name. I must pay a visit to the Safeway gods. Oh, damn.
Safeway gods?
Stefan is getting a burrito. Yeah. You'll be back, though. You'll be mine.
Sounds a little rapey, but okay.
Gee, well, you're the one who thinks it is.
I didn't say rapey, I meant something else. What are you doing with my backpack?
Uh-huh.
All that work. Cutting
If you
up
are
my
still
knife.
streaming at 9, Lamel. I mean, I'm not doing anything today, so chances are I probably will.
Oh yeah, I see it. Come here, bunch of cords. You're gonna make sure the engine stays where it's supposed to be. That kickstand is garbage.
I imagine it probably was.
That fucking kickstand is garbage because well, technically the kickstand was a blessing in disguise because I dropped the bike, but yet the motor fucking just fell in place. So I dropped it, the whole thing on the ground.
But the motor, like, somehow fell in there
It
and...
just fell in place on its side. And I lifted it back up and I was like...
Well, maybe it's silver lining then with that.
I don't fucking know. I don't like it on its side. That's an expensive... Dude, this thing...
I mean, it fell in there in place, so...
I don't know if I should be happy or if I should cry right now. Because
Tears of joy?
the engine's in there,
Cry tears of joy?
but now I have to fucking re-put the fucking, stuff back in place to make it stronger again.
Right, like how Stefan's just like, you're the one with the porn basement. Like, I'm pretty sure Harley's the one who's making it like that, not me. Stefan's saying you're the one making it a porn basement from the comment from earlier. When you said my initial thing was a little rapey.
The porn basement. Alright, whatever. I don't know what the fuck you guys are like talking about, but I'm scared. I'm gonna run away.
Good.
We're setting records here today.
Setting those fucking records straight, boy. Oh my god, was there really like a bunch of rage on this halftime thing? Oh my god, there's...
The celebrity hypocrisy of the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl. And I have to say, the power of capitalism to basically use whatever it can, whatever's at hand to make money is truly astonishing. It was kind of bizarre to watch the Super Bowl, particularly the halftime show yesterday, and note that all these people who were rebels against the cause, these were folks who were rebelling against the system, systemic racism, here they are being paid by the NFL, which is one of the biggest corporations in America, the most powerful entertainment in the country, to sing songs on behalf of these corporate overlords, these
Turns out it's worse than that, actually. They literally pay the NFL to be able to sing songs. I cannot believe you claim to be a rebel without a cause. You claim to be a rebel against corporations, and here you are getting paid by them to
You have to get paid by them to Go out there and survive.
Then they'll turn
Sustain
around and
themselves.
go, oh, well, why?
What,
Do you
rebels?
need more money? Do you need more money? It's like, this person has $1 million already. He doesn't need more money to survive. It's like, what's it to you,
Also,
dude?
like, I mean, there's a massive fucking hypocrisy when it comes to that shit. Like, I mean, fucking, like, Ben Shapiro was literally, like, propped up by fucking fracking billionaires, the Wilkes brothers. Like, I mean, this idea is like, oh, well, they have to get paid to sustain themselves, you know, by these mega corporations. Like, so do you, you stupid little fucker and simp. Like, what the fuck do you think you are, you dumbass? It's like, what?
Like, because you work for a fucking megacorp, as literally every single person does. By the way, it's worse. They didn't actually get paid to perform. They paid to perform at the Super Bowl, but like, it's only okay to be a fucking douchebag millionaire if you're also making that money by lying to people.
Rebels against the cause. And meanwhile, the NFL is happy to make money and make ratings off of a group of people who, in any sort of normal circumstances, would have been canceled years ago.
I mean, outside of cancel shit, I mean, what, like you? I mean, what, like the different things that you said, because you've been bought, known, and propped up by fucking fracky billionaires and shit, because you're a sad little insecure, failed Hollywood boy? Is that it?
On that particular stage. There are a lot of lyrical violations of sort of social norms on that stage. I'm not talking about right-wing social norms. I'm not talking about Tipper Gore saying that we ought to have warnings on lyrics. I'm talking about left-wing social norms. But the fact is that capitalism can take the piss and vinegar out of pretty much anything, and that's what that halftime show was last night. Honestly, number one, it demonstrates how old our country is.
I mean, he's talking.
Okay, I mean, I suppose it's not necessarily wrong in the sense that, like, capitalism does, you know, commodify different movements and shit, and pretty much takes the piss.
This bike.
No.
I'm putting a hole in it. I'm done. This
No.
fucking thing keeps beating the shit out of me. I keep giving it nice shiny parts, and all it wants to do is hurt me. I just got smacked in the face with a fucking bungee cord.
Ow?
Well, no shit, ow. No, I'm gonna doing this out there.
Well, I thought you liked the pain and suffering. The agony of trying to work on a project.
I do, but not this much. Fucking breaking my knuckles, fucking getting hit in the face.
Busting your balls.
Busting my fucking balls. It's an abusive relationship. Some fucking dirty, abusive relationship. I'm not okay with it. I'm just not okay with this.
Uh-huh. I just realized that fucking seat literally looks like a fat, like, cowboy boot on the bottom of it. Look at
What are you talking about?
Look at the bottom of it. It looks kind of like a cowboy boot or some shit. Oh my god, whatever.
Fucking puzzle back together.
Capitalism has a tendency to fucking co-opt supposedly revolutionary movements and either commoditize them or completely fucking sedate and neuter them, which is true. Black Lives Matter is a great example of this. So he is right about that.
Same with the
But,
LGBTQ.
like, that doesn't fucking, I don't know.
I mean, when you have, like, you know, corporations like M&M's being like, or Skittles, you know, being like, hey, we'll remove the rainbow colors of our Skittles and make them all gray, you know, to highlight the LGBT rainbow, it's like, that's just like utter commodification, basically saying, hey, we care, but we don't actually give a fuck, so, hey, buy more of our stuff. I mean, it's just commodified virtue single pandering, you know, when it comes to these, you know, type of social movements, to civil rights activism and shit. It's always been the case. Even back in the day, during, like, civil rights movement,
the reality on the ground,
women's suffrage.
the things that those people are fucking fighting for are still true. Every time I join you, we're always eating, Hassan. You fucking idiot. You absolute moron. First of all, you've been following since January 12, 2021. You've written one fucking time. 2, I eat one meal a day at the same fucking hour every day. Okay? It's like claiming, oh my god, at the top of the hour there's a 60-second ad break.
Because, you know, this is now throwback music for people who are about my age. And I'm 38, and I was watching some of the Super Bowl with some friends last night who are, you know, early 40s, and they were bopping out to music that they were listening to in high school, because our entire culture now revolves around the artists of 20 years ago. And these are all a bunch of 50-year-old rappers. I mean, the fact Mary J. Blige
So?
is 51 years old, and this is the younger crowd now. Remember that the last couple of Super Bowls, they've gone a little younger. I did Bruno Mars, and then they did The Weeknd, and these are younger.
Yeah,
Huh?
Ben. Yeah.
What's he even trying to say? What's this Ben Shapiro even trying to say? Like, oh, they're trying to appeal to like a little bit of an older crowd now, who's now the younger generation, who's listening to these like 50-year-olds. It's like, what? Like, what fucking point is he trying to make with this?
Hey, dude. It's like, hypothetically, why don't we use Blady? Why can't Blady play at the Super Bowl? Why is it that we have the same exact celebrities play music from 20 years ago? Hypothetically speaking.
I mean, like, what does he want? Like Dolly Parton or like Post Malone or like who does he want up there? Like,
If I were to say that I'm Drain Gang and I wanted Blady to play at the Super Bowl halftime show, everyone would say, "No, Ben, that's not going to happen."
Folks, but they went back to kind of the old, right, the classic rap gods of the 1990s and early 2000s. And I just want to point out once more that the social standards that the left holds when it comes to culture just do not exist. They do not exist. Violence
What?
against women.
uh-oh. I mean, how in the fuck do these like social norms not exist? What, like, you know, normalization of LGBT? Like, oh my god, what is Ben even trying to get to?
Get canceled over that anymore, depending on who you are and what kind of art you perform. The lyrics that are overtly anti-gay, totally fine, so long as you also hate Donald Trump. So long as you are seen as a weapon against the system, the left is...
Oh, and you're not anti-gay? You're not homophobic, you worthless little shit? Like, what? What are you even talking about, man? Like, yeah, like, was there hip-hop and rap and a lot of music during the 90s and shit that was homophobic as fuck? Yeah. But so was plenty of other music, you know, from before then and even today still. I mean, it's just like, what, and, like, if there's a song that bops, it's a song that bops. Like, there's definitely songs that I've listened to that, you know, are, like, homophobic in nature and shit that I still like. I mean, it, you know, when it comes to, like, some of these, like, hip-hop songs and rap songs and shit, still like them. I mean, does it, like, is it, like, a good thing that's there? No, but, you know, if it's a song that bops, it's a song that bops.
And hilariously, corporations are willing to use you as their spokespeople, and you're willing to take their money. This is really corrupt and perverse little tie, but you do have to appreciate the power of money-making.
It's always strange whenever fucking Ben and all these other people, like, refuse to understand that, like, rap music comes from, your personal experiences and the material conditions that you are subjected to. That's how art is made.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's why I liked a lot about, you know, that type of music anyway, because it really is based on personal experiences and shit. When it comes to, like, how these, you know, people came up and, you know, had to live and shit. I mean, yeah, are these, you know, especially back in the time, you know, were they homophobic? Yeah, but that's also the cultural norm at the fucking time. Like, of course they're gonna be, you know, like that to a degree. I mean, like, it's just like, I don't know, what do you want, you know, specifically? I mean, to, like, try to make them go back in time and change the lyrics up a little bit? I mean, you know, it's, like, especially given the 90s, it was, like, you know, a period of staunch homophobia that was going on during that period. I mean, not just during that period in general, but, you know, like, there was a rise when it came to a lot of that, like, you know, including, you know, but not limited to elements from things like the Satanic Panic and shit from, like, the 80s even.
Why won't the, like, the argument is so fucking stupid. Well, he doesn't even like rap music. He doesn't think rap music is music, but it's the lived experience of the people that are singing, right, and writing these songs. But also, I don't understand why, like, NFL executives who make decisions on who gets to perform at the halftime show are now leftist. That's really weird. How the fuck is the NFL leftist when they literally, like, Ben literally thinks NFL will put end racism on the fucking sideline behind the touchdown field, like, behind the touchdown area, and Ben's like, what? Look at that. They're communists.
It's like they have, you know, conceded to the woke agenda. Even though, like, these corporations, they just use that as a way to try to market more into these people that, you know, are a little bit more accepting and advocates to those type of ideas. Hence why it's commodification of these type of things. It's meant to try to undermine it and weaken it and just, like, turn it into, like, some sort of commodity versus, you know, an actual social movement, because it'll be like, hey, look, you know, we as corporations are doing things, and a lot of people who look at that at face value will be like, yep, yay, they did it. But in reality, they really haven't changed shit. I mean, it's like the meme of, like, the B-52 dropping carpet bombing, you know, on a fucking Iraqi village or some shit. And on one image, it's, like, Republicans, and it's just, you know, the B-52 bomber just as it is. And then it's just, like, Democrats, and it's the same B-52, but it has, like, an LGBT flag on its tail, like a BLM thing logo on the side of its fuselage, like, and some other shit, you know, adjacent to these things. And it's just like, it's pretty much just, you know, like, around that. It's like, yeah, you know, we've plastered some stuff that makes it sound good on the face of it, but in reality, it's not really too much fucking different from the previous thing. You just made a surface level change and, you know, expect people to accept it and make it look good. It's like, not exactly. It's not exactly how it works.
They'll say, they don't even care about this.
I'm really like...
It does make me wonder whether inevitably we're going to end up with basically two sports leagues. Whether at some point people are just going to want a sports league that does not allow this sort of stuff to impede the play or get on the field, and people are just going to view that. Because I gotta say, like, I've been fairly tolerant of this stuff in terms of watching sports my entire life. There are only a couple of times where I've really turned off the TV. One was, you know, when it came to Sports Illustrated, I was a lifelong subscriber to Sports Illustrated. My parents gave it to me for my bar mitzvah. I had Sports Illustrated subscription for like another 10, 12
Oh my god.
He's so horny, dude. He's so
I got a Sports
horny.
Illustrated for my bar mitzvah, and I loved it.
I like jerking off the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, and when I saw Caitlyn Jenner,
that's when I canceled my Sports Illustrated subscription.
Not good.
I could not see Caitlyn Jenner in that depravity.
I
Yeah.
was very turned on. Hypothetically, I was, let's say, bricked up, hard as diamonds.
Bricked up and hard as diamonds,
I did not
hypothetically.
like that. Sports Illustrated made me very upset. I had to immediately cancel
Ben
my
fucking loves his
subscription.
hypotheticals. He really does say hypothetically pretty frequently. It's like, hypothetically. What if this random bullshit scenario that most likely doesn't exist happens? And you get owned, lib.
I mean, that's how much I enjoyed it. And then when they decided, you know what, it's important for us to feature Caitlyn Jenner on the cover, when Bruce Jenner had not been an actual athlete for 3 decades. And all of a sudden I'm reading about transgenderism in Sports Illustrated. I was like, okay, I'm done. I can't do this anymore because this has nothing to do with sports. And I subscribe to a sports magazine. I'm not doing
Wow, I really fucking, I called it.
this anymore. And the other is
Oh my god, they have Caitlyn Jenner on it. No!
protest when it became incumbent.
It actually was that. Oh my
somehow
god.
approve the hands up, don't shoot symbology that was being put out by particular players. I'm tempted to do the same with the NBA now that you have LeBron James, who was willing to basically virtue signal on behalf of the communist Chinese government.
Wait,
but
what?
Rip Drew Brees. It's getting to the point where I don't want to watch sports.
So he's like upset that La China, okay? He's upset that La China is like not criticizing the Chinese government. And he's saying like La China is supposed to criticize, Lamau is supposed to criticize the Chinese government actually. Like he's just basically saying like, I want athletes to protest in the way that I want them to. I want athletes.
It's like, I mean, also when it comes to LeBron James' situation, I mean, he's just a fucking basketball player. I almost said baseball, I don't know why. But it's like, I mean, he's a basketball player. I mean, you really think he's gonna have like this like heavily nuanced opinion about, you know, geopolitics and shit as LeBron James? No. I mean, if anything, he's just doing it probably just, you know, to get his check and play the game like he usually does or whatever the fuck. Like, he probably doesn't care. I mean, I love how, like, Ben is trying to use that as, like, oh, I don't even want to watch the NBA anymore because they're using people like LeBron James as political chess pieces. You know, maybe they are. Because these fucking, you know, major corporate leagues and shit do this type of shit. It's not really unique. You know, or new. you were you cleaning a gun earlier? I had to pop in, but I had to leave, so I didn't get the rundown of what you were doing. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can pull it back up here real quick. I was actually kind of doing more than just a cleaning, but doing more of a major inspection of it. But I'll pull the screen out just for a second. But there was actually one part that I realized that actually is a good thing that I looked at when I was last checking it out. Which, let's go do this. It's a little tricky with these barrels. Hey, Zukov, do you mind? It's a little tricky with this barrel here. Come on. Ah, fuck. Let's make them all. It's a Weatherby and it's a SAOA. So, semi-auto model 2008 Weatherby. It's a 12. And, okay, come on. Okay, fuck me. You know what? I know why it's doing it, because of the part that I want to show. If won't let me. There we go. Okay, here it is. It's still in there. But so when I was going out shooting on Thursday, this says light loads, and I actually was firing some slugs in it, and I realized that where is it? There's also oh, getting some shit that I can see, but there's that. And this also kind of flopped out when I was cleaning it earlier, and I was like, I should probably look at that once I get to it. And when I did and started looking at it more deeper, I was like, oh. So, I mean, it's still probably okay for doing things like target loads and shit, but I'm probably going to make sure I get that part replaced before I do, because that's where the gas port is. The gouge metal, yeah. Which makes me think that now there might be a little bit of a thing going on here, so that might also mean I might have to get a barrel replacement, which ain't a big deal. I was actually thinking about trying to find a barrel that's a more compact barrel, like a shorter one than this one. From what I understand, there's compact barrels available for it, because I think this is like a 24-inch or 28-inch. There we go. Yeah, but I got my friend working on his motorcycles outside and shit. And make sure that's all tight in there. There we go. Used to work with Mossberg 500s. Yeah, short barrel on 12. Oh yeah. I mean, this is mostly used for hunting. At least that's what it was used for initially until I started playing around with it. But yeah, at least with the slugs, that does at least give me an idea that I need to probably at least get that part. I don't know what's called specifically, but I'm gonna at least take a picture of that later next time I go to Sportsman's to grab a couple more things. And another little nylon brush, because kind of using that to clean this kind of ate away some of the bristles, so I'm gonna make sure I get all that looked at and shit. Yeah, these bad boys are made in Turkey. 12 gauge, 2, 3, 4 inch, 3 inch shot shells made in Turkey. But whoop, don't want to catch myself on that. But I also want to replace the plastic polyamber foregrip and the stock to it with the wooden stocks. Get like a maple on it, like a maple finish one. Or some oak. Or maybe an ethically sourced redwood. Like one that was already fallen or something. Because that would look really nice with the design on that. Honestly, especially if it was like kind of like a reddish wooden finish on it. Ooh, that would look real nice to it. I'm also thinking about getting this High Point carbine that I found. that's at Sportsman's as well, because I'm like, ooh, they look pretty interesting. Let me try to find it. See, show what it looks like. Because these things look pretty dope. I'm trying to see high point. It's a 4595, I think, TS. Yeah, it's a model 4595 Mothwing. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Here, let me see if I can find the one I was seeing it. Oh shit, there's drum mags for these? What? Oh hell yeah. I'm just like looking at some extra stuff about it. Anyway, here, let me just look up the shop here. There we go. Do this real quick so I can pop it up. Because from my understanding, these 4595 TSs, they were made after the assault weapons ban, but then once it expired in 2004, there was a lot of different aftermarket shit that came up from them. So, like, you know, extended magazines, stuff like that. But they were normally like these little, like, carbine, like pistol carbine looking things that would have like 10 rounds for each, usually when it came to shooting it. But nowadays, because, you know, people still like different like High Point manufactures them still and shit, like there's a lot of more modernized looks and designs to them now, and they actually look pretty fucking cool. I'm just trying to find them here. There they are. Oh, there's a 3895. Oh, it's in 38 auto. Ooh. Ooh. Right here. Look at this bad boy. Oh. But it looks really like futuristic, almost. It looks kind of like sci-fi-ish. With like that, with the front sight and everything. Has a real sci-fi look to it. And that like rear sight right there. That just looks sci-fi as fuck. It looks like something you see in like some sort of like indie Star Wars film or something. I also wouldn't be surprised if it was like based off of the design on one. Because even the initial ones back in like the 90s and stuff, they kind of had like this really slick look to it, where they didn't really have all the rails on it like that. Nothing like that though. Yeah, it's a one where the magazine goes into the pistol grip right there. And like I said, nowadays there's like a lot of aftermarket stuff. So there's like, you know, foldable stocks, extended magazines, rails, so you can add all sorts of shit and basically make it a full-on rifle instead. Stuff against by Real World Firearm Design. Oh yeah, because honestly, this does look like something you'd see out of like the Rebel Alliance, you know, during the Empire and shit. Like it really does look like something like that, like some sort of off-brand like gun manufacturer in the galaxy, and they, you know, producing these bad boys. But they have a bunch of them actually. Let's see if I can go back here. Yeah. But they got a bunch of them here, and some in different, you know, colors and stuff. Some actually got some grips and some sights on them and shit. Like this one has a red dot. A lot of them got some foregrips. This has like a long-range scope on it. So this one's got like some camo on that one. If I were to get one, I'd probably get one of these 45 ones and get it maybe like an olive green. But that'd probably just be me. I worked at a prison at one of the jobs I did. It was a lot of permanent car. We'd ride around retired police, oil converts, civilian vehicles, spotlights, CBs, networks, and yeah, for a minute 500. Nice. Scenic Rosa. I believe so. I might have seen them before. I can actually look it up here real quick. Things down. Do a quick little search here, y'all. Rosa. Oh yeah, I've seen these. Little bullpup, the OTS-14. Yeah, it's a Russian gun. Honestly, looking at it, like, it's very simplistic, but I'm not gonna lie, a part of it does look really likely to jam. And from my understanding, bullpups are more likely to jam anyway. So The FNP90. Oh, I love the FNP90s. Those things are pretty cool. Those things are actually used in Stargate. That's where I remember seeing them first. But the P90s are really cool looking. Pretty unique for their design. And the G11. The Heckler & Koch G11. It's like a weird-ass experimental gun that really never went anywhere. Because honestly, like, the whole reloading mechanism and all that shit is, like, the most wonkiest thing in the world. Hey, let me see if I can look it up. I know there's YouTube videos on it. Oh, here we go.
There is this.
Whoa.
The magazine really.
Alright. So, Gun Jesus, how do you release the magazine from Uber Impulsgewehr HKG11? Oh my god, what a name. What a name for that thing. Impulsgewehr. I should dig these experimental new gun times. Same here. I love them. Especially this G11. It's just such a weird ass, like, block.
Is this?
It's literally just a box.
On top, so there's no actual hole in the gun. There's a release lever inside the action, which you can activate by pushing down on this guy. And when you
have to
do
push that to
it,
release
of
the
course,
mag?
releases the magazine. There we go.
Oh my god. How's it depicted in video games? You just take it right out. Yep. At least, you know what, I will give it Black Ops. It did the rotating bolt thing. It got that part right. Honestly, have you noticed how cool and futuristic some of the tanks coming out of Europe and Asia are looking these days? Shit's starting to look like goddamn Star. Yeah! Like, the shit's like, I mean, because from what I understand, like, that hyper, like, polyamorous, like, style armor is actually very good when it comes to, like, shot deflection, especially with, like, tank shells these days. Because they're not necessarily just your typical, like, armor piercing and then just blows up. Or just it just pierces through the armor and then it hope you hit, like, you know, some, like, the engine block or something and knock it out. You know, nowadays, like, they're, like, these very sophisticated-ass shells where they, like, pierce through, do, like, a little mini explosion, then the actual warhead goes through and then blows up inside or whatever. But, like, there's, like, crazy sophisticated shot, like, tank shells these days. So, having these, like, crazy-ass, like, sophisticated, like, weird, like, polygonal armor and shit is actually really useful to try to deflect those shots and have them bounce off more. So, like, nowadays, because the more flat armor and shit and the, like, just more traditional style armor doesn't necessarily work anymore with that type of stuff. It just pops right through.
Rotating drum bolt, and
same thing with, like, jets nowadays.
basically have a winder.
I mean, the F-35 looks nice futuristic, but that thing's just a sad little piece of shit. I mean, like, pretty much every other nation that's developing new jets, you know, is not only hitting the, like, sci-fi aesthetic, well, honestly, better. Like, they're actually nailing performance-wise as well. It's just like, go figure. And honestly, even before then, because remember Russia developed this this aircraft that was like forward swept wing, where it had like forward swept wings, and it was meant as more or less, you know, as a aircraft, not really for fighting capabilities, but more or less just to, you know, do performance tests and shit like that. And and after it was done using for tests and shit, I forgot the name of the aircraft. I think it was this Koyev or something like that. But I think it was an SU model or some shit. If I remember, I don't exactly remember specifics, but eventually it was used for like air shows in Russia and Europe and shit for a while, just kind of show off its crazy cool sci-fi looking looks. And that was like back in like the 90s and early 2000s. So it's like, I mean, the whole, like, you know, trying to make things more and more futuristic sci-fi has just been attempted for a while, and I think just because of technology now these days especially, it's just becoming more and more true with it. It's not really becoming sci-fi anymore. That's just science reality. If I find a black hole, but Orgo's technologists may be augmented using other forms, yeah. I mean, honestly, because the actual, like, F-35 in itself and the technology being used in it, like, could actually work and function, but it's purposely not to, because it just makes those military contractors a lot more fucking money to prolong the project and just keep it like dragging on and on. Star Trek produced cell phones. Yep. And also 3D printing with the replicators. I mean, 3D printing is kind of like the proto-beginnings to replicators a little bit, but, you know, like, at this point, it's only a matter of time before we start getting to that. At least, you know, when it comes to, like, basic stuff. Like, hey, I want to replicate this, you know, this, like, block of, you know, like, of a thing or something. I don't know, like, just, like, think of some random material, like a fucking, you know, like cardboard or some shit. Like, I need a, you know, like, replicate, you know, box cardboard, and it'll just, like, you know, whoop, whip up those materials, and boom, there you go. And then it's like, you know, 30 minutes later, it's like, you know what, I need to get a knife. So I'm gonna get a knife replicated, you know, then you can just whip that up, and boom. So I'm thinking at least, you know, initially there's going to be work on, you know, some more basic versions of replicators, but it'll probably be a matter of time before we get even more organic type of stuff going on, like, you know, I want to replicate an apple, you know, or some shit. Or replicate a pear so I can, you know, eat that, or, you know, and have a nice sirloin steak or something that's already ready to go. All I have to do is just heat it up or something. Like, some shit like that. Because once, you know, we can get to that technology and shit, like, you know, the idea of actually needing to do, like, mass farming and all this type of shit eventually becomes, you know, like, obsolete. Because we can just replicate everything. Let's see, science fiction when it was written, but now it's treated as theoretical fact by the AI community. Yep. I know vaguely about it, but I know that a lot of his ideas, you know, at least initially in his beginnings, were just kind of seen as like more like just kind of fun, futuristic, you know, speculations. But now it's becoming more theorized as, you know, potential outcomes, you know, depending, you know, when it comes to that type of advancement now. It was kind of like, it's like that for a lot of different, you know, scientists throughout history and shit, where, you know, you get a lot of them that initially are just like, you know, having like, you know, these, you know, like very forward thinking ideas, and then, you know, most of the world's like, it's like, nah, you're just being silly. But then like 100 years later, or give or take, or even less, you know, now it's like, oh, there actually could be something to this. Hey. Don Garzon. Until some 20 years ago that they would be able to fly from one part of the planet to the other in a day or two, they would have laughed at you. Now the idea of it taking longer than that is itself absurd. Yeah.
Souvenir mug.
Monitor?
Yeah.
So where the fuck did you go?
Monitor.
Okay, I figured that.
That's the name of the town, so.
Oh.
They have the ironclad.
The USS Monitor?
That's their logo. It is the town's name Monitor.
I
was thinking, oh, I should open up a place across the street called the Merrimack.
The Gabagool? What's the Gabagool? I don't got no Gabagool, I just got my Parmigiano risotto. That's all. Garnish with a little bit of that devil's lettuce. Sweet little Zooks. Goff, get over here. Come here, buddy. You goofball. Okay, flop over there too. That works. That's fine. That's fine too. Zook off. Come here, buddy. Oh, now you want to come here? Come on. Oh, you sweet baby. Oh my goodness, you sweet baby. You just been chilling. You just a chilling boy. Oh, you just a sweet thing. Yes, you is. Mwah. Can I help you, boy? What are you sniffing at? What are you sniffing around here for? What treats are you think you're gonna sneak away from? What type of treats are you gonna be sneaking away? You ain't gonna be sneaking nothing. Look like the kind of guy who enjoys a nice cannoli, eh? A cannoli? Cannoli does sound pretty good. Who's a sweet baby? Just a sweet thing. You just chilling like a super villain. My goodness.
Have you ever met Alex?
No. Buddy.
I went to play pool with. His sister looks like she's straight out of Iceland. She has a hat, the scarf, the vest.
Oh, it's so little. It's so
You look
chocolate.
like you're straight from Iceland.
I'm doing a cookie stream. Probably not anytime soon. It's not really planning on one. There. Oh, it's so little. Alright, you have to. You don't have to be here forever. You know that, right? Okay. Okay. You're half on the lap. But this is a little. This is making it tricky here, bro. Don't be sniffing. Don't be sniffing that. You don't need that. You don't need none of that. Come on, bro. Okay. Whoa. Jeez, what was that? Okay. Jeez, bro. Do you have to be shown here? Like, yo, you were like legit, seriously, like in a very significant way. Really all up my girl now. Go on, you can. Don't be trying to like get yourself more cozy here. Stop it. Stop getting more cozy. Come on. Come on. You know what? I know what'll do it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at you getting all a little interested now. Yeah. You can't be using me as support. Up. Come on. Atta boy. Ready? You almost got it. Almost. Alright, that got me free. Thank God. I'm free. I'm free from his absurdism. Don't be doing none of that to me now, boy. It's absurd. Absurd, I say. Okay? The intensity of your cuteness and your normalness and your influence to try to get your way. It's gone on for too long. Too long there, buddy. Unacceptable. Seriously and very significantly unacceptable. What was that? What was that little... Why didn't you go annoy Harley? Why don't you go annoy him? He's outside. Sounds like he can use some annoyance. Go on. Go annoy him. He's perfect for it. It sounds like he needs some annoyance from you. Come on. Come on, bro. Man. kind of dog is that? What brand is it? Brand? What kind of brand is that dog? He's a German Shepherd mix. Pretty sure he might be Australian Kelpie as well, but I'm not 100% too sure. So, German Shepherd, Australian Kelpie mix. But he's definitely at least part German Shepherd, that's for sure. Though, what else? Not 100% too sure. But pretty sure it's Australian Kelpie. Now he's off to go annoy my friend. He actually didn't go out there. It's like, I'm gonna go annoy your friend now, because he might give me attention. Oh, that sweet little boy. So he's not off-brand. Not store brand. Yeah, he's not store brand, no. He definitely is not, you know, store brand material there. Oh, I hope my friend is having a very fun, swell time with him. Getting mildly annoyed, sniffed at, pawed at. Literally getting in his way. Every step he takes, like he does with me. Is that a feather in the cap? Multiple feathers in the cap. All the feathers in that cap. Can't just have a cap with no feathers in it. You gotta whip up, you know, a couple feathers and, you know, add a little pizzazz, you know what I'm saying? What kind of feathers? Mostly crow feathers and raven feathers, but there's a few barn owl ones in there, and those are the striped ones that are in there, those little, like, big, long, light gray ones. And then, I think the smaller one is a pheasant feather. But, could be wrong. Could be wrong on that.
Go, get in the ground.
But I just find them, like, whenever I happen to be walking around and stuff, if they happen to be on the ground and it's in a really good condition, it's like, hey, I'll grab that. Like, I found the bundle of barn owls that were, like, kind of all bunched together. I was, like, on the ground one night, and I was like, oh. Looked at them, they're all still pretty good condition. I'm like, oh, shit, this will add, like, a little variety to it. So, I have a couple in there to do that. I still have at least, like, one or two more lying around somewhere. But, I'm pretty sure this one right here is also a crow feather as well. This light gray one in the front. It's just, like, one of the underbelly ones or something. Feathers gotta be pretty rare. Okay. I mean, barn owls and, like, owls around here aren't rare. Like, I'll hear them occasionally. I mean, mainly at night. And there's been, like, one or two times where I've actually seen them around here, but, I mean, it's not really common to see them, but you'll definitely hear them around when they're off hooting. I actually have seen red-tailed hawks around here before, too. Usually scoping out for rats and mice and shit. Maybe squirrels. But it's mostly just crows. Well, squirrels, raccoons, possums. You know, just things of the like. Scrub jays, fox sparrows, stellar jays. And stellar jays are beautiful as fuck. I love stellar jays. I'll see a lot of owls in Long Island. Yeah. Well, here in the Pacific Northwest, it's a little different. A little bit more greenery around for, at least in like the suburbs and shit, where it's not super compact in. So there's at least, you know, a few little like hideaways and shit for nature to kind of hold up in. I gotta take care of the squirrels around here, though. Because they got, like, a little platform, and I usually like to leave out nuts and stuff for them. And because of that, all sorts of other birds and stuff, like the scrub jays and stellar jays, sparrows, and chickadees, and all the like. Actually, I have different little pictures of them. I can whip up y'all. See if I find them. Here's one. On my little platform. Right across from the window. Just being the fattest little fuck possible. Just the biggest little chunk. Just the chunkiest of chunks. Like Peeps, the food. Peeps? I've really been big on like sugary stuff, like Peeps in like a long time. But I can get down with an occasional peep or two. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Come here. There you go. Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing? Did you have Valentine? Eh. Honestly, I didn't even know it was Valentine's Day yesterday until like halfway through the day. I was just like, huh. A lot of, people get flowers and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, you know what? Yeah, because it's Valentine's Day. Oh. But, yeah. But I was working that day, so it wasn't really a big deal to me. Get a box of chocolate for myself. And a couple brews, too. But, of course, for myself. But that's fine with me, at least. I mean, I'm not, like, the biggest celebrator of, like, some holidays like Valentine's Day and shit, because, like, eh. Because, like I said, I didn't even know it was happening up until, like, the day of, like, halfway through the day. Where I was like, oh, yeah, it is happening today. Like, I like, holidays, like, like around, like, the more festive season, during the winter and shit. Mainly just because I really like the, whole general, just, like, get together, have a bunch of food, and just get fat as fuck on food for a night or two. And just, just kind of vibe, chill family, and, well, just vibe, basically. I mean, and maybe have, intense political debates here and there. But, it's just like, I mean, I usually like those holidays more, like Thanksgiving, Christmas, and shit like that, just because of that. Like, I'm not necessarily into it, for Thanksgiving, because, like, oh, because of the history of, the Pilgrims and the natives, and they got together and had a feast and all this and that. It's like, whatever. It's like, honestly, even then, the story's bullshit, but, whatever. It's just like, like, an excuse to all get together and just gorge yourself, like, in a bunch of delicious food, you know what I mean? It's like, whatever. That's how most people see it. It's definitely how I see it. So, it's like, I think, honestly, at this point, when it comes to holidays, I usually, at least the ones that revolve around that, like, it's more about that type of stuff, like, the food, even the gift exchange and shit like that, and getting together with people, friends, family, etc. I mean, it's all about that type of stuff. Like, the holidays are like, oh, your Valentine, or, Easter, and all this other shit. It's like, whatever. I mean, also, a lot of them are more religious-based holidays anyway. Like, if you look at the origins of Valentine's Day, it's like, the guy, St. Valentine, it wasn't exactly a good dude. And Easter is just, like, the whole thing of, like, oh, Jesus came back, and all this other shit. Which is appropriated to other fucking, like, religious pagan beliefs as well. Like the whole egg planting and hunting those and getting little gifts out of them and shit like that. Or like a little trinket out of an egg. Cadbury eggs. Yeah. Like, I like Easter for the different little, like, seasonal candies that come out at that time. Like, that's what I like about the early part of the year, because there's little candies that are, you know, like the Valentine's candies, you know, the little eggs and stuff. They have a weird backstory. I remember hearing about it one time. About the weird story about those things. I forgot what I heard it from, though. Trying to think what else. I mean, not because of, like, yeah, America, but I like 4th of July mainly just because you blow shit up. It's an excuse to do that, basically. And 2, I mean, food. And the whole friends and family get-together shit. Like, you know, the holidays that... like, I usually are more fond of those type of holidays, but mainly just because of the, you know, the premises of getting together and, you know, chilling, vibing out and stuff like that. Because the whole blow shit up is a part of the whole, like, kind of vibing out type of thing. Because, I mean, it's always fun to blow shit up, you know. Can't go wrong if, you know, watching things go boom boom.
That's good, Peppers.
Hey, baby boy.
And say, just keep your snout out of my butt.
Yeah, Sukov, come here. Oh, I'll have weird backstories. Yeah. I mean, Easter does, Valentine's Day does. Like, all these different little festivities do. Because they're all based around more paganistic type of beliefs and shit. Those chocolate marshmallows in those egg cartons have chemical taste, in my opinion. Chocolate marshmallows in those egg cartons. I think I know what you're talking about. I've never had them, but I think I know what you're talking about. Hey, buddy. Look at you. Look at you being so sweet. Baby. Oh. Yeah. You're too far for me to, like, give you a chest rub. Because you got a sweet fluffy chest that just could use a rub. Oh. You sweet baby. I like those giant, chocolate bunnies. Oh. Oh, I know exactly what you're meaning. I always liked them because I like to, with the yellow eyes. Yep, know what you're talking about. Because I like to, because I can let that last, like, either all day or, like, a day or two, at least. And it won't go bad, even if you kind of, you know, keep it in a box, or at least kind of keep it where it won't, like, just stay out in the open and stale. But if you kind of keep it a little, you know, like in a bag or something like that, you could let it last, like, 2 or 3 days even. Especially for those big ones. Like, cause there's no, like, for me, there's definitely no way in hell I can eat one of those, like, all at once at a time. Like, I'm gonna have to, like, you know, spread that out. But, I mean, when it comes to eating those bad boys, I always like to, you know, just kind of start from one end and just, like, kind of work my way up. Or kind of make it look like it all got battle scarred and just kind of, like, put a bunch of holes in it, have, like, an ear ripped off and an eye gouge. Just be like, yeah, battle-worn ass little chocolate bunny getting devoured slowly but surely. In a very brutalistic manner. Sweet little baby. Stop being so cute. Bit by bit. Mm-hmm. Chunk by chunk. Bit by bit. It'd be even more... like, honestly, it'd be even more gruesome if it had, like, Jello in it. Like, different, like, colors of Jello to kind of look like it had, like, innards. So when you bit into it, you had, like, these innards that would fall out. Telling me to talk about food. That's totally fine. I love food. Like, I mean, I'll go on, like, every now and then I'll watch, like, little video clips of, you know, like, people like Gordon or some shit, you know, making little, like, watching food and shit like that. Making it, critiquing it, all that shit. Gummy organs, yep. Have, like, some gummy worms in there for, like, the intestinal linings and stuff, like, some big ones for the large intestine, and, like, you know, some more smaller, mushier, like, ball that kind of looks like, you know, the smaller ones inside. They should do that for Halloween, especially. That would be, it'd probably be a little, like, it'd probably, like, mortify the children as they eat it and be like, oh my god! Let's get inside of it! But, hey, I love it. I mean, me as a kid, I'd be totally down for that. Be like, oh yeah! Gonna make it look like a zombie bunny. Have ear, you know, popped out, you know, but have, like, you know, top of his head look like it's been, like, cracked open, and have, like, a little bit of his brain just kind of chilling. It's a little, like, gummy jelly brain. Like, delicious, like, gummy brain goodness. Mmm. I seen chocolate gummy bears at the dollar store one time. Chocolate gummy bears? Oh my god. So it'd be like that. Dude, I want to, like, those sound pretty good. I've never seen those before. They definitely look good, though. Or at least sound good. I mean, they would definitely look good because it's just a gummy bear, but in chocolate form. And, mmm. Mmm. Sleepy boy. You could dip just about anything in chocolate. Yeah, just about. I wouldn't say, like, everything for sure, but yeah. Just about anything. Like fruits, for sure. I can see some vegetables, like celery, if you had, like, a little peanut butter and chocolate mixed in with that type of shit. Mmm, that sounds good. I mean, those fried Snickers bars with Twinkies. Fried Snickers bars? I haven't had those, but Twinkies, I mean, who hasn't? I mean, it's like, Twinkies are amazing. I haven't had one in a while, but I do love me some Twinkies. Mm. They bread them and fried them up. Ooh. For Snickers bar? Yeah, that sounds pretty good fried. Mmm. Fried Twinkies? A full-on fried Twinkie? Oh my god. That just sounds tremendous. Oh. That sounds amazing. Mmm. Honestly, I feel like that's just, like, something that you hear out of, like, the Texas State Fair or some shit, because they, like, fry pretty much just about everything. Real big in New York. Ooh. I wonder why that ain't a thing around over here. Because that sounds like it would be some shit that would be around here, honestly. At least to some extent. Because people out here definitely like, you know, treats and weird things like that. And weird little, like, snacks and shit. Yeah, I have to make our own, probably. Yeah. Which, for me, isn't a big deal. Like, I mean, I'm already kind of an aficionado, oh my god, aficionado for, you know, for cooking and food like that and shit, so, to get out there and, you know, whip up a little something, fry it up, ain't a big deal. Probably want to have, like, a full-on, like, you know, fryer pot and do it like that, but, you know, I can at least, like, pan fry it up a little bit, you know, just make sure it gets all the sides, make sure it's done all evenly. Sweet booty. You are knocked out. How many hats do I own? There's this one. I'm trying to think. Do I have any other ones in here? Oh. Well, yeah, I have. I have at least 2 beanies. Well, I guess 3. But the third beanie is a rabbit fur beanie. And then I got this one. And then I have a kind of like a newsboy cap. And then I got an East German like an East German cap. It's not like an officer's cap, but I have one of those. 2 Ushankas, and a Trilby fedora, and what else? I think that might be it. So, I'd say at least 8 hats. About. Because honestly, I'm probably forgetting a couple. Or at least 1 or 2. So, taco flavored tequila, but I found next best thing. Salsa brewed with tequila. Salsa brewed with tequila? The fuck? Not bad. I mean, it probably doesn't. I don't know. On the surface, it doesn't. It sounds kind of bad, but honestly, if I tasted it, it probably would be actually pretty good. Thinking about it, it added like a little bit of a ting to it, like a little extra zest. You know what I mean? Thinking about it. I mean, all the alcohol, whatever alcohol there would be, would just absorb all up into like the chunks, you know, of stuff in there. Much more interesting shit. Well, I mean, say what you want about Safeway, you'll have to give it this. It does, I mean, there is legitimacy of them getting more local-based type of stuff. So that does kind of imply there's going to be some more interesting shit. Because there's actually a lot of interesting shit that's, like, either local, like, either Washington local or Oregon local. And it's like, oh, that's some interesting stuff. It's more expensive, but definitely more interesting. And at the same time, there's, you know, some national brands that you might find. Also, laundromat would be unnecessarily weird tonight. Two good-looking guy tried to figure out how to do laundry and someone taking a piss in their own conversation at their over-compensating trunk. Uncharacteristically weird tonight. Oh, two good-looking guy trying to figure out how to do laundry and someone taking a piss at their overcompensating trunk. Like, oh my god, what the fuck? Long Island SC. I've had, like, Twisted Tea, which is kind of like that, but not exactly like Long Island iced tea, but I've had Twisted Tea, though. I've always wanted to try one. Yeah. I've definitely wanted to try one, but just haven't. Well, maybe that's because I haven't had an opportunity. They really fuck you up. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Twisted Teas are, like, kind of the more Just like, you're pretty much having the beer version of it, you know, where it's not like a Long Island, which is what I want. Well, I definitely want one of those. But Twisty is pretty good, because those definitely get you pretty nice and doozied. Oh, they do that? Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. I imagine. I really want to try one. What the fuck is this? The Goodwill Creeper Cringe Curator? What's going on here?
The Cringe Curator. Videos that are way too hard to watch by yourself are being curated by myself to make them just a little bit more palatable. Now, the setting today, we find ourselves inside of a Goodwill, a thrift store. There's some wholesome activity in thrift stores. As many of us know, you can go in there and find a fresh fit. And you can also go in there and get yourself kidnapped, which is kind of what's about to happen in this video. A young girl here, she's in their thrift store shopping, and she's approached by maybe one of the creepiest dudes of all time. Things spice up, they get crazy. Is she going to end up in a shallow grave, or is she going to escape? Based on the fact that we have this video, we're hopefully assuming she escaped, but hey, you never know in this world what happened. Let's watch. The caption says, I started recording because this guy was being sus. Right out the gate here, she's already recording, so like she said, you know it's already strange, but the man is about to approach her. Let's kick it. Let's heat it up.
I started recording because this guy was being sus.
Here he comes. Now, can we get a look at the gentleman here? This is important because we don't get to see him very much, but...
I guess it's that dude way over there in the corner wearing like a very long black t-shirt.
Looking like maybe, you know, middle to middle...
Yeah, there we go. They got a little zoom in on the guy. I mean, right now it looks like he's just kind of perusing, but, you know, I mean, he hasn't gotten close. He hasn't gotten close to his prey, you know what I'm saying? Like, who knows?
It's fine, right? Like in general, we're going to just wait till he opens his mouth, though, and then you'll realize everything is not fine.
I was just trying to thrift.
Feel that, girl.
My name's Lori.
All right.
I just think you're...
Now I'm just going to point something out here.
Uh-oh.
He's got a Band-Aid going on here on his arm. That's good. We like the Band-Aid. You know,
oh my god, what the... Okay, that's definitely not immediately sus as well.
It's a sign of, nothing about a Band-Aid by itself says anything. But when a guy like this has a Band-Aid on his arm, it does say something. Do you know what I mean? You'll see what I'm saying.
I think you're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever met.
Oh, thank you.
Could I...
Sweet out the gate, most beautiful girl I've ever met. I mean, love that. It's not like he cruises this thrift store Monday through Friday saying that to any girl who's remotely attractive. Okay, let's see where this goes.
Buy one of those things.
I mean, it's probably a little off color, you know, probably just come out of nowhere and just be like, yo, hey, I think you're beautiful, fam, you know what I'm saying? It's a little, I suppose, off color, at least initially, like so far. I mean, but I guess right now, I mean, I'm suspecting this gets worse, but at least right now, it seems like it's, you know, just, alright, you know, someone complimenting you and shit, okay. I mean, you know, it's nice to get a compliment from a stranger every now and then, you know, it's whatevs. I mean, it's like, there's, you know, it's like that type, you know, hey, you know, it's not a bad thing, you know, in itself, in a vacuum. But this is not one of those cases I'm imagining. This is probably quite the opposite.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll be...
Ooh, what a gentleman alert.
Wait, what happened?
Are they saying that to any girl who's remotely attractive? Okay, let's see where this goes.
Buy one of those things for you.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll be...
Ooh, what a...
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's like, hey, I'll buy one of those for you. Yeah, okay, dude, this ain't a bar. Alright, this is where I'm just like, okay, you're just trying hard. You're being try hard. That, like, the cologne of desperation is now setting in. Like, okay, dude, you don't, like, this ain't a bar, bro. You can't just be like, hey, I'll buy you a drink. You know what I mean? If, you know, there's a girl at a bar and she's having some fun, you know, chilling, having a couple drinks or whatever the fuck. You know, it's like, yeah, I think you're pretty cool. You know, I mean, you look pretty cool and stuff. And, you know, it's like, this, you know, this is my name. You know, what's yours? You know, it's cool if I buy you a drink. You know, have a little, you know, just conversation. You know, say what's up. You know, from around here, you know, or whatever, you know, just shit like that. You know, it's just like having like a little nice, you know, kind of, you know, kind of like, you know, courteous, you know, type of, you know, conversation like that and coming up. Like, I mean, it's more appropriate in things like a bar setting, honestly. I mean, but like at a thrift store like this, like what? Honestly, even then, it's like if you're gonna like throw out, you know, something like that, like, you know, throw it at, you know, throw it at, like, the checkout line, you know, it's like, hey, you know, I'm, like, a couple bucks short, and be like, hey, you know, I can cover you, you know, something like that. I mean, it's just like, you know, did the curtains match the drapes?
Gentleman alert. He's offering to buy a $2.99 shirt. Guy, obviously loaded as he's trying to flex his wealth. You know,
flex that wealth, yo.
To court a young lady. Hey, I got $3 to spare. What do you say? Me and you have a good time after that. She's gonna owe him after he buys that shirt. Interesting opening mood. Maybe he learned that from a red pill forum. Could be. Let's see where it goes.
Fine. You sure? Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you engaged with someone or involved with someone?
Clearly, she's refused.
Red flag alert. Okay, red flag alert. So you fail, and then you're like, are you engaged with somebody? Is that why? Oh no. Oh no. The desperation cologne is... Oh, I smell it. Like, oh my god, I can smell it through the screen. Okay. Okay, yeah, my cringe level is just now spiked. It went from like, okay, to, okay. That just went from like, okay, you know, maybe a little off color to this is just, okay, now this is creepy. Like, oh my god.
She's engaged, right? Where do we go from here? She must be married. She's refusing my front. He needs to go to the red pill handbook and see what happens next. After she refuses the advance, I think the next one is get out the duct tape and throw her in the trunk and see what happens from there.
No, I'm not. But
I'm not either.
I'm only 17, so.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh, this is now yikes alert, red flag alert, all over the place. This is like I mean, this is like, you know, like a foghorn going off, like. It's like, whoa. He's just like, yo, you engaged? She's like, no, I'm 17. He's like, oh, hey, I'm not engaged either. It's like, dude, whoa. This, okay, oh my god. Yo, jail this man. Get him out of there. Holy crap.
This is a 17-year-old girl. This man who's approached her is clearly, I would say, at least 40, based on what briefly we could see from him rounding the corner there. She said, I'm 17. That
like,
should,
at best, 32.
Honestly,
and I mean, that's charitable.
Would be like, ooh, sorry, you know, peace out real quick. But this is the Goodwill stalker, folks. This guy.
I mean, honestly, like, especially as soon as someone, you know, throws that, like, you know, like, honestly, if I'm, like, flirting someone and then they're like, oh, hey, by the way, I'm, like, not 18, I'm younger than that, it's like, whoa, oh, okay, never mind. It's like, maybe we can still be friends and chill, but nope. Alright, that's an off limit. That is, iron gate that has been sealed and welded shut. You know, it's like, I am not going that route. I mean, it's like, I'll wait a few years now. If, you know, but if we're still friends or some shit for whatever reason. But, like, I mean, that's like the nope alert. You just, like, that's like where you just abort all the missions, all opportunity, like, just no. Like, that's, like, literal jailbait. Like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Like, even for me, if someone's, like, 18 and I'm kind of into them, I'm like, Wait until you're, like, like, honestly, because I'm, like, over 21 now, it's just, like, I mean, and I have the, ability to just go, drink whenever I want. I mean, I kind of, like, at this point, I'd rather have someone be 21 or over and shit, just because it makes, going out and doing shit a lot more easier, because if we want to just go to the bar and have a drink or two, play pool or some shit, it's just, I don't have to be like, oh, you can't come, or whatever, because, they're not of age, even though they're an adult still. So it's just, like, I mean, there's just that type of shit, and, so for me, it's like, even if someone is, like, 18 or 19 or 20 or something, it's like, I mean, there's, I guess, if you're 20, there's, like, just wait a little bit, but still, I mean, it's like, it kind of limits, activities that can be done, at least when it comes to, more, like, casual interactions at, like, the pub or something.
Through Friday, working there like it's his job. Does the 17 discourage him?
Okay, well, that's a good age to be.
Oh, that's a good age to be.
Jail. Like, get the hazmat suit team, jail them. Get, like, one of those, like, 10-foot poles with, like, the little, like, like a little loop on the end of it, and you just, like, just kind of, get him around his waist and, just tighten it up and just, like, just drag him away. Jail. Well,
maybe $3. We'll impress this 17-year-old. Undeterred. In fact, encouraged. 17. That's a great age to be. Interesting. Okay. That's not a red flag.
Yeah, it is.
Not quite that.
Alright.
I got injured about a month or so ago. My knee is kind of, I'll show you. It's kind of banged up.
Want to see my injury?
He's just like, hey, let's do a non sequitur. You want to look at my fucked up banged knee?
The red pill to handbook. This is really hot. $3 offer. 17. I like your age. I like that you're underage. Next immediately go to. Do you want to see my weird cut? Hot, hot, hot. We love weird cuts, don't we, girls? Ladies, who wants to see my cut?
Yeah. I get bitten by a tick, actually.
Oh, bitten by a tick. Now that.
Okay, this is totally, the winner right there. This is a winning deal. It's like I got a weird, like, cut infection thing on my knee because I got bitten by a tick. It's like this totally implies that, I'm being, safe hygienic when it comes to being out and about. Or whatever the fuck. It's like, yo, what? I mean, if I'm like, if I heard that, especially as this first interaction, especially the way it's going, I'd just be like, I just walk away. I think she's just sticking around just because she's recording, just so he just keeps, posting that L basically unintentionally. But I just walk away. I just like, nah, I'm good. Bye. Just nah. You're literally a fucking weirdo and a freak. Bye.
He could also have disease, Lyme disease. The ticks. There might be another tick on.
Is showing you the source. Yeah. I mean, this dude isn't even like like a straight up old person either. He's like, I mean, but he's kind of thinking like one a little bit.
On his self-awareness, this man could be covered in ticks. This is hot. I'm getting chubbed up. What about you, ladies? This is Goodwill, the Goodwill stalker.
Dude, the Niagara Falls of like, the juice is flowing.
You want to play a little game? Guess which knee is infected.
Wait, what he say?
This is Goodwill, the Goodwill stalker.
Maybe you can guess which one is bad.
Oh, I have no idea.
You want to play a little game?
Oh my god, dude.
Guess which knee is infected.
Girl, you need to run away.
With Lyme disease. This is how
Fight
I pick
and flight
up all my
response,
keys.
yo.
Come on, guys. Take a look at my knees. Which one was bitten by a tick? I know they both look super messed up, but that's why it's a fun game. It's hard to tell. Wow, this guy's a sex god.
Yeah. No, I can't tell.
It's the right one.
Oh, you gave away the game, dude. Give her a chance to guess. Which knee was bit by a tick? That's everybody's favorite pickup game, but followed by Mommy Makeout Day.
Anyway, I live out in the country, and I got a bunch of stuff.
Now I come back to the Band-Aid. Do you see why the Band-Aid is weird? What happened? Was it another tick bite? Was it another guess which arm is injured game? Did you get that Band-Aid injury in a scuffle from another young girl who's never to be seen again.
Oh God. Or maybe it could be potentially something that he probably stuck in his arm. Could be that too. I mean, like this dude is like he lives out in the country. Like, yeah, sure, there, buddy. This has like serial killer vibes a little bit low key, but he just can't really achieve that status because he's not like Ted Bundy and he's horrible and fails at getting young girls kind of like swindled in impressions.
It's kind of trying to keep up on for work, but it's kind of falling behind. I'm looking for someone to help me.
Oh, okay.
It's a paying thing, but it's basically involves getting my stuff out of the garden and processing some things like that.
Little girl, would you like to come out into the woods with me?
Would you like to come out to the countryside, out in the middle of nowhere where no one can hear you scream, and help me with a job? Wink, wink. It's like sweet baby Ray's.
Dig your own grave in my garden? It's a paying gig. Let me ask you this, Goodwill Stalker. Can you spend money when you're dead? No, you can't spend money when you're dead. This man is such a Mac, the ultimate pickup master. From which knee has the tick bite? To come back and help me dig your own grave in my garden. Come into the forest with me. This is powerful stuff.
Battles and that kind of stuff?
Right. I'm getting a phone call. I actually have to go.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, smart. So,
Well,
like, I mean, I guess that's what it took. I mean, I would have just ran away, like well before that. That guy has some, like, serial killer creeper vibes on that dude. Like, holy shit. I mean, like, at least for Portland, like, there's this whole fat, long stretch of road called 82nd. And pretty much 90% of that road is essentially weird shit like this in a nutshell. I'm not even kidding. Like, the Walmarts, like, pretty much like the random parking lots, like, just everything. It's just like, it's like this in a nutshell in one way, shape, or form. And it's like, oh God.
That was a beautiful...
You see why maybe I have a shoddy?
Beautiful video. Obviously, the Goodwill Stalker struck out there that time. That's too bad. I wonder if she got out alive.
I think she did.
You gotta love... I mean, I think it's safe to assume that this guy's not right in the head. Definitely getting Ted Bundy vibes from him.
Yeah.
And, well, you guys tell me, would you go back to his house and help him work in the garden and process things? What kind of things are we processing there? Bodies? What are we processing? What is he processing? You know what I mean? Bones? Are we doing acid
Children
washes?
of the damned?
Are we, do you have an furnace? A furnace? What are we processing? I'll tell you what, the only thing being processing with this guy soon is, processing at the jailhouse when he gets arrested for whatever he's up to.
I mean, no shit. Like, maybe they can use this as evidence against this guy for maybe some weird-ass crimes they're investigating for. Like, I feel like that dude, he's got some shit. And, you know, he's probably got, like, you know, some police trying to fucking crack down on his ass or some shit. And I'm just like, yo, we gotta fucking, you know, like, try to get this fucking, like, you know, serial killer rapist in this local area in this video. Matches all descriptions of the son of a bitch. From all the different, you know, eyewitness accounts, you know, from when these people were long gone and stuff at night once upon a time. So, it's the guy. Sounds like the ghost. Get him. Get a little warrant and start to ask questions and see what's up. Because honestly, I have that guy's got some shit. Definitely got some shit going down. Oh, dog is knocked out. Sleepier than sleepy. Are you alive? Are you alive? Just straight totally just zoned out to the most utterless oblivion. Is he in like hibernation? I'm assuming he must be in like hibernation or something. He's not a real dog, man. I swear. Damn alien. He's extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial out of these worlds. You sweet, ridiculous little thing. Stop being fucking cute. They're ridiculous. Oh, there we go. We got a little motion out of him. Finally. I annoyed him. He was like, "Rrr. Why are you annoying? Sleeping?" Hey, baby. Did I disturb you? You sweet baby. You sweet baby. Aww. Oh shit, didn't even see a DFF's new episode. Joe Biden, the year in review. Well, this is definitely gonna be exciting. Reminder of the absurdities and the depravity of this fuck.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, I had a little...
Honestly, I can summarize his first year. He did nothing. There you go. There we go. Summary over. Boom. I mean, it's just 9 seconds. Boom. Just go right to the outro. I mean, honestly though, like I'd be actually legit curious to see what can be. It's 40 minutes, so holy shit! Like, I guess there's something. I guess there must be something in there.
Well, it's sorry, Jack. It's been a year since we traded. We traded, you know the thing, the guy. We traded Orange Senile Man for Whispery Senile Man. Well, how's that been working out lately? Find it right now. Let's review Biden's first year of Deep Fat Fried.
That first year, which is really nothing. I mean, I'm being a little overdramatic. There was some stuff.
2022.
No. I've already been with your shilling.
In that process, anything that wastes.
I've already no.
That wastes time.
Shh. Stop with your shilling. There we go.
A+. Wow. A fucking A+.
That's a quick answer.
A+ of being a
episode over.
Lame ass, senile, decrepit fuck.
TJ said it. And Paul's opinion clearly doesn't matter. Your audience.
Let's take you by in the gym and show what's for it, Jack.
Oh, it's not a matter of. It's not a matter of opinion.
I'm saying. I mean, it is.
It's a fact. Objectively, factually, A+.
Not to defend TJ's seemingly out of nowhere position here, but it is written in the annals of history that the sign of a good leader is how whispery he can be.
Nothing that's fucking new.
I mean, he's got a hell of a whisper. I wish I had a response to that, but I got a hell of a whisper. You heard him whisper, Scott. Yes. And you still need to make this episode? Like, I mean, it's just like, what more do you want, for the sake of argument, that's what I polled, so I mean, I guess I gotta plow forward with it. I mean, I feel like I've done a disservice to people now. He is whispery, so fair enough. I apologize in advance. We can look at some other aspects of his leadership.
It's not your fucking job in your life to be helped, be like,
just everything.
Like always prioritizing her.
Stuff.
Like you got other shit going on.
Doesn't matter nearly as much as how it.
Yeah, it ain't your fucking.
I mean, Joe Biden actually nominated a weasel.
Multiple times.
One of these
it's not that I don't want to help. I mean, I don't know how.
That's fine. I mean, that's.
I'm sorry. My family wasn't all lovey-dovey fucking. Let me hold you all the fucking time.
You know, that's what he does.
I got my ass.
Well, I mean, I guess
kicked
we have
fucking-
these facts here or whatever. So I guess we'll go.
Like,
So George W. Bush, how was he doing? I guess he got 600.
Oh, my back hurts.
Like I said, it's not your fucking, like, you know, job to try to be, like, you know, helping her all the time. Fundamentally, that's, like, only, like, for her to really, you know, be able to do and decide, truly. Like, you got your own shit you need to be focused on anyway, so... It's like you can't always, like, you know, be prioritizing and putting your shit on the side just for her, you know, and trying to have her, like prioritize that.
I also don't get, I get that she, like, wants to fucking, like, hang out, and it's like, and shit, but I was like, I can't just bring you everywhere I go.
Yeah, you got, like, other shit going on. You got other
Like-
people that you hang out with, too.
I'm like, if I just brought her over here, you'd be fucking pissed off. You'd be like, what the fuck, bro? It's just like... It's just like, you can't go everywhere I go.
I mean, she really has, like, a very, like, lost puppy mentality about things, it really seems like. Where she just wants to kind of, like, be dependent on somebody else. Which is kind of what, you know, she's doing. She's trying to be dependent off of you and, like, have you, like, prioritize you and your own shit.
I'm just like, I would love for you to hang out and help me work on my car, but I know that's not what would happen.
Plus, she doesn't really know anything about him anyway.
She wants me to teach her, and I'm just...
Like, I probably would know a little bit more about it than, you know, she would probably get the hang of it better. Like, I'd definitely be more help. And plus, there's a lot of heavy-duty lifting and shit that gets involved, too.
Huh?
And also, there's, like, a lot of heavy-duty lifting and shit that gets involved, too.
Yeah,
And,
that's why my fucking back hurts right now.
yeah. Which, is she willing to do that? Probably not.
Huh?
I mean, is she willing to do all the, like, heavy-ass lifting and shit? Probably not.
I don't know, I've never asked.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Probably not.
I don't.
100%. I mean, that's why I have to
Doesn't
say.
matter nearly as much as how
I'm tired
well
of
he was.
being the bad
I mean,
guy.
Joe Biden actually
Always
nominated
being called the bad guy.
Well, you're not. So don't let it get to you.
a weasel for one of these positions, and the weasel was in fact confirmed.
I
Even
mean,
though that you legally can't.
That's fine. I mean, that's because he's a good whisperer.
Not a weaselly person, just an actual weasel.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. A fucking, you know, actual weasel. That's fine. You know, that's what he does.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess they have these facts here or whatever. So I guess we'll go. So George W. Bush, how was he doing? I guess he got 677 nominations in the first year. Joe Biden, how is he? Well, Joe Biden's at the bottom. See?
Yeah, you got 644.
Who's at the bottom there? Is it Joe Biden?
No, that's Trump.
Oh, it's Trump.
Oh, for the first year.
Progress in America already, guys.
Joe Biden.
And nothing. People said nothing else has happened. Bam! You can say
Boom.
that. Well, you know what? At this point in their presidencies, Biden had more nominations in the Senate.
Oh yeah, he's nominated like
There you go.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah. Didn't think about that,
Trump
did you,
lagging
Jack?
way behind. Look at him. Look at him.
Barely did.
Pathetic.
Oh,
Lagging.
no difference.
Lagging,
No
yeah.
difference, huh?
It's garbage, dude. Trump sucks.
How about confirmation? That's just nomination. I mean, you can nominate whoever.
It's like, yeah, there's no difference in that type
George
of
W.
shit.
Bush, Obama, Joe Biden.
Still
see?
beating Trump. Better than Trump.
Still
Look
beating
at that.
Trump, dude.
Look at it.
Squeaking him though, dude. He's
Come
squeaking.
on.
Barely squeaking, yeah. Problem.
Man, so far her last
far,
shit
so
talk.
good.
Pretty negligible.
Biden ain't done nothing.
Look at that.
Fago.
Dude. Look at that.
What am I, Juggalo? Listen to the Sing Con Posse? I mean, I haven't had Fago before.
What?
Fago?
Oh, the St. Cloud Posse, like, drink or whatever?
I like how Fago's just known for that now. But, yeah, I like Jarritos and some flavored soda, but I don't really drink sodas that often.
Trump was leading.
I know it has
Look at
something
that.
to do, like...
No?
Yeah,
Oh,
well, you know,
yeah.
a couple times maybe here.
Nah,
and
man, I don't
there,
see
you know.
that, man. I don't see that.
September.
Good joke, man.
Start.
I don't think so.
Trump was up there in November.
Well, what's going on now, though? What's
Oh, I
going
got
on
some pictures of
now?
that fucking bike.
What's she doing lately? Dunking on
Come check
fucking
it out.
355 to 317.
pace of Senate
Oh, my
confirmations.
fucking
It's way up,
fucking
baby.
labors.
Wah, 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 wah,
I feel like
wah,
more
wah,
than,
wah, 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 wah,
Bush and
wah,
Obama or
wah,
whatever.
Six
I don't
flags
know
dance,
yet.
motherfucker. Come on, yeah.
They have so many drinks flavors
That's
are
what every
cheap.
American should be doing.
That's
Great
cool
economy we
too.
have.
And this average, I mean, the economy is another whole other story.
I mean, we'll be
Like, this is-
we'll be partying nonstop.
back hurts.
Economy.
This motherfucker, I mean, shit, these confirmations, though.
Suzuki.
Huh.
One of these days I'm gonna
That's
die.
I mean, whatever. I mean,
Well, we all are.
In days,
One of these days I'm gonna die.
Senate confirmed political
And I hope all this pain and suffering I'm going through right now
to 36
was
days.
fucking worth it.
Bush.
It will.
There's Obama, Trump, Biden. I guess, well, you know.
No, I mean,
It's
you know,
about-
look, you know, I mean, you can't win them all, right?
Average lengths in days to confirm Senate confirmed political appointees across administrations. Huh.
It's all the same.
But, like, you know, it seems getting harder and harder as time goes on. You know, the forces of time are against Biden. He didn't lose nearly as much ground as every other president before him, and I think that in and of itself is a victory for Joe Biden.
Yeah, that is true.
How did
Yeah.
fucking Reagan grease the wheels, man? Look at that shit.
They have cotton candy Faygo? Oh my god.
He just won in such big land.
I know Jones Soda has like a cotton candy flavor, which Jones Soda I think is more of a regional thing over here, but they're pretty good.
They had, like,
Paul.
stronger mandate than anybody else that we've seen.
It was a bright new dawn in America.
What about Obama, though? Obama won in a fucking giant landslide.
Yeah, but Obama was like a pussy. So,
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, Bob was like a pussy.
How about the success
True.
rate? Beating Trump with that, right? I think. Look,
yeah.
oh no, I guess not.
Oh wow.
Of nominations confirmed in the president's first year, 75%.
It keeps
Bush,
getting lower and lower.
10% for Obama, 57% for Trump, only 41%
Tough year, man.
for Biden.
Tough year, Jack. Tough
Man,
year.
tough year,
That's a
Jack.
failure, man.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. But you know that's why he nominated more, because he's like, hey.
But he whispered. He whispered, Jack. He whispered. He said, look, nominate these people. If I confirm them, if they confirm less of my nomination, I will simply nominate. They will come. Yes. I will nominate everyone on earth. Yes.
I know this nomination shit, TJ. What passed Congress? You know, that's the thing going. Well, what laws do we
More
pass?
time.
Scotty.
What laws do we pass?
Yeah,
Hey, look,
what do we
I think
do?
we did, Jack.
What did we do?
Before you
Did we pass some laws and acts?
Biden did nothing. Wrong.
Where the hell is it? Oh, it's
Wrong!
Is it
He-
the same page?
One
did
sec, we'll get
stuff?
to that in a sec.
Alright, we're not here.
He actually did some stuff?
Get that in a second, TJ.
Alright.
Passed a 1.9 trillion.
Just gonna go back to the
Trillion. Not trillion. I guess I'm making up a new number. Trillion. COVID-19 relief package. Whoa, bam! 1.9 trillion. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
1.9. Oh, yes.
How about one?
So,
trillion
sure, so amazing, cool.
infrastructure law. Bam! Infrastructure fixed.
Take that, motherfucker!
You know what happened, Paul? We're on top of
Construction!
Oh yeah, the infrastructure bill that was like toll roads and stuff like that, and a bailout for the rich industries.
I can't hear. I can't.
Biden train!
I can't hear a word that you're saying because there is so much progress and new revivified industry happening right
Oh yeah,
outside
the infrastructure
my window.
has just been
The streets are
intensely
like they
bustling.
used to back in the 50s, Jack.
Yep.
Can't even hear yourself think with
Industry
all
in
the noise,
progress
all
has
this
just been
progress.
booming outside ever since the infrastructure bill, Jack.
Around to bring me baskets of muffins, man. The good times are back, man. The good
times
are
rolling,
back.
boy.
Oh, though?
Funny enough, there actually, unironically, there is like some road work happening just around the corner from me, and it's actually not related to the infrastructure bill though. It's just kind of coincidentally starting right around the time it passed and shit. But it was kind of like a city-county like infrastructure thing that was already going to happen in the first place, but now they're kind of going through with it. Kind of shortly after it passed and shit, which. I mean, thinking about it, might have to something to do with it because it's like, oh, cool, now we got like some money for it. So, I mean, infrastructure bill overall is relatively not good, but there's like some like pockets of good. Around here, there's some, I guess.
Here, man. You know what Biden do? He whipped. Oh, I guess he did. No, sorry about that.
Well, you know.
But I mean, look, we're.
COVID's a tough son of a bitch.
It is, man. You know what? Look, Jack.
Man, I barely did much to it, but it's still tough.
It's a wily.
You never know what's going to.
It's still tough. It's gonna have to give up right then and there, Jack.
More like Floyd Mayweather. You know?
Floyd Mayweather. Who's that? Who's that, Jack?
Tips and dodges and all that.
Never
shit,
heard of him.
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Mike Tyson.
Good. Too new for me.
This year,
Yeah.
the 4th of July is a day of
Yeah.
special celebration. For we are merging from the darkness of years.
Yes!
Year
I wish Joe Biden would emerge from the darkness of his own
Yes!
mind. Darkness!
The darkness of these years,
COVID was
Jack.
officially declared defeated.
These cold, these
the clouds in
the
his
cold
head.
dark days.
Emerge from the darkness of the years, man.
No malarkey.
Emerge!
No malarkey.
I'm the
Yeah, this is DFF's episode for today. It's a year in review. Sounds more out of it than normal. Yeah, this is like from back in 2020. This is his year in review.
I'm the president of the country. Why does every few syllables sound like I'm rediscovering the sentence?
I'm rediscovering things as I'm going, Jack. Wow.
Stutter, of course.
I'm so dumb. Why are you making fun of a stutterer?
Pandemic and
living it
isolation. Year of pain,
Sorry.
fear, and heartbreaking loss.
Yeah.
Just think back to where this nation was a year ago.
Oh my God.
Think back to where you were
Oh,
a year ago.
Scared.
And think about how
Hello.
far we've come.
Unvaccinated. I was scared. I was cold, Joe. I was scared. I was cold.
That was cold there, Jack.
Hey.
I didn't know my ass from a hole in the ground, Joe, but now you know. I can see clearly now. The rain is gone.
Man,
I've
does this look
rediscovered
like
some sentience
emerging
there,
from
Jack.
the dark times really looks like in anybody's mind, bro.
Emerge from the dark times.
I'm burdens from the dark depravities of going and that orange son of a bitch. Oh, that orange dwarf of a star, blinking up in the dying light. Oh, that's again bad out of the gym. The darkness is being brought out and into the light. Oh, yes. No malarkey, Jack. It's like, yeah, I'm feeling very, like, confident.
We're emerging from darkness. Oh, there's a cloud overhead.
And the best days are ahead of us. Soon the glories will emerge from the...
Oh, the rain coming in. Oh, thunderstorm. Oh, shit. Oh, well, the darkness is gone. Don't worry. It'll just have like a lightning bolt, you know, or like a thunder clap just after he said it.
We're emerging from the darkness.
Dude, it looks like he's officiating a fucking funeral for one of his old friends that passed away out there.
Yeah, America.
It's the funeral for America.
We had a good run, everybody.
She was a good one right there up until the end when she got a little crazy.
I'll tell you what, man, Uncle Sam always provided, but today we're gonna lay him to rest, Jack.
We're laying the rest. We put him out like old yellow, Jack.
We don't talk about the slave stuff anymore, you know. He was young, he was crazy.
We got through some of those hard
We got through
times.
some stuff, and we actually made our peace with the blacks. I mean, to the extent, but you know, anyway, America's dead. May she rot. There you go.
It was a hell of a run. Thank you.
Goodbye.
No. Paul, this is not a message. This is not a funeral procession, Paul. It's a message of hope, Paul. We joke the president, but this is a message.
Oh my God.
America's back, bitch!
Why does he look so sour? If America's back, why does he look so concerned and sour about
Why,
it?
Paul? I'll tell you why. Because the future is so
I
fucking
went to
bright.
do something.
He's squinting. He's squinting.
Right for once. Not take a piss in your yard.
Oh, sorry.
But then you're back.
Oh, that future.
And I was like, damn.
Oh, that future's so fucking bright. I
pissed
should
off
have
in
put
that
shades.
I'm just here to tell
You know what I really want to do? I want to take that shit that's on the back porch and like hose it down and make it all clean again. And fucking put it in the corner back here.
And I'm thinking, I'm gonna turn around real
Another
soon,
day's
y'all.
project,
You know, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good.
I have too much junk in your yard.
Tiny Tim's gonna
Look at
be
this.
there
I have too
next
much
Christmas.
junk.
I know he is. Oh my God.
Hey, it looks actually not bad.
Oh, that's not the bike. That's the one I had in the garage.
Anyway, welcome back, y'all. How you doing?
But yeah, this is basically we whipped COVID though. I guess we didn't.
Got it.
It turned out we had.
I would like to announce that me and Joe Biden have come to agreement with the blacks in this country.
You know what I mean? Actually will be true. Probably not. But
With my Republican friends, no malarkey is not feasible. We're going for less malarkey.
Right?
Can I get a
And then you turn the corner, and what do you see? Another dark road, you know?
I'll pay you 50 cents for a whole Pop-Tart.
It's kind of like that, yeah.
Nah, go for it if you want one.
Guys, we're gonna Build Back Better Act. Yeah.
I'll throw 50 cents to you because
Sorry.
fucking.
Well, you know.
I mean,
I don't
they
need
tried.
President Nixon 50 cents.
But you know what, man?
I'll pay the man.
To the damn Republicans. You
gotta listen
Cool.
to the president.
If they're
He's like, I got 50 cents.
It just seems.
I'm not
fit to
complaining.
pass it, TJ.
That was fucking.
Dude, I tell you what, man.
Nah,
I
dude.
can't tell you how many times that rotating
I
villain
think I could get
has
1,000
messed
for that.
up America's fucking
That
chances of
chopped-
turning the
that
corner,
chopped up
man.
frame.
Yeah.
Fucking rotating
What
villain.
an engine.
Damn right.
Like, people gotta realize
Why?
there's a lot of expensive parts on there.
Yeah. Honestly, you could probably get more work done. You know, at least, you know, temporarily have things apart. You know, work on the frame a bit, put it back together, put a new tank on there, furbish it up a little bit. It'd actually be a pretty solid fucking bike.
I don't like this. It's too stretched out.
I think it was meant to be more like a trike or something.
I don't think so, bro.
I mean, the back of it is so thick in comparison to the front, you know, so that's why it makes me kind of think.
Fucking heavy duty shit right there.
Tequila salsa is lit. Hey.
Villain
Is it actually tequila salsa, or are you just saying that?
has messed up America's fucking chances of turning the corner, man.
Fucking rotating villain again.
Goddamn rotating.
Hell yeah, man.
Why have you done this?
America ain't America unless we have a rotating villain, Jack.
Snively fucking Whiplash is still tying the girl to the track.
So this was the. So remember, like, you know, we talk about the failure.
We're trying so hard to change things, America.
We're trying so hard while I kind of slow down the train, but speed it up, slow it down, speed it up.
Just lift this cup. We could change the entire cup.
Never mind the brake over here.
Fill the cup with super weight juice. Whoa! It's impossible to lift now. I can't do it. I give up. I'm impossible to negotiate with. I can't be reasoned with.
Well, remember, at the first glance of this bill, it was gonna be worth $3 trillion. $3 trillion plan.
Yes. The first time, it was more than that.
Well, yeah, the original
3.5.
were floated in
It was
the
like
media.
6 trillion.
Yeah, the Build Back Better, it was
Then
like
it became 3.
3.5, then 3, 1.75.
This was in the,
and now it's just dead.
Even in this was like the compromise one. Yeah. And you look at it, it's like, okay, so you got money for clean energy, here.
Preschool tax credit.
By the way, the green energy shit is, you know, being negotiated by Joe Manchin, too.
It was basically
At least, you know, according to Ro Khanna, because, oh, he's such a progressive, right?
Universal Community College was.
Ro Khanna's such a goddamn fucking puppet. Either that or a literal fucking snake in the grass from the start.
For that too. Well, I think also, of course, the idea was like, hey, we're going to relieve student debt massively.
You know what happens though? Here's
What?
the thing: American people say they want change. They say that. They're like, oh, wish our lives better. Wish our lives better. Wish things improve for us.
Yeah,
somehow,
right.
some way. But people.
You know, honestly, I'm just starting to get growled up over about Ro Khanna now a little bit. Like, honestly, it's just like, he's such a sippering little bitch. Like, I mean, like, this is, like, I love this idea that, like, you know, some people on the progressive side or the left side, you know, are just so, like, oh, you know, Ro Khanna's on the progressive caucus, part of the squad, you know, it's that, you know, it's like, honestly, it's just like, no, he ain't. He's just like a fucking little, incessant little, like, puppy bitch that, you know, is just submissive to, you know, the corporate line. Like, oh, I trust my colleagues in, you know, Joe Manchin, you know, to make the honest, you know, compromise and this and that. You know, working with the fucks that, you know, he's, you know, sent there in the first place to fucking fight. It's like, I mean, it's like either he's been like a snake in the grass from the get-go, and it's just, you know, playing the whole progressive card, you know, just to kind of move up the career ladder, or he's just a fucking puppet for, you know, these corporate shits.
Yeah, he's a fucking puppet for these corporate pig motherfuckers. Even though I have no clue what you're talking about. I feel like that fit.
He's inconsistent. Well, again, because he's either a puppet or a snake in the grass, or I guess both.
live in a pipe dream. I want things
You know
to
what happens?
change. Yeah.
Something happens.
Crazy people.
Something changes, and all of a sudden, oh, what happened to the old days?
I don't know.
Used to be better back in the day.
So Joe Biden's just giving the people what they really, truly want.
Remember those days we had to pay for all these college?
Where the fuck did he go?
Remember we had to pay
Outside?
$100,000 in debt, make payments for 15 years and owe more money. Remember them days?
Let me ask you this, Scotty.
Yes,
Would
teammate.
it be fair to all the people paying their way
No.
through?
No.
If it was just to give it away now.
TJ, what about universal health care, man? Would it be fair to all those people that paid medical bills?
Same logic, you know, when we freed the slaves. You know,
It's like, would it be fair for the people that had to pay medical bills and be in medical debt for, you know, everyone else to just have universal health care who didn't have to go for that? I mean, come on. It's just like some rugged individualist survivalist bias. If I had to go through it and muscle through and survive, you can too. It's not fair for me because you didn't have to go through it. I mean, I hate that fucking logic. It's like, oh, we could have a nice thing, but I didn't, so you can't either. It's like, what? Is that more of a reason to have it?
It is. So many generations before had been enslaved. It'd be fair now. Let them freedom. This generation go free when so many of their ancestors were slaves.
Good
Think
point.
about fairness. Come on, people.
Dude, you know what? You've convinced me. I've never heard a better argument for slavery ever made.
Dude, I want the first politician that runs with the campaign slogan of same old is gonna win in a fucking landslide.
Another day in America. How about that?
You know what? I just got my campaign slogan.
There it is.
Yeah.
I promise to
Same
not
old.
change anything.
Yep.
I promise.
Same old.
Rescind every fucking
TJ
promise
Kirk
that I made
2020.
and be a total fucking corporate sellout.
Yeah, so this is the watered down bill. So
Same old.
555 billion for clean energy shit.
Dope. Yeah, cool.
Wow,
All right,
child
let's
care
do
and
it.
preschool, 400 billion. Actually, this community college had been cut out of this part of the bill, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Child,
Anyway.
more tax credits for that. Home care for people who can't afford it. 800,000 older Americans.
Get me.
Housing stuff. We're gonna build, rehabilitate, and improve our more than 1 million affordable homes.
Nah.
I mean, that's still
Nah, people
not
don't
what we
need
need,
that.
but
We don't need that.
You know
I
that?
don't need a house. Fuck that.
aims to reduce premiums for 9 million Americans. It's aiming to reduce that.
Oh, there's a lot.
Oh, aiming for it. So not just gonna do it, they're just gonna aim to try to do it. I love that. Like, reduce, what was it again?
People don't need that. I don't need a house. Fuck that.
Aims to reduce premiums for 9 million
Premiums for 9 million
aiming to
Americans.
reduce that.
Oh, there's a lot. I love the layers of coverage.
This is the cop-out.
The coverage, the cop-outs, dude. We're aiming to reduce it.
Look, we're gonna do it. We're gonna fix immigration, TJ. Gonna be fixed, dude.
We
Well, it's literally getting worse.
improve
Maternal health. Yeah.
We will form a
Hey, leave
committee
the Mexicans
to
alone.
investigate
They're good people.
ways that we can
Well, it's not even that. Haitians, El Salvadorans, all sorts of people.
aim to possibly improve the infrastructural underpinnings that.
Oh, so what the other one have?
Coverage,
Let's see.
coverage,
Universal
coverage,
pre-K,
coverage.
3 and 4 year olds
Move,
provide child care for working
Oh, this
families.
is 3.5 billion.
Oh my God! Why would anyone want that? Create tuition-free community college, invest in historically black universities.
Oh, too communistic.
No, sounds racist against white
Pell
people.
Grant
No.
awards.
No.
Grants that people have to pay back. Invest in school infrastructure.
No,
student
fuck
success
that.
grants.
We don't need that.
Education.
Too communistic, too
Fund primary
socialist.
care. Invest in maternal
So what-
behavior.
I don't want-
mental health.
I don't want that.
So what
Too
you're
radical.
telling me, Scotty, is that we can add to the long list of Joe Biden's accomplishment that he trimmed the pork off of this bill.
He did.
He trimmed
Yeah.
it.
I mean, look at this
Well,
year's
yep.
poll.
And didn't get it passed even after.
Actually, no, it was Joe Manchin and the Republicans that did it. He didn't, he wasn't like the sole thing that, was cutting the fat off of that. Him trying to, incite more bipartisanship to get this passed and stuff, thus cutting it down and cutting the pork more and more, like, he didn't have a role in that, no.
Look at this one oasis would have been. Create and preserve
going some
affordable
devils.
housing. Why does anyone in this country need that? Provide down payment assistance,
No.
rental assistance, and other home
Wait, hold on,
homeownership
hold on.
initiatives.
I don't want that shit.
You hear that, Scotty? Sounds like pork to me, Scotty. Needs to be trimmed. You know what?
Okay, sorry. What about this one?
Let me
It
tell you
was.
something, Scotty. Jack
Hey,
Spratt. Jack Spratt could eat no fat, and his wife could eat no lean, Scotty. Okay.
Oh shit!
And Americans are definitely Jack Sprat, and this has got, dude, America wouldn't even have dealt with this. They would have choked on how much fucking fat. They'd have been like, oh, what is this bill? So much fat that hasn't been trimmed. Universal.
So much unnecessary spending.
3K, free college.
What is this big government
you can't
nonsense?
give people too much of a good thing, Scotty. It's like you can't
Too
have
much?
a candy bar for dinner every night.
You ask for too much?
That's true, man. It's too much. It's too much. Yeah, I
Don't blame you because you asked for too much.
It's
Yes.
just plumb too much, Scotty. That's why Biden wisely didn't push it too hard. He's like,
Yeah, I tried.
I give him my old college try.
So look what we did here, though.
New car.
Just the one we did pass, guys. Yeah.
Cool.
The 1.2 trillion.
We got this done.
Bipartisan. Woo.
Bipartisan bill. What do we get done?
Yeah, 110 billion for all
Corporate
the roads,
sellout nonsense?
bridges, and other major projects in the country.
Wait a minute, why is this labeled as a 550 billion? By it says they slashed it to that.
They slashed
New spending.
That's a different
okay,
thing.
I see.
It's new spending. So they use, I think, the COVID relief funds that have been left over. And
Yeah,
stuff.
this isn't the Build Back Better bill. This is the infrastructure bill.
Oh, got it. Yes.
This is the one that was bipartisan
So
passed.
it does sound
And
good.
it got gutted itself too. Because
10
I think it
billion.
was like a 1.9 trill, and now it's like a 550 bill.
Nah, we did pass that.
What a way to gut that even more too.
The difference.
Go figure.
Let's take a strike.
Had to cut the fat off of it, tell you what.
The bipartisan bill that actually got passed, it's mostly money to big companies to rebuild the infrastructure.
Right.
With no social welfare shit attached whatsoever. Just like
crazy.
Pure money to corporate America from the government.
Yep, that's how you fix it. That's how you get the economy back and going.
Yeah, 65 billion, TJ.
So wait, because I, as a
Such a
taxpayer,
Such a major
helped
success.
fund these projects,
which, by the way, you already funded before.
Right. I'm sure that because I help fund these projects, for me, these services will be free.
No, sorry.
Oh.
You'll have to pay a
No.
handsome
You will have
so
to
I get to
pay
pay
a
twice. I
handsome
get to
Toll
pay the
roads.
taxes, and then I get to pay again.
a princely sum.
To the,
You have to
the
pay a
private
fee to use
corporations that
our
already got my
infrastructure.
money via taxes. So
Yes.
okay, cool.
Yeah.
But even
We have to make a profit off of you. We have to get our cut, even though we already have a cut.
Inadequate.
I love it.
Yes.
The U.S. has been underfunding its roadway maintenance for years, resulting in a $786 billion
Scotty,
backlog.
But that's not what this is
road
about.
and bridge
This ain't
capital
about,
needs.
Scotty, this ain't about fixing no damn roads. This is about making sure that Caterpillar stock goes up. Making sure John Deere stock goes up. What?
Yep, that's right,
Make sure all
brother.
these little stocks go up. And you know what? I bet you all these motherfuckers have voted for it and handsomely invested in all those companies they just gave a bunch of money to.
No.
Oopsie doopsie.
TJ,
fucking
I
daisy.
think they wanted to fix the crumbling infrastructure of this country.
Oh, that must be it. You're right.
That
I'm
must
sorry.
be the reason.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure that if we check Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio, we won't find John Deere or Caterpillar, any of that kind of stuff.
Oh,
in there.
definitely
That
not.
would be-
And if you did, it'd be by
Honestly, I bet if I were to look at John Deere right now, there would probably be a little bit, some good, especially as of recent months, some nice, productive positivity and uplifts on the markets. Hey, Zukov. Hey. Hey,
Oh, yeah. Just can't even fucking imagine something like that.
I made a bet like anyone would,
I just happen to be, just casually investing like anyone else. Yes.
Is that wrong?
I'm definitely not, definitely don't have insider trading with the petroleum industry, no.
And then I did the 33 black always law, and just
Happened
what
to
can I
win.
say,
Let the chips fall where they may.
On 33 black.
Yeah.
Always. What? Shocking. Can't believe it.
What a beautiful thing.
Long story short, this is actually inadequate to repair the bridges and roads that are...
But not inadequate to drive that stock price up. Don't remember that.
Could you put it over there?
well, it's done that, I'm sure, TJ.
Huh?
Could you put it over there?
No. It's not coming back in the garage.
But look, guys, public transit and stuff, we're putting some money towards that.
It's like
Amtrak, power infrastructure, 70...
Ooh, Amtrak's getting some
73 billion.
uplifts.
I know we need like $1 trillion
That's
in that, but I mean, like, that's like...
Hey, that's
like a tenth of that almost.
Journey of 1,000 miles, Scotty.
Yeah.
Begins with
Yeah, dude, but this is what passed Congress. And
It begins with a single shuffle.
continuously find this money.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with the start of a single elderly man's shuffle.
over and over again without any sort of plan.
Dude, you know how much of this money is gonna just get bled off into projects that are like funded at the initial level but never actually break ground?
somewhere else.
99.999999999. No.
And a bunch of contractors are going to get fat, drawn up fucking plans and building initial starting things for this, and then the fucking budget's going to get slashed. And that'll be that. This will be the first thing on the top.
Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of these type of projects will definitely just be basically cut down to essentially where they get stalled and just endless fucking delayed ass projects that just kind of sit and rust. Like, I know a lot of the proposals for like the high-speed rail, like some of it was kind of started up a little bit in like places like California and shit, but you know, because of a lot of delayments and stalling on that project, like what was constructed essentially just like rusted up to shit now at this point.
The whole thing fell apart.
Oh, of course.
He is around.
Well, of course, I
rusting out in that California desert sun.
But, that project just didn't ever get off the ground.
Before you send the books to market, you must skim
slowly but surely.
cream, you know.
Yes.
If it's even still viable.
As our roads in this country age and deteriorate, the most recent data estimates that are over 62% of our roadway spending was directed towards system preservation, a 3% increase from the Federal Highway Administration's previous reporting period. So we're spending more and more money just to maintain the crumbling roads. Therefore, over the next 20 years, the projected spending is estimated at $41 billion. However, funding required to rehabilitate pavement and other operational conditions will average $53 billion annually. We'll need to increase the current spending levels by 29% to address the current and future backlogs. Well, look, guys, we kind of did that here. We had a better bill that would have done all this and more, but why bother with that?
Fuck that bill.
That bill is bullshit. Fuck that. That bill's a fucking lie.
I love how climate change is nestled in with another thing. It just gets like everything else has its own thing. Even airports is listed alone, but climate change is kind of like thrown in with cybersecurity.
Yeah, a similar thing, right?
Yeah.
You know, climate change and cybersecurity, yeah, they definitely go hand in hand, you know what I mean?
Basically, I mean, like two different words for the same fucking exact goddamn thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Infrastructure for the impacts of climate change,
Five-head maneuver.
attacks, and extreme weather conditions. There you go, Paul.
Right there.
So it's sharing second to last.
They're gonna end up in a mostly
second to
useless
hind teeth.
alignment between
I love
5
it.
and so.
And the thing about this one is too is like what they're doing about climate change in this is like preparing the infrastructure for the impacts of it. Just like, you know, when it happens, we're gonna make sure, you know, everything's like
no mitigation.
Bolted down and
Yeah, it's like, let's not actually address the whole thing about the climate. Let's just, like, make sure our infrastructure is good for when it actually does happen, you know? Because we're not actually going to give a shit about changing it. We're trying to, you know,
there's like not even a
solve
remotely
problem.
like
Just pin the blame and put it somewhere else.
try to like prevent it or prevent its severity or any of that. Just like not even the pretense. Just like
Look, we could
prepare for when the big dick comes. Loosen up our asshole a little bit, you know, so we can take it.
Yeah,
There you go.
get a nice, fat, decent, good old butt plug in there and get it loosened up and ready to go. And then once it's ready, take it out and we'll just get it going, you know what I'm saying?
Up the
It's like, oh my
whole
God.
system so that the big dick slides in just a little easier when it does come imminently.
And it'll have a lot
you
of
know what,
very
guys, this
barbed
happened-
wire style, you know, barbs at the very end of it that are not lubricated, just for the pleasure.
It happened, TJ. Can't deny Biden did it again,
He
man.
done it.
He done it again. I mean, the old Maverick there, he just...
Oh man, right? I'm just telling you there.
Wheeling and dealing in the Senate.
No market, Jack. That's how we do it out in Scranton.
Got a bipartisan bill.
Even though I was literally never from there.
People said Biden hasn't done a damn thing.
He's preparing. He's doing stuff. He's handing out monies. He's helping stock prices go up. He's helping fucking lube up America's asshole
He
for
sent everyone
climate
a check,
change.
too, Jack.
Mhm.
That check you got, Jack?
Remember that fucking check? Yeah, remember that check?
Got a check, didn't you, Jack?
I got that check.
Oh yeah, that one that not everyone got.
Yeah.
What?
And even Trump somehow gave more money to fucking people than Biden.
Fucking airplanes. How about we add some airplanes to the fleet? See, this is the problem with having a goddamn fucking for-profit corporation in charge of dealing with all your planes and shit. They have no impetus in expanding their fleet so they can, like, maybe not pack people in like fucking cattle.
Yep.
You know, maybe you could have like an inch to move your legs and shit like back in the old days.
Yeah.
Like, there's no impetus to do that.
That's actually reserved for the business class now. Thank you very much.
Funny, Paul, they actually did mandate that by law, but they've never done it. Here.
Go figure!
I'm doing a calculation to see if that would be...
Honestly, probably because, like, the fine for paying off, like, the bill of, like, hey, you're not doing this, here's the fine. Like, that probably is more cost-effective in their mind long-term than trying to replace their bullshit. Like, I mean, that's why. Like, they don't give a fuck. Go figure.
And it turns out it's actually, you'll be surprised to learn this, more profitable to pack you in like sardines.
Oh, okay, so it's just
Yep.
treat you like subhuman garbage. That's actually,
Got it.
actually, here's what you could do. If you want, we'll have some seats that actually have legroom and like basic, humanity. And for those, you could pay like, I don't know, like
$50 more.
or more, maybe,
Yeah.
somewhere around that range. If you're like super rich, maybe you want that.
Get the business class.
No, 6 minutes,
Yes. The
6
first
hours
class, the rich class seats.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I guess next to you, yeah.
Yes.
That's what we're gonna do, and there you go. Problem solved.
Oh,
The market solved it.
wow, dude, the market
Markets.
solutions.
The free hand of the markets.
Free
The
market
commoners
always
must
finds a way,
feed.
doesn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful, the free market.
Gobble gobble.
It's fine, like they
Conomos.
say, you have a couple gaffes, or
There's
drafts.
a gaff here and there. Who cares? The man has a fucking stutter, Scotty.
Yeah, what can you do?
How dare you
Never
with
heard
these...
this, Scotty, but the man fucking
All
has
this
a stutter,
ableism
bro.
here. Oh my god.
Yeah, so
Biden? No,
that's all that happens. He just has a little stutter.
I don't think so.
I think it's pretty low that
I
you're gonna
can't-
sit here and make fun of this stutter.
Yeah, we're gonna sit here and make fun of this poor man's stutter.
Is
now.
Is this the ableist podcast, Scotty?
No.
After he delivered you the $550 billion bipartisan infrastructure bill, Scotty, and this is how you will pay him.
I'm sorry, guys.
Never mind,
Best
Harley's
way
being
to
over
get something
dramatic.
done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway.
Brain.
No, we like to, anyway, who gives a fuck?
Just literally shut the fuck down right there.
His brain really did just shut down. It's like, I shut that show. Who gives a fuck? Shutdown mode. Biden.exe has stopped working for the 80th time today. It's just like, please reboot and, unplug and replug to try again.
If you like pina coladas.
Pina coladas.
So,
We're going to get a lot done.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
See if you can find my favorite one, because there's some annoying music in this.
I love it.
Oh, you like it?
Ew, what was that?
What was that?
What was that? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he was sleeping.
Hey, that's not fair. He had a little nappy.
Sleepy.
Oh, he had like a little. You know what? I will give it pass for this one because, like, nothing was going on. Like, he's just kind of sitting there waiting. I'll like, out of all the gaffes, this is the one I'm actually willing to give him a pass for. I'm willing to give him the pass. Every now and then, there's a gaff you kind of have a pass. Every now and then,
If he had to go really far to go to that meeting,
napping in the Pope's
stuff?
office. That's another justified version.
Sorry.
And shitting. Like, that's a justified gaff. I'm willing to give him the pass.
He had to pass the infrastructure bill, Scotty, so that's why he's very sleepy. Give him a nice bill.
Take a little nap.
I'm glad that our leadership is awake at the table for important discussions like this,
Well, it doesn't look like anything really is important because the lady behind him, is not doing shit. She's just kind of like, looking around doing some other bullshit. Like talking to somebody else or something. Oh, he tripped, yeah. But not the way Biden did it. Oh, no. The way Biden did it was base. I don't care.
Did you see that shit? The stairs, it bit me. Bit me right in the ass.
It's canon to me.
Here you go, world leaders. Here's the completely senile old man in charge of America. So talk slowly.
Be very cordial. Speak loud and slow.
Just making fun, just having fun with you. I ain't gonna nuke you.
I ain't gonna do shit. I'm just having some gaps and goose. Some of that old 50s gaps and goose from the Cold War. Don't y'all remember? We're all older than shit here,
It's
right?
like we dumped fucking Grandpa Simpson's friend Harvey Molman or whatever just on every high level like negotiation. Now in addition to deciding what goes on at the highest levels of intergovernmental affairs, they've got to take care of Grandpa.
Oh my god.
Yes, I am the president of South Africa. Yes. As I said earlier. Oh, you're the president. I'm the president.
Yeah, you're not a president, you fucking malarkey ass jack.
President of South Africa, you're that jokester Chris Rock, ain't you? No.
No.
Anyway, we have fewer democracies in the world today than we did 15 years ago.
Drat.
Fewer.
Damn right. I'm scared.
Damn, dude, he got intense. There's fewer American-based puppet democracies in the world. Fewer! This is unacceptable, Jack.
He's pissed.
Passionate Biden.
Yeah, bye. Oh, on my knees.
She minded.
I wrote to the
Now there.
I am the environment. Oh, you say the environment's changing? I am the fucking environment, Jack. I am the environment. It's like, whoa,
I don't
bro.
know why they included this clip. This is the fucking.
Dude, he is the environment.
If it seemed like there was a decline in any fucking way, boom. Back on top.
Remember that crazy guy that used to call in that old show we were on, Whispers McMillan? I wonder if it was Biden the whole time.
Could have been.
On the environment.
Why would I not be for it? It's a serious question, right? It's acceptable to me. Come on. Because of the actions we've taken, things have begun to change. End of quote. In the past 3 weeks.
End of quote.
End of quote.
And a quote.
End of quote. He was actually was. That's actually not really a gaffe. He actually was quoting someone there.
Oh, okay. Well, fair
No,
enough.
that's not even a gap,
Out
then.
of context, but whatever.
Fair enough.
I'm especially honored to share the stage with Brittany and Jared and Nathan and Margaret Catherine.
They're not even. Who? Who's there? Are they invincible?
I'll tell you what. And look at her. She looks like she's 19 years old, sitting there with her, like a little lady in a race car. Brittany, you're.
Whoa, what?
19.
Whoa.
Lady in a race car.
Oh, he looks like a little 19-year-old in a race car, Jack. Oh, now I like to sniff her hair as it blows around in the hot sun and the winds. Turning blonde, I say, Jack. Oh, yes.
Maybe if they're lucky.
Oh, God, dude.
Make out point. We're going to make out point later.
Can you
Grab
imagine?
a squeeze of that 19-year-old chitty, you know?
Oh.
And that's a beautiful thing, goddammit.
You know what?
Biden could bang his 19-year-old if it's consensual.
Job has really
Knowing
lost
Biden,
a lot
I guarantee you it's not.
You recently speech
President of the United States
No,
of America.
Well, that and I'm talking about like jobs that you might actually be able to attain at some point, like speechwriter for the president. You know what I mean?
Oh, God, yeah.
Can you imagine the fucking angst and anxiety that must go through those people's minds when this motherfucker gets wheeled out onto the stage? Because they know that
Oh my
if
God.
he butchers it, they're getting the fucking blame. And he's gonna butcher it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
We've tried to use as many monosyllabic words as possible.
There were too many words.
There's too much. I couldn't even read it.
There was
It's too
no
small.
mention
Too
of
much
how she looks
text.
like a hot 19-year-old race car driver anywhere in this fucking speech. Better throw this in the fucking trash. I'll swing it. I got my own speech, Sonny Jim. You don't need your fancy Harvard degree to tell me what to say.
The fair
goddammit.
one, I think we're about to get to it, is Joe Biden just like wandering off.
Oh, yeah, he's done it a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah. You're about to
Didn't try mostly improvisatory speeches. Yeah.
Going here in Cornwall.
You could actually tell when he was doing improvised speeches and when he wasn't. He usually did the improv when he was doing his rallies.
So no, Joe.
How do you realistically understand?
No, Joe. Come here. That's what I meant. It wasn't one off. It was like immediately like, no, Joe, don't. Don't go to them. Come to me, Joe. Here, Joey. Come
Away
here,
from
boy.
the press,
Come
Joe.
here.
Go
Get away
away.
from that press. We don't. No, Joe. You're having one of your foggy days. Come here, Joe. Come here. Oh, that's a good Joey boy. Come on.
You're in Scranton, Joe. It's Scranton. You're about to go.
What's it called Zukov Joe, dude?
You're in your happy
place. Yeah, that's right.
Come here, Joe.
Good thing. It's very good. Don't talk to them.
Oh my god, Zukov showed up. Zukov, you showed up to me calling you Joe?
Families from coming to the U.S. when things will not get
Hey, you little malarkey boy.
right away.
Zukov, hey, come here, boy. Come here.
Well, maybe I should
Come
be
here,
behind
baby.
the microphone.
Oh, he's saying, oh, you traitor.
Journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step.
Zukov betrayed me. He's hanging out with Harley now.
Yeah.
Prick.
Journey of a
Maybe that was, see, that's
Come
taken
here,
out of
baby.
context too, because that's what he was doing. That was the first step.
He was demonstrating
Aw.
the first step of the journey.
That was the
No
journey of
malarkey,
1,000
Jack.
miles. His journey of 1,000 miles, and he started it right there. He's always trying to take him out of context, man.
Yeah, poor bastard.
Going this way. Run, dude.
Look at his run, bro.
He's like Rocky.
President.
I love the music for this.
Okay. It's getting very Kirk Douglas in that fucking sci-fi movie me and Paul watched. What was that called? Saturn 3 or something like that. Yeah. Kirk Douglas is trying to do everything to show how young and
The real biggest change they made at the White House, TJ. I think you know it.
So in this scene, the two barrel-chested henchmen will come in, and I will easily defeat both of them while through the window to show how studly and virile I am. Just like
No malarkey there, Jack.
Mr. Douglas?
We'll take them all right behind that gym.
You should
Yes.
do a backflip through a window.
Get out of my way. You're right! The window should be on fire!
Good call. What's your name again? Okay. Yeah. You just end up like pushing him down and be like, "You did it! Ooh,
Yeah, good job.
Crazy." So last bit on this. The Biden family has rehomed Rescue Dog Major.
Yeah, right to the pound.
Right to the pound, dude. Took it out behind the
He
gym.
was out behind the old
You took
fucking
it right behind the gym with the good old 20 and, showed him what's for it, Jack.
woodshed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Took it behind the old shed.
Place all the other one.
Yep.
That's what happened to old Yeller.
Commander.
That's what happened to Major.
Look, Major, look, you're a good dog. And the
You're biting too many people's hands, being a little anarchist. A little Major dick is what you're being there, buddy.
Too many Secret Service butts around here, and now you're gonna go in the fucking dirt. You're taking the dirt down, Major, you son of a bitch. I'd do it to you myself, but they don't trust me with a gun. So take this piece of shit out back, blow his fucking brains out, and get me a real goddamn dog.
Well, call him Commander, because he's really
You outrank
the real fucking Commander son of a
They're
bitch.
trying to just something like, because Major was a rescue, so this is probably just some super well-trained, good temperament German.
I don't need no goddamn, no more fucking rescue dogs, goddammit! I don't care what the PR fucking research says. Get me a real goddamn dog that obeys orders.
Give me a good commander that actually obeys some orders, damn it. I want an officer that really follows some orders.
Hold of some fucking Secret Service ass. You know what I mean?
He's gonna do it, man. Look at Commander.
If Commander ever
Dude, Commander's gonna find like
he would be
a...
dead.
Oh, dude.
But he's a real good.
Yeah, dude, Commander's gonna find like, a Secret Service female German Shepherd and get some booty, dude. That's what Commander's gonna do. Fucking Major, like, he was, biting too many hands because he's like, no, fuck you, this is my bitch. But Commander, he's gonna be nice and cordial about it. He's gonna be like, hey, what's up, lady? May I court you? And look at, their handlers and be like, what's up, bro? I'm gonna be a sweet boy. And just like kind of sweetly and casually and then just like vigorously fuck the shit out of a female German Shepherd and boom. It's just like, Commander's gonna be able to follow orders, to the T there, Jack, and let me just tell you. He's gonna be able to show everyone there what's for. Major, though, he was a little too aggressive, too much of a little horn dog.
Not like that little bitch Major.
Major left him alive.
The only thing
One of
he
a dog like that.
I'll tell you what, the only thing major about him, he was a major goddamn disappointment to me. That fucking dog.
Wow.
Commander Ecovito confirmed.
Wow.
Well, the female Secret Service shepherds want to be family.
Black Beetle episode.
Yeah.
And whatever you feel about that, that was a major fuck up too. But whatever.
Well, we'll talk about it sometime, maybe. But anyway, Biden, year one. What do you rate? I get A+.
A+.
A+ for me.
A plus 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 plus.
Plus.
A plus. Infinity plus.
Oh wow! He just checked. Damn, TJ just checked me. Whoa, fuck, bro.
Invent a new letter. We need to bring back like the ampersand or something and make that fucking Joe Biden's grade.
Like,
that's just how good it is.
If Thanos
The S tier.
got along with all the stones and he snapped his fingers, it was like the perfect universe. That's where we're in.
Yeah, I think.
Boom.
If it's
Thanos snapped us,
I will
bro.
snap my fingers, and whoever is perfect for the job of U.S. president will be U.S. president. He'd snap his fingers, and nothing would fucking change because we're already living in that world.
That's so crazy.
Oh, we're living in the utopia, Jack. Let me just tell you.
Yes.
I rate it 5 cans of mushed peas out of 2 soiled adult diapers.
Very good rating.
That's a great rating. 5 soiled mushed peas and 2 fucking adult diapers that were used. That's a good rating. Documents that some possibly illegal to do. Yeah, no, I heard about that. Oh, beautiful. I'll tell you, I missed a little discovery when I was doing a little gun cleaning earlier. Which I'm actually kind of glad I did, but they got it all nice and clean now. But now there's a little discovery that I realized that I'm just like, oh, I need to potentially, well, certainly now at this point, get it looked into and inspected. So, just to make sure 100% that's all okay. Because it's like, ooh, don't necessarily want to have any issues of like, you know, like a literal explosion, you know what I mean? Actually thinking about it, I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't, you know, initially, considering the fuel when I was using it. I was like, I don't want that to happen anytime soon, so before that does, I want to get that issue most immediately addressed. So, but the mag gains, yeah, literally having your arms blown the fuck off in your face, you know, blown to shit with shrapnel. No thanks. I think I'm good. I don't need that. I mean, like, honestly, it's just like, I mean, I can show it again since I already, you know, kind of had it cleaned out and all that. But I can show it just to really show what I mean here. Here, let me just do this. But it sounds a lot more smoother and a lot more better now that I got it all nice and oiled. But let's get this all dealt with here. I'll move this too. Yeah, see, it's gonna be right all up in this fucking thing. It actually probably should not be doing this. Come on. Okay, yeah. Let me do that. Maybe that'll help with it. Okay, there we go. Jesus. Well, it's oiled, so okay. Because I did oil it. but it's this piece. Look what it says on it. It says light loads. And when I took it out shooting, I fired some slugs out of it. And also, hold on, let me do this. Well, here, actually. Let me do this real quick. But now there's a little bit of this going on as well, which in my mind is not exactly, you know, too good. It's like a little mild indent from that, so I might have to get the mag tube replaced. Maybe, hopefully not the barrel, but I'm definitely going to need to get this thing most certainly replaced with not a light load, but one that is heavier, more sturdier. So okay. You know what? Actually, I want to test something real quick here. Amount of Tesla equal Amazon plus Crypto Bros. Picture Daddy Bezos to the moon. Oh my god. I mean, actually, it's kind of true. I'm not gonna lie. There's a little hint of truth to that. What?
Come here.
What?
Yes, come here. I want to run something by you.
Okay, hold on.
I know it's hanging out there a little bit, but it's as far back as I can fucking get it to go.
That's fine. It should be okay. It should be okay.
Yeah, I'm taking a beat and I got scars here. Jesus. Nobody loves Harley.
Well, there's not a lot of scars that get, you know, put into weaponsmithing and shit. Oh man, this stuff's pretty. It's going smooth.
What? Oh fuck, he's loading it.
Well, no, I'm just making sure that, you know, it's
Run, Zukov.
all still good. Oh wow, it's actually a lot more smoother this time around.
Run for the hills.
You should get the Senegalese flags for Britain and France to go for CSA. But I'm not from there.
Not from where?
France, Britain. Wouldn't make sense for me to have that. Ooh, wow, that's a lot more slicker. A lot more smoother.
What'd you do?
I cleaned it and oiled it. What was it? What do you think I was doing earlier? A few hours
I was
before.
outside.
Well, you saw what I was doing every time you came back in occasionally. Plus discovering a potential red flag situation when it comes to
Yo, we're blowing ourselves up.
well,
Kaboom!
I don't think it's necessarily at risk as long as we don't shoot slugs again, but I don't want to take the risk. So, yeah. He lubed it up and took it to a fancy dinner. I mean, basically. Got it nice cleaned up, took it to a fancy dinner, and, you know, got it all nice and clean. Yeah, I'm thinking at some point I'm going to get a high point, either a 3895 TS or a 45 one, depending. Depending, I guess, which one's more affordable.
Huh?
Oh, for a carbine?
Carbine?
Yeah, there's one by a High Point that's called, well, there's two different models. There's a 3895.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Here, I can show you.
I like how I blocked stick.
It's kind of like this cool-ass futuristic looking thing. But here, I'll show you real quick.
Oh, I show him. I can't point it at him.
Careful with that.
It's not loaded. Well, technically it is loaded, but my hand's not on the trigger. Like, I have to put force down for it to
Well,
work.
still, please be careful.
Kaboom!
But this is kind of what it looks like. And the magazine goes into the pistol grip there.
Huh.
It looks pretty futuristic, and it's like, that's like, hey, I'm down for that.
That's not cool.
Yeah, they're actually pretty affordable, so get like maybe an olive green finish on the railing system and stuff. Maybe get like a little like red dot on it. That kind of goes in conjunction with the iron sights a little bit, so I can just keep the sights up because that in itself looks pretty cool. Maybe get like an angled foregrip around the front. That'd be pretty dope. Maybe get like a little flashlight on the side of it, or on the bottom of it or something. And, you know, like a little sling. Not go like hardcore tactical, but, you know, just a little basic something. Add a little bit, you know, better use for sights and stability with the grip. I'm not a big fan of those like big foregrip ones where you just hold down to. I like those more angled grips or stubby grips. Because at least they kind of feel a little bit more like better when it comes to like holding down to it. Just having like this big just thing to hold down to in the front, it's like, feels kind of clunky. I guess it's good for just sheer stability because you just got this big thing you're holding up on the front, but I mean, that's why they have different types of angled like foregrips and shit like that, because, you know, there's actually legit different performance abilities with them. Today I learned something called coin shots, a real thing in the Wild West. Sometimes they reload the shotgun shells with coins. Yep. It's not legal, but I guarantee you there's probably people out there that do it still. I mean, because honestly, it's not that hard. I got spent shells here. Here, let me show you. Because, I mean, think about it. Like, I mean, think about it. Like, you know, here, like, you got some spent shells here. Whoops. Where'd that one go? Right there. I mean, all you have to do is just, you know, take the primer part of it, take that out, and then, you know, like, replace it, and then you go in here, put your load in there, and then you can put your coins in there, and then you just seal it back up, which I wouldn't know how you would do that necessarily. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I'm not going to fuck with it right now because I don't know how to, and yeah, pretty simple. Though again, with depending on what you load them with, they may be highly illegal, so probably wouldn't want to do things like coin shots. There we go. Still a new ammo box, so it's still kind of stiff. Doesn't have to damage if you have a bunch of coin shotguns at you. Yeah. I mean, that's why they're considered illegal. I mean, because they're basically there. I mean, they're essentially there sheer out of just sheer damage purposes. I mean, I suppose like other shotgun shells are too, with other loads, but they're designed for very specific purposes, like game shot or target loads, and you know, slug loads, and, you know, things like that. I mean, they have like more specific purposes.
I'm happy. I made a little home for my motorcycle.
Oh, how cute.
Made her a little home.
Oh, so cute.
Keep her out of the weather.
Oh, adorable.
I knew that car tarp would come in handy. I knew there was a reason I wasn't gonna get rid of it. Pulling that bitch back to use. I fucking staple gun the fucking tarp to the freaking fence. Make sure that bitch ain't going nowhere.
Well, hey, that's one way to do it.
It looks like a little home. Like you can take my bike out and then put a little homeless guy in there now.
Oh my god. I'm definitely not doing that.
Charge them rent.
With what money they're getting?
Pay their way in illegal drugs.
In a state that's decriminalized. like, you realize the state is decriminalized, right? Like, I mean, there's, like...
I gotta figure out what my next step is. Oh, I gotta go hook up the gas pedal.
I mean, why use money to make ammo when you can use it to buy ammo? I mean, if you have, like, a bunch of pennies and dimes, like, worthless, you know, for the most part, you know, coins that, you know, aren't as valuable, like nickels and things like that. I mean, yeah.
Well, technically, you can make your own fucking ammo.
Well, that's what that's what the topic is about, mainly with coin shot.
My foot! My foot, it fell off!
Oh no.
I'm footless! I'm footless, see? I'm footless! I don't think
Yeah.
Whatever.
But basically, yeah, like, so you take like a spent shell, replace the primer so it has a fresh primer like that.
Yeah.
And then
You reload with gunpowder.
yeah, then you put your load in there, and then at least depending. I mean, obviously you have to research it. I don't know what it'd be specifically, and this is a black shell, so even in the lab, I won't be able to see.
I've seen videos on it, but
Yeah, like I have too, but you know, I'm not as informed about it. But you put your load in there.
I'm not that interested, so I'm not. I'm
Well,
like,
I mean, I might, like, you reload my own shells and shit, but I do it legally. Like, I mean, I'm not looking to fucking, like, you know, be, like,
I'm
doing
pretty
some weird
sure-
underground shit with it or whatever the fuck.
I'm pretty sure you can use the drill press to fucking do your own shells and shit. No, that's more for like. No, I think that's-
There's a thing specifically called an ammo press.
Is there?
Yes? Yeah, yes. Like, how else do you think ammo's made?
Well, I know it's a press. I'm just like you could use like you could probably mod my drill press
No.
for it. No? Or does that have to be a special kind?
An ammo press.
Whatever. I'm saying you could probably modify that to fucking do ammo with.
No, not really. My stepdad has a reloading bench and has offered me to teach me to use it when he has time. I mean, if it sounds like you kind of work with him occasionally on like his little farm and shit. I mean, it's like might as well offer to be like, hey, you know, I'm pretty much like work, you know, with you most of the time, or you know, whatever the fuck. How about we like kind of set up, you know, a thing where maybe we can make it like a, you know, a wage thing or something. Like, you know, give me a list of things to do around here, and I'll, like, you know, do the work around, you know, the ranch and shit. And just pay me a little bit. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, hey, I want to show you something. So, you know why, especially kind of near the end, it was jamming up a little bit with this? I've been taking this apart so many times today. Oh, got it clean too. It's all nice and oiled. But, check this. So, when we're firing the slugs, I don't know what it's called specifically. Maybe you might be able to inform me what it is. But, it's... Okay, this thing's always a bitch to get out.
Oh, the bird, what's it called? The duck plug.
No, this part. Look what it says on it. It says light load. Because the gas port is underneath in here. So it kind of got a little mildly, and also, but look specifically on this little metal silver ring right here. Look right there. I don't.
Oh, that's crack in it.
Yeah. When I was cleaning it, this popped off.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, this part, like, the barrel and all that in itself doesn't look warped. It's mainly this piece. But from that, there's, you know, and also had, like, a little bit of a, right here, kind of a slight mild indent. So I'm wondering if that might be an issue, too. Hopefully not. Later, on Thursday when I get paid, I'm thinking I might as well, you know, take some pictures of this and be like, hey, you know, do you have one that's not a light load, for one, and two, you know, it's like, would I have to replace the barrel and some other parts fit, you know, just take pictures of, you know, just to show it and take, you know, take it in or whatever.
Yeah, so every time I saw it, it jammed.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm thinking that was this probably is, you know, me figuring out why. Because if you look in there, you can see 2 little gas ports, you know, for when it loads in the new, you know, shell and stuff. So, what else? So while I was cleaning and all that, so kind of thank goodness we actually didn't go shooting today, all in all. Because that actually probably would have been a...
Okay, what the hell?
Huh?
What's this crap?
Huh? I don't, huh? What the hell? What the?
No idea what the hell that is. It doesn't go in the...
That's like a piece of random stick. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
How's the kick on the shoddy? It's actually not bad. With the slugs, they had a little extra...
minutes, I gotta go get... Make sure the kids have food.
Alright. I mean, honestly, the kick ain't that bad, but... all in all, I might have to make sure it gets a little extra inspection. There we go. But...
you can take it to my work and I'll look at it.
yeah. Well, I can't necessarily just go there on the bus holding, you know, that in there and, you know, walking in necessarily. I mean, I could, but I don't necessarily want to just do that. Let's
You don't want to scare the shit out of people?
Hmm?
You don't want to scare the shit out of people?
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I just have a, you know, gun in this case, just vibing. I'm just kind of walking on the sidewalk with it, yeah. But, yeah, that's why I always take pictures first, you know, a little bit, and, you know, if it's just basically replacing one part or another part or something, then I could just buy those parts and, you know, if they have them in stock or whatever. Or, you know, just order, and maybe they can, do they, like, order certain parts if needed, like, if, and then they'll call you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Should be able to.
Yeah. So I figured, you know, when I go get my check on Thursday and do all that, I'll show them all that stuff. Because at least a tiny little indent in the mag tube, I don't think that's a big deal. But I'll at least, you know, take pictures, you know, show, because it's, like, barely noticeable, but I'm sure it probably might be a little bit of a risk, just in case. So, Triumph doesn't allow guns. Well, there you go. Like, I mean, I would have it in the gun case, obviously, but yeah, see, there's another thing. I would have to walk all the way over there. That's why I'll just take pictures of it first. So, you know, let them know it's like, hey, so at the VSA08, took it out, you know, shooting after I recently got it, and just wanted to make sure that, you know, this is, you know, a part replaceable for this and that shit. Like, I mean, yeah, biking with that thing, I mean, that'd be a little, like, pull Logan, yeah, nah. I mean, I can understand, you know, the idea, but nah. Because honestly, while I'm there, I can probably get a little bit more gun oil and stuff like that. Oh, look what it, like, when I was cleaning it, look what it did to, like, the little nylon, fucking, fuzzy shit. Look what it did to it. Oh, it's like, oh my god, it just ate it up. Now, and this is just all from the mag tube alone, for the most part, eating it all away like that. It's like, fuck. So, probably gonna get at least 1 or 2 more of those. And see about that part, and then, what else? I was thinking about one other thing. Oh, like a little, pouch, like for 12 gauge, shells for, like, the stock or something I could wrap around it. Because I was looking at those the other day, and they weren't, too, super expensive. So, I was like, I grab one of those. When I was looking online, I found a really cool leather bandolier that is like $80 on Etsy. I was like, oh, that just looks so legit. It looks like I can carry like 25 shells on it or something like that. Like 5 for like these little pouches on it, and there's like 4 of them on there. So it looks like maybe like 20 shells, you know, strapped on your chest, just. So next time I go out shooting, I can just have that. Just let my friends have the box, and I can just have my bandolier and just be like, whip them out. And I was also thinking about the either the 38 or the 4595 TSs, like the high point carbines.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I was looking more into to the one I was looking at that kind of looked like a Mauser. I realized that was a 22 Henry Survival like carbine or something. I was like, oh, 22. So I was wanting either like a 9mm or like 30-45, something like that. But the high points, they're 38-45. There's two different versions. And I'm like,
Pistol?
No, it's a here, I can show you a picture of it. It's like a pistol carbine, but it's essentially it's pretty much like a carbine rifle, but
Oh, I know you're talking about.
yeah.
What?
Took a baby.
What? What?
Recently about the new Crusader Kings DLC, and it's meh. I like the core system, but everything else is meh. Ignore deserves a 1911, who needs more than 7+1 shots. Well,
1911 is basically
it's just
basically it's a really good Glock. Everybody buys them.
well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much been around since, well, 1911.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still, like, used as a service weapon to this day by, like, special forces and shit like that. I'm trying to find the... Okay, I misclicked and went to handguns for some reason instead of this. Sort by lowest price, because they're the cheaper ones of these.
Are you looking on my website?
Yeah.
We wouldn't have it in stock. You'd have to buy it off the website.
Well, yeah, I've noticed that most of these say out of stock, but there are a few of them that aren't, from the looks of it. But, yeah, it's these guys. I do those things.
Yeah.
Look pretty futuristic looking and shit. But yeah, I was looking at some of them, but yeah, some of them don't say out of stock, but yeah, most of them do, so... Would they be able to, like...
Not in stock, it means it's not in the warehouse.
Oh, yeah. Well, not all of them say it, so I'm imagining, like, certain ones probably aren't. I don't know. I'll ask him about it and see. Make a little trip over there Thursday.
Yeah, probably when I'm not there.
Yeah. I mean, I might not get, like, soon, but, I mean, it's within the price range of affordability, for sure. Like, at least the cheapest one on there is $269, but, like, they're more averaging around, like, $280, $330, something like that, which is definitely still feasible.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you get what you pay for. I'm gonna tell you right now, you get what you pay for.
Oh, yeah. That's why I'll be looking more, like, that's why I'm kind of looking more at the more mid to upper price ranges, because I know those would probably be better quality and better bang for the buck, so to speak. Literally and figuratively. They actually have a 995 TS, a 9mm version. AR-15s. I'm not like a big fan of it personally, but
I'm blaming Suzuki. I don't even know what I'm blaming you for, but I blame you, bro.
okay.
I'm fucking blaming you, because it's supposed to be fucking easy to do this. Fucking liars.
I didn't do shit. Okay.
Liars. I'm putting the new gas pedal in my car.
Oh.
This thing is a pain in my ass. They're like, oh, let's make the tiniest motherfucking screws we could think of. And it also probably doesn't help while doing this in the dark. It was the last thing I have to do tonight. It's the very last thing. I gotta give the car some love. She's looking lonely out there. She's like, she's watching me work on everything else, and she's like, where's my love, god damn it? I just hijacked this room.
Are you done now?
No. We're gonna get real violent. We're gonna kill some people later. Margaritas. Might fly to DC and kill the president. I don't know.
Okay,
And I still young.
Can you not?
Oh come on! I'm joking.
Yeah, you two don't give a shit, so no. Shut up.
Fucking YouTube can go get their panties in a bunch.
They're going to.
I know they are.
It's their fucking algorithm, so yeah.
I know,
How about
but-
you don't?
I know. Fucking YouTube. YouTube and Twitch fucking suck. I like YouTube though. I love you guys. Peace, peace. I love you guys. Don't ban my friend.
Anyway, yeah, I was just about to answer something, and then you fucking butted in.
Yeah, don't I always do that then?
Prick.
Ass.
Degenerate.
Damn, we don't have an argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn it! He called me the one thing I truly am. I am a degenerate. He got me, Zukov. He got me backed in a corner.
Should I get one of these high points in 4595 TS carbine in pink country girl camo? Because honestly, I like how it's like pink country girl. It's like pink is a fucking man's color, bruh. George Washington himself was inaugurated in a fucking adornment of pink. Like all sorts of pinks.
I doubt that, but okay.
No, he was. Back in the day, pink was not seen as like this girl color. It was more of like a man's color because it's more a sign of like, you know, blood and, you know, and from whether it's like war, the blood of the struggle and all that type of shit. It was more related to that versus, you know, I don't, you know, being a girl color, like, it doesn't, like, I don't even know how colors are.
I
Like,
don't know. I don't know how colors have a gender, but okay.
Yeah, it's like, okay, yep, pink is just been gendered to a girl color. It's like, what? I totally be wrong. Honestly, I would, low-key. I'd have like a little fucking bling, you know, gun for the fucking memes. Make it like country girl pink. You know, with all the, you know, with all the nice fancy fucking, you know, camo on it, but all pinked out. Make it bling as shit. Have like a little, like one of those little charms on the side of it, of like a little kawaii cat or something. Just all, yeah, just random shit. Just want, you know, everyone needs like the little weird degenerate, you know, weeb gun or something. You know what I mean? The one that just sticks out and be like, what the fuck is that? And just, you know, be like, oh yes, that's my, you know, kawaii country girl gun. Be like, what? Be like, beg your pardon? Benjamin Franklin's obviously the dopest founder of all the pussy slayed. Truly a man whore. Truly a man whore. And plus, you know, he was an innovator as well. You know, especially when it came to, like, you know, electricity harnessing and being able to further advance, you know, that, you know. So it's like, you know, many other things. Like, you know, truly worthy of being on the $100 bill. And, you know, to this day, he's probably getting cocaine snorted off of some random hooker's pussy right now as we speak, in Colombia, maybe. Or, like, Hancock or some shit. Like, you know, getting rolled up, his little face is, you know, just looking down, seeing just, like, the pink auroras, and, you know, mixing up all the whites and just all that, you know, cocaine just getting sucked up. You know, he's living the dream to this day. Everywhere around the world, Benjamin Franklin's living the dream. Except for one. I have a 1977 Benji that I found that's actually still really deep, nice condition that I've had for a while. And I kind of have it in my little mini fridge with all my other currency that I'm collecting. I also have a 1985 $10 bill that's like crisp as fuck still. And it's like, I put that in there with it too. And a 1977 $2 bill too. And it's just like, damn. I mean, honestly, for rare little gems like that, I do keep them. Like, it's like, I can't spend this, like, 1977 bill. It's like, it just, I mean, it's like, this is almost, like, vintage at this point. It's like, it in itself has some value that's, like...
Some of them do have value.
Yeah. I mean, given time...
There's, like, fucking quarters that are, like, really fucking sought after. They're, like, worth, like, $300.
Yeah.
It's like, holy fuck.
Yeah, I got, like, a 1964 $50 or not $50
50 cent piece?
yeah, 50-cent coin, and a 76 one too. And a couple other dollar coins
You can
too.
find the old ones, like the 40s. The 40s, they're real silver.
Yeah. Because I kind of like how they had Kennedy on the 50-cent coins around the same time he was still alive. It's just like, damn. Once he came into existence, they're like, yeah, he's just gonna be the 50-cent coin. But yeah, the ones pre-Kennedy though, I bet those ones are really valuable. The day I find one of those just randomly, just half-assedly, just like, you know, like I'm getting change back and, you know, someone just gives me a 50-cent coin and I look at it and it's actually like a pre-Kennedy one, it's like, alright, I'm just keeping that. There's, like, I'm just gonna keep that for like a decade or two and just let that, you know, build in value and just, you know, and get a little extra cash out of it maybe, you know, or add it more to a broader collection, you know, that I am kind of building at this point. Be like, currency from this time to this time, you know, collection, you know, set, you know, of all the different currency from those different, like, decades. Like a 40s through the 60s, and then like a 60s through the 90s or something like that. I'm shocked America hasn't invented gun vending machines yet with how crazy, how gun crazy we are. How would that even work?
That'd be fucking badass.
I mean, how would it work, though? Like, I mean, how would you be able to... Yeah, like, I mean... you're gonna have to explain that one to me. Like, it'd have to basically be, like, on the side of a building, for one, because you'd have to make some crazy big-ass fucking contraption that's not like a vending machine. You know, so... You would have to have, like, a rack that would... It would have to be, like, some automated system where somebody just goes up there and attaches it to the thing that goes... and then it opens up and you grab it or something. It's just, like... like... How would this work? At least in the sense of how we know a traditional vending machine. Like, we're talking, like, little Derringers, like little 22 plinkers or something. The car vending machine. There's car vending machines?
Car Venmo.
Alright, wow. I've learned something.
They're in China.
Oh. Well. That was like I was hanging out with my friend out there. I mean, I guess it could work like that, I suppose, but...
What?
Like, doing it like a car vending machine, like, it would just be, like, smaller and shit. Make loads of money. I mean, it wouldn't be able to really necessarily be viable unless it's in, like, Texas or something.
No, it might be viable if you fucking put it next to a, like, sportsman shop or something like that.
Well, you'd still have to go for the whole FFL background check and shit.
Yeah.
And that doesn't take, like, you know, a few minutes. It takes a while. Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, you know, you kind of, you know, you have the vending machine as a way to pick it up once you're, you know, go for your check. So it's like a little drop-off. You know, honestly, I could see that, yeah. I mean, it would have to be done in a way where it's like, hey, you're like, a place like in Texas is probably like you can literally pay for it right there and just wait like 2 minutes and it'll like, bzzzt, your gun is now ready to be picked up. Sweet! You know, it's like, but around here, you know, like, you have to go for the FFL and all that shit, and with that, it's, you know, you would basically, you know, just pick it up once you go for that shit, and they'll give you the calls like, hey, you know, you're all good to go. All you have to do is just come by, you know, to the vending machine, you know, right outside and pick it right up, and you'll be all set. You know, and they'll, like, print out the paperwork once you type your name in or whatever the fuck. You know, and all that shit, you know, like, I could see it. Like, honestly, now thinking about it in a more, like, I guess, more, like, logical way, I suppose, if that makes sense. I mean, I could see it. You know, so people don't necessarily have to go inside, you know, and wait, you know, to go out, you know, and just kind of sit there, you know, in front or whatever the fuck. I guess unless they're doing some other shit. Like, you know, getting ammo or something. But I guess it can also, you know, happen there too, where it's like, you know, you get like a little drawer that opens up, you know, once you get your pickup and stuff, and it has your other things already bagged up and ready to go. Like, you know, like let's say, you know, you decide to order a shotgun and got all that stuff going, and it's ready to be picked up, and you're like, all right, well, on my pickup, I want to get like a clean kit and, you know, 2 boxes of ammo and I don't know, a choke to add to the muzzle of the barrel, you know, or some shit like that. It's like, you know, then you'll have that all bagged up, ready to go. It's like, all right, here it is, all ready in the gun case and all that, ready to go. Just pick that up, boop, you got your bag full of your, you know, things that you ordered, and bada bing. I mean, I actually could see it. Now I'm thinking about it in that way. Yeah. I mean, like, grocery stores already kind of do that. Like, with this whole delivery and go, pick up and go thing that a lot of stores are doing now because of COVID and shit, like, yeah, I mean, there's kind of a little bit of a missed opportunity going on with that. I mean, it is America after all. But, I mean, thinking about it, at least in the mindset of, like, kind of like the grocery store aspect of it, not necessarily just kind of the whole gun toady aspect of it, I mean, I can actually see it. You just kind of just wait outside the machine, and after you jot your information in there, and it's like, alright, you're so-and-so, and your order is ready to be picked up. Gun here's a jump on that. Oh, of course. I mean, honestly, like, for me, it's like, I will say this, there is a difference between someone who's not, like, into guns and isn't a fan of them versus, like, a hyper anti-gun, like, I want them all gone, you know, and all that shit. Like, I will say there is definitely at least, you know, a difference in my mind, but, you know, because with the ones who are just, like, literally anything and everything that's related to it must be, like, exterminated and erased from the universe, it's like, you're ridiculous. I mean, it's maybe in, like, a hypothetical world in the future, you know, where, you know, it's like, yeah, sure. But, I mean, there's definitely, you know, safe and fine, totally okay, fun recreational uses for guns and stuff that, you know, don't have to be all bad. But, of course, human nature ruins it. And, hold on. Let's see where enough. I'm assuming Zukov is just hanging out for early, but I just want to make sure. Don't worry about that, boy. Oh, the door's closed. Me and you. He's okay. He was hanging out. That's how to stop people from busting the machine for free guns, like we do some machines for free soda. Well, that's kind of the whole idea of maybe it, like, you know, being, like my idea, like where you kind of pick it up, like you go outside and you just kind of wait for a little bit. Because at that point, somebody from, you know, the warehouse side of the store will have to go pick your order up and then put it on the assembly where it will go in and be put into the machine and been put out and ready to go. So, I mean, unless, like, they're just, like, you know, is enough space to maybe, like, have a few orders just kind of there, just sitting in place and waiting, which I suppose can be a thing. I mean, especially if it's like a gun store, this shit's gonna be like extra like secure. Like, it's not gonna be a typical vending machine. In fact, I won't even think it's gonna be a screen, like where you can see it. Like, it would just be like, you know, a door or like a little slide opens and you just pick it out in that drawer where, you know, it's like it's unlocked. You know, you get a little light, you know, a little green light, you know, for everything. Open it up and boom, there it is. I mean, it's still a vending machine, but, I mean, it's just that somebody or some automated thing from the back has to actually put it in there for it, you know, to, you know, be ready to go for pickup. So, I mean, unless, like, it's, like, somehow, like, a literal straight-up vending machine idea where it's just already there in place, just waiting for someone to type their order in, and it's like, alright, you know, cycling through, and and then it's like, all right, we cycled through like the 10 firearms, you know, for the 10 different people who are picking it up today, and here's yours. I mean, I guess I could see that too, but I guess I could, just because, you know, the extra security. Like, it's like, all right, we have 4 people that are gonna come pick up some orders today, you know, for, you know, gunning a couple things or whatever the fuck. You know, they'll put them in there, you know, so they have all that person has to do is sometime during that day is just, you know, walk up, at least before closing time, you know, walk up to the place and type the order up, you know, and be like, okay, processing, you're good to go. Cycle it, open it up, and get what you got. You know, open the drawer, grab what you know, grab things from there. Then it'll close up automatically, and it'll just kind of cycle through and wait for the next person to pick their order up. You know, so I can see that. Guard, put a guard out on vending kiosk. Yeah. Like, have, like, 2 cameras at it, like, pointed right at it, and have, like, a security guard, you know, kind of hanging out up front. Because at least the Sportsman's, they have somebody right next to the entrance that's always hanging out there. It's like a welcoming guy / security guy. So, I mean, just have somebody posted out outside. Because then they can look over and they can just, you know, see if anything's going on with the machine. Or if someone's fucking with it. So... I mean, I can see how, you know, this could work. So, I don't know.
What part of I'm fucking working on shit does women not understand? I am a fucking car guy. It takes fucking time.
Don't let her fucking, like, you know, consume your fucking mind over that shit. You got other shit you're working on?
Well, it's kind of hard not to think about it when she's blowing up my fucking phone.
Mute it.
Oh yeah, because that's gonna go well. Mute my phone and then hear about it later. Where's my jacket? Where'd your roommate go inside?
Yeah.
He's calling it for the night.
I don't fucking know.
I'm fucking calling it. I'm gonna finish what I'm.
Girl troubles. I have no idea what's going on with that anymore.
What?
Venom's saying girl troubles ? Which, I mean, I guess yes, but they really shouldn't have to be. Oh, there it is again. Sweet little baby Zukov. Just chilling over there, staring. Just being incel instead. I mean, he doesn't need to be. He doesn't need to be that either.
Go. Stay inside this time.
Yeah, I actually gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so he doesn't actually have to stay inside. But here, I'll do this. Pull up at least a quick little tune for the meantime. Until I come right back. It's a puff. Hey, careful, don't batter around me. bub. Man. Oh, look at you. Here. Come here. Come here. Oh! Both paws right on the junk. Right at the family jewels, you prick. Like both paws is like, oh, boom. And get bonked on the head, bitch. Get bonked on the head, bitch. Oh. Hey, get away from that. Ugh. Ah! Paw in the eye. Hey. You goofy baby. Oh, I got the story. Sniffing all the treats over there. Oh, just so much thickness and softness. Soft, thick fluff. When I was in college, we had a soda machine outside the gym. It hit just the right way to give you double drinks. Nice. Oh. Zukov's all like, I heard that. What's the most annoying thing Zukov does? Probably the chomping like he's doing right now, or was doing. And the pawing, when you paw at my legs. There. Yeah. Oh, he's so sweet. So little. Just a sweet baby. Yes, he is. And also, he's a little battering ram. Like, his existence is annoyance. But it's a lovable one. It's a lovable ball of annoyance. Just squeeze you, eat you, and pop you up, and just stuff you in a little crock pot, and just roast you for 6 hours. Just cook you up a bunch of potatoes, celery, carrots, and onions. I'm just a big boy. Just a big boy. You sweet baby. You just a sweet thought. You just a sweet thought. You sweet little Junebug. Hey, what? Did you just paw at my like right at my eye? You jerk. What the hell? What the hell, you little jerk? Oh, little baby. Just a sweet little. Oh. Look at you. Big fluff monster. Big fluff monster. Here, you want down? I'm assuming that would be in your best interests. What is this? What are you doing? Here, look at this. What is he? What is this? Oh my! Oh god! You know what? They're flipping you over again. Yeah. You big kaplunk. You kaplunk. Look at you. Look at you, you big kaplunk. You're a dork. Just a big old chunky dork. Look at you. Look at you. You're absurd. You're absurd. Absurd. He's an absurd boy. Oh. What's that? So silly. Just like that. Stop it. Let's see one of those feet go. I know you want to. Yeah, I'm seeing that. I saw that foot. Cool. There's a little foot. Oh. Yeah. Now you're just sprawling out. You're just like, yes. Oh. So much belly rubs. So much belly rubs. Yeah, look at that little foot. Look at that little foot go. So much belly rubs. Oh my goodness. Oh. So much belly rubs. Getting all those belly rubs down. Oh, my hand's getting tired. You sweet boy, boy. Ooh, sweet boy, boy. So cute. Oh, I got a little tongue sticking out. It's so cute. Tongue's barely sticking out. Oh. Have you heard about the word? What, the bird is the word? Wow, I knew it. Your little tongue's barely sticking out. It's so cute. He's just a sweet little baby. So much fluff, so much love. What? What? I'm not doing it if your leg ain't gonna go nuts. You big ol' kaplunky goofball. You big ol' kaplunky goofball, yes you is. Baby. This is good boy. Yeah. Must I hold your head up? I guess so. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There you go. Go on. You have one of your little ears flipped over. Oh. Oh my goodness. My God, that Doge. It's gonna be a big boy, a heavy boy. He's coming like a little heavy set weight champion, dude, with his thickness and muscly heaviness. I mean, he is legit like good chunk of muscle, but literally everything from his chest up is just like a thick amount of fluff, and it's hard to really kind of see where all the muscles are, you know, going on there, because it's just so much just unadulterated pure fluff. And it's like, damn son, you and your unadulterated fluff there, bro. You got some unadulterated fluff, I tell you what, and it's insane, it's ridiculous, and it's unacceptable. Look at you, you're such a cute boy. Stop being so damn cute. Let's see what's going on for, what's Kyle doing here? Okay, Kyle, aside from banging crystal ball, what are you doing here? Hannity to struggling Americans. Just, ... Just work 2 jobs. How about fuck you? How about fuck you, Hannity? How about that? Yeah. I like them apples, bitch. How about we have, you know, 1 job, be able to afford a, you know, sustainable living, you know, for a person, and, wow, and even more so, shocker, you know, small families. Because then if people want to, then maybe they can have 2 jobs if they personally want to do that as their prerogative. But that shouldn't have to be like some sort of an incentive that, you know, must be the norm in order to fucking live in the goddamn country. You know, that you're supposedly should be able, it's a cafe. Where you're supposed to have, like, you know, a basic, you know, standard of living off of 1 job and, you know, on the minimum wage pay. But when it's not like that and you have to, like, work more than 1 job and shit, that ends up being more of a fucking problem. If you had, like, a standard of living, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, for minimum wage and shit, I don't even think that'd be a big deal. Like, if people wanted to, because that'd just be mostly their prerogative. They want to have a way to make a little extra money on the side, doing, like, 2 different minimum wage jobs for part-time and stuff. I mean, because people have to do it now, but it shouldn't have to be, like, the necessity. It should just be an option if you want to. Like, I mean, but who wants to put the extra stress on them like that when, you know, 1's good enough? I like how, like, we didn't even start this fucking video yet, and I'm already going off on a tangent, dude. Like, oh my god. We haven't even looked at the Shawnee clip, dude. Like, the Shawnee, you know, Handy McShucklefuck, you know, vid. We're just like, I mean, it's like, man, what are we going on here? I mean, well, Sean Handy's worthy of it, though. He's a piece of shit, so definitely worth it.
The new thing, this isn't really new. Fox News has been doing this for a while, right-wing commentators have been doing this for a while. What they try to do is posture as, like, we are the supporters of the working class. But whenever you get into the specifics of the actual policies that they support, you learn it's all a facade. It's all a veneer. It's kabuki theater. They do not, in any way, shape, or form, represent the needs of the working class. So here, Hannity's going to be talking to his guest about, you know, I know what it's like to go from the bottom up and live in poverty and get out of it. And he's trying to be, like, you know, sympathetic to people who are struggling in today's day and age with wages stagnating and going down because of inflation and all that stuff. But he lets the mask slip at the end and tells you what he really thinks. Take a look.
David Bahnsen is with us, founding and managing partner of the Bahnsen Group. He wrote the book, There's No Free Lunch, as we talk about the Biden disastrous economy. Let me ask you the question from the standpoint of somebody that knows what it's like, like me, to struggle to pay rent and not have much money in the early part of my adult life. It wasn't fun. I didn't really even, I was too...
Bullshit, I already know that he's not even, you know, like, I already know, knowing this motherfucker, I guarantee you he's never been in those circumstances.
That I was broke, but I struggled every month for a good while to pay rent and my, you know, feed myself. Obviously, there's no money for restaurants, etc., etc. Ate a lot of meatloaf. But my question to you is...
I ate a lot of meatloaf.
But what do people...
Okay.
People...
That's better than ramen.
This middle class that, according to the Penn Wharton study, is paying anywhere from $3,500 to $5,000 more per household because of Biden's inflation. What do you recommend for them? They're scared to death.
I mean, that was happening during Trump, too. But, of course, you know, you're going to neglect to say that because it wouldn't be against... It wouldn't best fit your narrative, would it?
Market has been as volatile as ever. They're not sure what to do. They can't buy a new car. They can't, if they sell their used car, they won't have a car. Prices are through the roof there, too. So, the people are...
Wait, So if they're through the roof, then that person can be able to sell their used car for, the more price than what they probably bought it prior. So technically, they'd be getting more money out of it. So they can get another used car that, while it might be marked up a little bit, they can at least still be in the realms of affordability for it. But nice little hole there, buddy.
Now, what do you advise them as an economic advisor? What do you tell them to do?
Well, I come from a similar background as you, that my economic lot in life now is not what it was early on, and I remember having to struggle for food and gas in the car and all those things. And I will
bullshit.
Tell you that right now, people that are suffering in the current environment, the two areas that I think are governmental caused inflation are housing and energy. They are.
Housing and energy, huh? Yeah, let's just not even get close to at least one of the core roots of the problem: wages.
Victims of very bad policy. They need to vote right. They need to take this seriously in a civic and political sense. And then, of course, the thing that Americans have always done is we have to overcome it. They have to get out there and work, and we have to be entrepreneurial and creative.
And there are a lot of jobs available for people to take second jobs.
So there's
Hey, the economy might be in tubes, but that's because, there's more jobs than ever out there. So people should probably be working 2 jobs and, be working like mules. Get back to work, you fucking little cogs. And get back to work. Never mind your actual own sanity and your, basic human needs and, your self-actualization. Nah, fuck that. You have to be a cog and a mule for our machine there, buddy. I mean, that's especially where the fucking veneer comes out. Like, I knew there would be an extra drop. There's always going to be tiny little holes when it comes to their shit that kind of implies it, but then they drop the foot. I mean, because these motherfuckers, like, oh yeah, I remember a time when I struggled. It's like, yeah, sure you have, buddy. I mean, do you remember times where you struggled to the point where it's like when you were busting your hump too much to like where, like, hey, maybe collective bargaining and organizing the workplace is probably a better outcome? Oh, yeah, never. Because it's always about me for all those sons of bitches. And again, for people like Handy and whatever the dumb shit he was talking on the phone with there, never grew up in that type of lifestyle. They know fuck all about this type of shit. The sad thing is, there are conservatives that have grown up in that type of lifestyle and shit who aren't those type of people, who are, like, well off now. Like, honestly, some of my family in Texas are kind of like those types. Or, yeah, in their early life, they were struggling and shit, but nowadays, they're definitely well off. I mean, especially in comparison to most of the country. They're definitely in the upper middle class, to say the least. I mean, or at least the very, very, very low end of the upper class, like the very, very bottom, like little, itchlings of that. But if that, really, definitely upper middle class though. They got theirs, but I mean, the same type of mentality is, there too, where it's like, oh well, I had to struggle in this and that, but you have to just worry about yourself and blah blah blah. It's like, well, maybe it's not just me, that's the issue there. It's not like some sort of like moral feeling of not working hard enough. Maybe like the collective, overall conditions that are going on are kind of the source of the problem there. So instead of, being like, hey, you need to just work harder, it's like, hey, how about we make it so the work is easier and, and better paying, so we don't have to bust our asses so fucking hard and still achieve those same opportunities. I mean, that's what it should, be the case for, and that's what, labor, especially when it comes to labor movement, is fucking about. Like, doing the, least amount of, like, busting your ass type of work and shit for the most amount of pay, so you can have the most amount of time to yourself. Because no one, should have to, spend most, if not, like, their entire fucking life, to the fucking boss.
Long conversation. Especially
when you got shitheads like, Sean Hannity fucking being the talking heads for the same motherfuckers while pretending to have this veneer of like, yeah, I grew up and, I struggle, hustle and bustle like any other working class jack. It's like, fuck you.
Right.
God
which
damn,
I think you meant vote correctly, but they also mean right wing.
As always.
vote right, and take a second job.
Fuck that, I don't want another job.
All that
Proving my point. I mean, you weren't in here when I was making that specific point, but it proves it.
to lead people to that conclusion.
Man, I
Just
work
vote for
for
Republican,
one
shut
job.
up, and take a second job, and just work harder. Guys, what if I told you not everything was a bootstrap problem? Not everything was a personal moral failing issue. Some of the hardest people I've ever known
I might be back over tomorrow.
worked multiple jobs and could barely pay the bills if they could pay them at all. I've told the story before. A guy I knew in high school, Kevin, he worked 3 jobs. It was basically
What would you
living
say if I had a chick over here helping me work on
below
my
the
car?
poverty line at working 3 jobs. Barely could get by. Incredibly hard
I don't
working
know, it
all the
depends
time.
how
Barely could get by.
you two act, I guess.
We have an entire category in
So
this
that's a
country
yes?
called working poor.
Maybe.
Maybe.
The minimum wage
I mean,
is
we're
not a
not
living
arguing.
wage. You can work full time.
I mean,
and
if
still
there's like arguing and shit going on, or like, you know, some weird like makeout session or some shit, I'm probably gonna be a little PO'd. But if it's just like kind of casual, just hanging, chilling, and whatever the fuck, and just vibing, I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Basically, just make sure shit's cordial, I guess.
Keep it fucking, what do they say in high school? Fuck, what's that damn word?
I don't fucking know.
Fuck,
Kyle looks like a lesbian soccer mom because he is a lesbian soccer mom.
I don't fucking know. I'm out of here.
Alright, man. Peace out, bro.
Later.
individual's problem? Or is that just a really terrible system that's set up? Which doesn't, ironically, it doesn't reward work. And it's ironic because we're told that it's like the whole point of capitalism,
I kind of feel like Kyle's taught me well because so far I pretty much said the same thing in my little tangent, but now Kyle's saying it. I didn't watch this video yet. Like, usually, especially when it comes to Kyle videos, I'll like it while I'm watching it, so I haven't watched it yet. But, I mean, because honestly, it's such basic, easy, true, objectively true type of shit.
Almost like I like Pepsi.
Yeah, don't forget the Pepsi.
Later.
Alright, peace, man. I mean, because also when it comes to, labor, it's just like, when it comes down to it, it's never like some sort of, moral, like, honestly, it's pretty exceptional in my mind when it becomes like a more of an individual type of failing. Zukov, hey. Like, I mean, honestly, for example, like, where cases where it can be, it's like, you let your personal life problems literally bleed into the workplace, like, I'm having, issues, with my partner, and I keep getting calls and having to go back and forth and blah, 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 which I get, like, emergency is emergency, but when it's, like, pretty much more or less than just domestic drama bullshit that's getting in the way of stuff, it's like, look, tell them, like, I'm on the fucking clock, we can deal with this later. Like, but I gotta fucking work and shit. And you forgetting something else?
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's like, and also maybe another one's like where, it's like, hey, you might be doing substances potentially. And it's like, and honestly, I don't care if people, use whatever the fuck they're using as long as they can still be productive and do their job. But if, if something like that were to get in the way, it's like the same fucking premise. Or if they're not doing work and just being on the phone all goddamn day, and basically doing jack shit. That's,
Hey, whoa, screw you.
Well, I mean, when there's things to do and shit, like, honestly, if you're all caught up and there's nothing to do, and you're all just kind of waiting for the next customer or whatever the fuck, like, that's an exception, but, like...
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'm talking about...
I jumped in there halfway, I was like, wait a minute.
I'm talking about, like, you got one person sitting in the corner on the phone while you got, like, one person helping a customer and the other one cleaning down something, and you got another person mopping. It's like, yo, there's shit to do, you don't need to be on the phone all goddamn day. But, like, when you're all caught up and shit, that's a different story.
Okay.
There's nuance to context to it.
I got everything done.
Alright, peace, man. For the 8th time. But... yeah, like, so there could definitely be individual cases with the shit, but you go to that individual specifically when it comes to those issues. You talk to them. You don't make it like some sort of like a big moral failing on everybody, when it comes to this shit. It's like, oh, everyone needs to, pick themselves by bootstraps because, one person fucked up. It's like, just talk to that one person about it. It's like, like, for example, the one person sitting off corner and everyone else is, hustling and bustling and shit. It's like, hey, there's like something to do, like we got some dishes and you catching up, go do those real quick, I mean, that type of shit. But even then, those aren't necessarily moral failings. That's just, you know, making sure people just, you know, when they're at least on the clock and on the job, they at least just, you know, they do it. I mean, that's pretty much, like, really the only major, like, obligation that workers should have. It's like, when you're on the job, at least just do it. Now, you know, like, when it comes to minimum wage, it's like the minimum work premise as well. I mean, remember that. But at least, I mean, you're still doing it, though. At least just get it done. Doesn't have to be, like, the best, absolutely. Because if you're getting paid shit, who said the, you know, job had to be done great, right?
It's like, if it was a meritocracy, then people were working full-time. None of them would live in poverty. I don't remember, do you guys remember the story that came out probably 2 years ago, 3 years ago, but there's been a number of them since then, where it's like, if you're working full-time at minimum wage, you can afford a one-bedroom apartment in, I think at one point it was 1 state in the country. Now it might be 0.
Yeah.
So, and then, you know, you could say, well, what about a studio apartment?
Dude.
And it's like, well, I don't know if you can afford anything anywhere.
You can't.
Working a full-time job at minimum wage.
Unless you're bunking up with a bunch of different people, or, you know somebody, or some shit, or have family members that are willing to hook you up or something like that, or you just already are, you know, inherit a place or in property yourself. I mean, good catch. I mean, you know, there's going to be these different variables at play that, you know, might be exceptions to the rule, but fundamentally, at this point, like, just for the average person, unless they know friends or family or are willing to bunk up with a bunch of strangers, or just happen to, you know, get lucky and find a place that's relatively cheap and in their margins or some shit, or, you know, already have a place inherited to them or something, like, there's just pretty much, like, very little or any options for people.
Does that seem fair, especially in a country where we have incredible wealth and income inequality? I mean, just totally off the charts, where billionaires have gotten trillions wealthier as the working class has been struggling. There was the report from the Rand Corporation that came out years ago now. Now it's over 50 trillion, but when the article came out, the top 1% has effectively stolen 47 trillion from the bottom 90%.
Jesus Christ. Like, honestly, at the end of the day, I mean, it's a, I mean, I'm gonna swing it into a relatable topic, but, like, when people, you know, like, talk about, like, things like reparations and shit like that, I'm actually not really against the idea. I mean, at least, you know, depending on how, you know, it's, like, implemented in the sense of, like, you know, giving back and actually trying to, you know, bring these, you know, black and minority communities back on a level playing field and shit. I mean, on top of that, there should just be, like, a universal, like, working class reparation and shit, where pretty much, like, everybody that's, you know, within the bottom 90%, you know, just gets stipends and shit, you know, up until that fucking, you know, like that fucking bill gets all fucking ringed up. Like, 47 fucking trillion? Just imagine getting, like, you know, fucking stipends back from that. You know, like, jeez. Because, like, to those motherfuckers owe. I mean, considering all that they steal, you know, when it comes to the production and the labor that people produce, you know, constantly in this fucking country from, you know, off of our backs, you know, and then just making their backs even more and more richer with more fucking, you know, fat wads of Benjis in the bags, you know, to just kind of get comfy with.
Just take the level of income and wealth inequality post-World War II. Actually, I think it was from, like, 1970 something in the report. So if you take that same income and wealth inequality that we had in, like, 1975, and you kept it the same until today, everybody in the bottom 90% would have an extra $1,144 per month, every month, for their entire life.
Man, I wish I had that. That'd be nice.
That is how much surplus value is being extracted.
Honestly, like, that's what it should be. Like, you know, there should be, you know, some legislation where, like, these, you know, the people of the top 10% have to, you know, they're, you know, like, there's a special tax where it's stipend onto them, where it specifically goes into this stipend fund, where it's that number every fucking month, you know, for everyone on the bottom 90% up until that 47 trill is just gone. You know, and then, you know, it's dropped back down to zero. And however long that fucking takes, that might take, you know, some decades, but you know what? Worth it. And honestly tied to inflation, so it will go up according with that too.
The mega wealth.
Don't want them to use some loopholes and try to boost inflation so that fucking, you know, dollar value isn't really worth shit. Don't want them to do that now. No.
It's just saying, let's go back to the 1975 distribution of wealth and income. That's what that is. If you just kept that the same, and the ratio didn't get more out of whack, you guys remember, we've covered it. What was it? The pay ratio, the CEO to the average worker used to be anywhere from like 25 to 1, and maybe it was 40 to 1 at one point, and then now it's like around 350 to 1. That's just indicative of what's happened with the system. And of course it's happened over time because the Supreme Court said basically money equals speech. So you have a free speech right to corrupt politicians if you're wealthy or a corporation. And so they've bought the politicians, and the politicians have rigged the rules in favor of the wealthy and against the working class. We should have never outsourced all the jobs that we did, destroyed so many great cities like Detroit. We never should have done the outsourcing.
What? That crime cartel-ridden, infested city of Detroit? You're trying to say that used to be great? What?
With his war on unions?
I mean, it's actually very fucking true. Like, I mean, Detroit and places like Chicago, they used to be, like, massive, big, hustling, busting places of industry and shit. And for unions and labor, too. And so much of the decay and the, you know, like, regression and destruction of those places and shit is really due to the fact that a lot of that's just been taken away. I mean, and so instead of, you know, having, like, you know, these continued strong industrial areas and shit, you know, of the working class where there's actual, like, opportunity and potentiality of meritocracy, you know, in these towns, it just gets outsourced and weeded out and shit, and you basically have fuck all aside from, like, you know, minimum wage type of jobs like Walmart, McDonald's, and shit like that. And of course, you know, to these people that have lived on jobs that actually give them very decent, comfortable, sustainable living and shit, now have to basically work, you know, minimum wage squalor fucking shit.
Union membership in this country. It's not a coincidence that when union membership was the highest in this country, that's when the working class was in its strongest position. That's not a coincidence. Yep. So, tax policy now, even with the Trump tax cuts, there are many in the working class are paying...
Which got solidified on the bottom, by the way.
A higher effective...
Like, went from 21 to prior to that, it was like 31%. Just make sure that shit gets nice and, you know, solidified. We boosted it up to a few percent.
Should taxes be higher as a percentage on the working class than on billionaires? I certainly don't think so.
Yeah.
So there's so many things you can actually do to fix this problem. So many things. You pass the PRO Act, pro-union piece of legislation, which is phenomenal. You do $15 minimum wage. You do universal health care. You do universal education. You abolish student loan debt. You do paid vacation time by law. There are all these things that you could do which would drastically improve the lives of working class people. Minimum wage needs to be a living wage. And instead of saying, hey, here's what we should do, they say, vote right and go take a second job. Well, I got news for you. This idea, it's a myth, this idea of, like, the harder you work, the further you go, we live in a meritocracy. That is definitely not the way it works. That's just not the way it works. And not everybody's going to be able
Honestly, the only way that would potentially hypothetically work, if they're curious enough, was the very strong collective bargaining workforce that was very strongly unionized, or at least had a very strong representation and democratization of, you know, the workforce. Like, that's honestly really the best case scenario in order to get something like that. But it wouldn't be based on being working harder, so to speak. He'll just be like, hey, get some work, then hey, you know, you got, you know, a little bit better opportunity to get a leg up and shit. You know, so... Because either way, even if you don't necessarily have a job and shit, you should be able to have, you know, a basic standard of living. Like, maybe not necessarily, like, you know, a nice fancy home or some shit, but, you know, at least, like, something basic that, you know, whether it's, like, a small little town home or, like, a little, you know, like, basic, you know, one-bedroom type of studio apartment thing going on. Like, at least something, you know? Because everyone at least deserves the right to have a little basic little something to call their own. at the very minimal. I mean, because like having a roof over your head is a fucking necessity. Like, you can't exactly, you know, you have like a stable life, you know, without having a roof over your head to be able to, you know, do things within said life to make sure it's all nice and stable and, you know, being uplifted and moving up and all that.
Ladder. Somebody like Kennedy got lucky, whoever he's talking to. Sometimes you just get lucky. And by the way, one of the differences I've experienced, I've realized myself, anecdotally, is that when you talk to a leftist, they're much more willing to say that part of the reason they made it, if they do well, is just luck.
Yeah.
It's just luck. I'll tell you guys, I'm
like, honestly, the reason why I'm still able to be in a relatively stable situation is legit because of, you know, luck and in my socioeconomic conditions. The luck of being born on the plot of dirt into the people that, you know, birthed me, you know. Definitely some luck into it.
For this show, with my time, the way the
shit
time
out of my
worked
circumstances.
Out and, you know, already being an established show by the time the Bernie wave came along, like, a lot of it is just luck. A lot of it is luck. So, you know, raise taxes on the wealthy and redistribute it and give people a chance. Get closer to an actual meritocracy.
No shit.
But that's not what these guys want. They just want to say, vote right and work harder. Okay, and what happens if they do that and their life not only doesn't get better, it gets worse? Through no fault of their own, what happens then? You don't have any answer.
Oh, no, we do. It's called, you know, just moral failings. You know, you still fucked up somewhere. You didn't do something right still. Even though you literally didn't do nothing wrong, you still did something wrong. That's what it was. I'm irrational, I have no logic in my thinking. Pull yourself by bootstraps there, you son of a bitch.
You're in the business of propaganda.
Work a third job, damn it.
Real policy that helps the working class. You would call that socialism and scoff at it. So anyway, know who these guys are, because they're making it very clear.
A bunch of grifted charlatans. See me and Crystal Ball on OnlyFans. Please subscribe to my channel. Oh my god, I'm just gonna keep memeing that now. There, little Zukov. You handsome, baby. Stop being so handsome. You're too cute, you're too sweet, it's ridiculous. Stop it. Oh, you're just in a little ball. You just cured yourself up in a nice little ball. Staring at me so cute, sweet like. Anyway. It's 1 minute till 11. Well, we're going on for a nice, fat, juicy little strum. Good chunk of the day. Chilling and vibing. I had nothing better to do, so. Figured I'd smoke this last little bowl. Call good. All that fun shit. What a productive little stream. All sorts of topics, all sorts of shit. Hell yeah. But anyway, I'll call it good for tonight. So, peace out. And of course, I'll be around for that